3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, sound the horn. The Colorado Avalanche become the 4th team in the history of the National Hockey League to play 20 games and only have 1 regulation loss. They now have won 7 games in a row. They improved to 14-1-5 on the season and lead the NHL with 33 points.
Do it.
Concrete jungle, wet dream tomato.
Okay, not quite. Do it wasn't Nelly hit me with some falsetto. That's at 6:45 this morning, and you know that.
But did I get the words right?
They sounded right. See, I'm the kind of guy, I don't know lyrics all that well. I like the way the things sound. People say this about, like, I love Bruno Mars, and you're like, have you ever seen what his lyrics are? I'm like, I don't care. He could have been doing that Kanye song, that scoopity-doopity-doop, poopity-poop, or whatever that song is, and I would be like, as long as it sounds good, whatever. Now, that song doesn't. But the point is this. The Avs, who are really good. I mean, really good. It's that stat that McGahee just threw out there. Like, I want people to understand something. You have and you possess a hockey team that is, for all intents and purposes, a quarter of the way through the season. 82 games, you're at 20. Let's round up, shall we? They haven't acquired a point in a game once. That's it. Every other time this team has taken the ice, no matter who's on the ice, who's between the pipes, who's playing, back-to-backs, where it's located, doesn't matter. One time has this team not come away with at least a point. And 14 of those 20 times, they've come away with all of them. You look at the standings right now and where teams are at and how teams stack up, and it's not even close. You're not just the first and only team with 30 points. You have 33. The next closest being the Dallas Stars at 29. Your goal differential is plus 34 20 games in. The next closest team is a plus 15, that being the Carolina Hurricanes. You aren't winning, you are dominating a quarter of the way through the season. As good as you could ask. Now, this team, especially in a game like last night, that is a tough game. Super physical. Haven't seen that many guys down on the ice as far as, like, after hits. I mean, Landeskog went down a couple of times. Makar was down on the ice. There's a bunch of examples of guys that just, they were taking hits, getting back up, and getting after it. Now, the Brindley injury is a little concerning. We'll get to that in a second. But for them to go out there and in a tough physical game like that, be able to grind it out, you withstand the counter punches that the Rangers give you, who, a reminder, if you guys didn't know heading into this game, you didn't hear Moser say it yesterday, the New York Rangers, going into that game, were 10-9-2. They were 9-2-1 away from home, which makes them the best away team in the league. And you saw it. They jump on you first with the JT Miller power play, 7 seconds into it, right away, boom, they score. You're able to sneak one out. McKinnon at the very end of the first period puts one on the board to get you tied heading into the locker room, which is great. Once again, same sort of situation. Second period. Edstrom comes out a few minutes into the second period. He scores. McCarr answers towards the tail end of the second period again with a beautiful wraparound. I mean, to get the goalie to totally commit to the near post, only to ring it around and at the last second dump it in on the far post on the wraparound, is such high-level elite stuff that we've just become accustomed to seeing out of Cale Makar. But once again, you get the game tied heading into the locker room, and then you head into the third. Brock Nelson, towards the very end of that power play, a couple of minutes into that third period, finds a way to put one on the board, and then the JT Miller tire on the power play again. And then who else? Nathan McKinnon stepping up and throwing another one in there. So both 2 goals for Makar and McKinnon. You get sort of, I like to call it the bleep you goal at the end of the game where you know the game's over, but hey, if there's a net there, I'm going to fire it. Ross Colton adds one more onto it. It's just this team has so many different things that they have going in their favor. They don't have a real weakness on this team. This is not to say that things are perfect within the Avs. They got a little sloppy last night with the turnover stuff. They put Wedgwood in really, really bad positions. You know, he only faced 19 shots on goal, but he had to make a couple of massive saves. You know, they had that one power play. I believe it was in the third, maybe late second, where Wedgwood had to make like 3 shorthanded saves against 2-on-1s or breakaways. But when he had to make the save, it felt like he made the save and kept you in it.
And also something that was different about this Avs squad, not to go all Sean Payton, but relative to previous seasons, I was at the game last night, and
yeah, I saw you a little tipsy last night. Were you in the tipsy bar?
yes, I was there at the Tipsy Tundra, which is the new holiday-themed pop-up bar at the Michelob Ultra Mountain House.
Yeah.
And it was fun. It was a great time. And then after that, I wandered my way up to the game, and your boy Igor She's twerking. He was playing his titular butt off a couple times, and I, in the back of my head, I was already thinking if we were gonna have to whip out that G word today, because the Avs were getting goalied for a while, and it was one of those things where I look at the scoreboard and the Rangers, they had the lead. And it was like Avs 30 shots, Rangers 10. Yeah. And I just went, here we go, boys. How many times have we seen this from the Avs?
Right.
That's a game that they probably lose last year.
I would agree with you. That just felt like, hey, it's really tough to find the back of the net. What are we going to do? But they kept at it, and they kept getting after it. Again, far from a perfect type of game. You know, the one thing, if they got this, I always go back to this example, and I don't fully understand this movie because I haven't watched it all the way through, and I'm not a big comic book movie guy, so I hope I'm making this reference correctly. The last Infinity Stone they really need is the power play, because once they get that, I think you'd be hard-pressed to find any aspect of their game that you wouldn't say is like top, at minimum, top 10 level in the league. Because they do everything correctly. Again, the only thing that feels like it's really or holding them back from being like the full superpower, oh my God, what do you do with this team type of level, is if that power play notches up another 8-9 points. You know, they're at 16.7 right now, which is better than what they started. Remember, they were hovering around 10 for the first month and a half of the season. It's gotten better, but if it gets to that 25-ish, 24, 25% level that they're usually at, it's like, I don't know how you beat them. Because one thing is for certain, and this is the most important detail you can have with your hockey club. 5-on-5 hockey, the Avs are the best in the NHL, and it's not remotely close. They're in their own tier. They are so far at the top that if penalties all of a sudden, like, if you just had somebody go to the box, but you didn't get a man advantage, this is going to be stupid to say out loud, but if having an extra man was not something that was possible, that if some guy got a penalty and the punishment was you go to the box, but it stays 5-on-5 hockey, I don't think the Avs would ever lose. I really don't. Like, they are so elite at the 5-on-5. Even their penalty kill is top 5 in the league. It's hard to find a category that they don't dominate outside of power play. Like, let me read you something here. Goals for per game. How many do you score per game? The Avs are at 4.2. Do you know what the second place Carolina Hurricanes are at? 3.6. You average a full half a goal more than the second place team. And then you take it to the other side. Goals against. Nelly, the Avs are number 1 in the league at 2.4 per game. The second place team is Pittsburgh at 2.47.
Pretty good.
It's not pretty good. It's the best you can do. It's high score. Is that good? Like, that's what it is. And I'm just a text. This is really funny because I heard this too. Someone after the game asked Johnny, Michael Lyles, and Kiefer if the Avs can just start declining penalties like in football. God, that'd be hilarious. Penalty, hooking, no thanks. We'll actually just keep the 5-on-5. That's the only thing we don't do well at the moment. Let's just keep it together. That is hilarious. I'll tell you this much. I bet they'd win. What the power play has mostly become now, and I'm not, look, we're being silly with this, but what it's mostly become is just like 2 minutes where you know nothing bad's going to happen. Like, that's what it's become. But they are so good and so deep. Now, I am concerned about Brindley. You know, he got hit a little bit awkwardly. He left, walked away early in that game after just a few shifts. So hopefully he's not going to be missing a great amount of time because remember, he is filling in the role that is left void by Val Nichushkin, who is week to week. And Bednar didn't hesitate. When he was asked when Val left, who's going to replace Val, he said Gavin Brindley. Like, didn't hesitate for a second. And Gavin Brindley, to his credit, stepped up and played, I think, incredible, given that he's 21 years old, in a huge role on this team that you needed to find a way to fill the void. And he did that, but now he leaves with an injury. Hopefully it's nothing too crazy, but he was only on the ice for 2.5 minutes and never came back. So, again, it was a super physical game last night. You figure maybe it just felt like there was an opportunity for something like that to happen with the amount of hits that were laid out, but hopefully the Brindley injury isn't all that serious because he has become, to me, a completely necessary part to what you do and a hell of a motor that's within that room. You know, if there's any solace in this, I feel like he plays a lot of like a sort of Logan O'Connor type of role with a lot, I guess, higher end offensive ceiling. But just in the terms of motor, I do think that he kind of fits that billing. So if he's out, it looks like LOC's not far from being back in the lineup, if that's any good news. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Please enjoy responsibly. I know the Broncos are on a bye week right now, but there's a whole lot that I think we have to discuss. What are you giggling about back there?
Sometimes when you're soliloquizing here at 6 a.m., I'm pulling sound clips that I think we might end up playing throughout the show.
Yeah.
You want to hear Kendrick Perkins saying something stupid?
I'd love to. Go ahead.
It's because they're soft. They're creamy in the middle.
Who's he talking about?
He was talking about, I think, the Cavs defense.
Oh, gotcha.
But they're soft. They're creamy in the middle.
Creamy in the middle. Like a ho-ho. 303-504-0925. A lot to get to here. And again, with the Broncos, I got something as we head into the bye week. And it's not just about them. It's me watching Thursday Night Football last night and having a bit of a revelation, we'll call it. Elite quarterbacks in the league compared to the quarterbacks you don't trust. And what makes this season so weird. We'll get to it next.
It's because they're soft. They're creamy in the middle.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Please enjoy responsibly. As I'm watching the Avs last night, I got the Texans and Bills game on my other television. And I said before last night started that this is going to be a very tough game for Buffalo because Houston is playing really tough defense. And Buffalo has a mid-level defense combined with an offense that's struggled a bit as of late. They've been inconsistent, is the way that I'd call it. You know, Buffalo is still a good team. We all kind of know that. They have a quarterback who's very, very talented. Buffalo is also 3-4 in their last 7 games. And it's been weird. They've had wins against the Bucs where they won 44-32, against the Chiefs where they won 28-21, against the Panthers where they've won 40-9. And they've also lost 30-13 to Miami, 24-14 to the Falcons. And you go, what's going on here? And I thought last night would be a struggle for them. Thought they'd still win, but a struggle. Houston was harassing Josh Allen all night. And that doesn't happen all that often. You don't see Josh Allen looking rattled. He was sacked 8 times in that game. He had no touchdowns, and he threw 2 picks, including the one on that 4th down on the final drive, as they're nearing the end zone with a chance to tie. And it got me thinking. Teams with the best records as of right now in the NFL. So most teams playing 11 games, or they are playing their 11th game this weekend. The best records in the league, the most wins in the league, these are the quarterbacks that belongs to. Teams with the most wins. It belongs to Bo Nix and Drake May and Daniel Jones and Josh Allen and Justin Herbert in the AFC. In the NFC, it belongs to Jalen Hurts and Matthew Stafford and Caleb Williams and Sam Darnold. And for most of this season, Mac Jones. Here's some quarterbacks that aren't on that list of teams with at least 7 wins this year. Mahomes, Lamar, Burrow, even Josh Allen and Justin Herbert, who have 7 wins, are fighting for playoff spots. But the elites of the league, as far as records and comfortability with their playoff standings, are all sort of the quarterbacks that nobody really believes in. The question is why? And I think there's something that you can attribute and credit towards winning for some of these more lowly QBs across the league, the ones that don't have that belief. Winning matters. But I've thought for a long time, you put so much emphasis on your quarterback being remarkable when he starts to get into those highly paid dollars. When you start getting him in that $250 million in a contract territory, making $50, $60 million a year, it puts such an intense stress on him because you don't have the other spots that can make up for maybe the lack of production from that position. And I thought for a long time that the NFC has done a fantastic job of building teams as opposed to elite quarterback reliance. Because you see that up and down. I don't think there's any question that as far as if you're talking about depth within a league, I think the NFC's got it. Like, who could win the NFC? It could be anybody from Philly to LA to Tampa to Seattle to Green Bay, Detroit, San Fran, if you want to extend it a little bit farther. In the AFC, you look at them and you go, who are the real contenders here? And everything should be based around the Broncos, Patriots, and Colts have 2 losses on the year, and nobody wants to admit it. Because you're also looking at Mahomes and Lamar and Burrow's coming back now and Josh Allen and Justin Herbert and saying, well, I just trust those quarterbacks more. The 3 teams that sit atop the AFC have more in common with the teams in the NFC who are successful than they do in their counterparts in the AFC. The Broncos, Patriots, and Colts have a great roster. They might not have quarterbacks you fully believe in. You know, Drake May, I think, is the bit of the exception in this. Because he's passing the eye test along with the numbers game. When you do that, that puts you in a pretty elite category across the league. But the Broncos are built like a really good NFC team. Quarterback on a cheap contract that is doing enough to get you through with a huge reliance on everybody else. And here's the difference. When you are a team that can rely on your roster as opposed to your quarterback, it saves you the opportunity for a quarterback having an off game to end your season. You want to know how I know that? Because Bo Nix has had plenty of off games this year, and you're 9-2. I would make the comparison of when you have the super reliance on the elite quarterback, it's kind of like where the Nuggets have been for a large portion of Nikola Jokic's career. Hey, things are going bad. Jokic, bail us out. And sometimes it's just not enough. You need more. Like, are the Houston Texans better than the Buffalo Bills? As a team? Yeah. Quarterback to quarterback? Who played for the Texans again last night? Davis Mills. He did. And in games that Davis Mills has started this year, he's won 3 in a row. In games in which he's appeared, they're 4-1. The one loss they've suffered, the Denver Broncos. Why? Because the roster was better than Houston's. And Houston has a damn good roster. That's the difference. And so whatever people want to think about the Denver Broncos, and there's a whole bunch of opinions that could be had, the one thing you cannot deny, top to bottom, hat for hat, stack them up side by side, they're one of the most talented rosters in the league. And that's why they win. And there's something about, yes, if you have the elite quarterback, then you're in it every year, and that puts you in the conversation. And if you get that combined with a good roster, then you're on top of the world. But if you have the roster that the Broncos do, it's really hard to have a total off game. I've now for 3 straight years questioned Philly a bit because it just offensively looks like it sputters. And then you watch Philly's defense play and you go, oh, well, it doesn't matter how good or bad their offense is. They need like 2 plays a game on offense and they'll win. That's all it takes. But I think that there is there has to be a change in our mentality towards how we view the AFC. That was once quarterback dominant, and there's nothing you can do about it because these quarterbacks are just better than yours. And now we've gotten to a place when you realize, and I give Sean Payton and George Payton a ton of credit for this. I don't know how they feel about Bo Nix behind the scenes. My guess is they really like him.
Bo Nix is especial.
I'm sure last year after you made the playoffs with a rookie quarterback and got to 10 wins, they thought he was a special kind of QB. And perhaps they still do. But here's what I know that they recognized. He's not Mahomes. And that's smart of them. You don't build your football team to try and have an offense or a quarterback that is at the level of Patrick Mahomes because you just aren't going to get it. You know how I know that? Because NFL's been around for, 80 years? Maybe longer? And there's been maybe one or two other guys that look like Patrick Mahomes. You don't just get those things. So what do? You had a good defense last year. Why don't we invest our top 3 resources that we have into a linebacker, a safety, and a first-round pick at corner? And for all the belly aching we've done about, first-round pick Jahdae Barron, he barely plays. God, what's the point? The point is, if Pat Surtain leaves for 3 weeks, you don't give up 20 points to anybody you face, even with that being a factor. That's the difference. That's where they're smart. Sean Payton willingly looked at that offense last year that struggled at times. Could have invested all of their resources into that. How do we get that fixed? And instead took the smart team approach, which was, if I keep stacking up our defense, that's going to be our best shot to beat these guys. And it has been. So 303-504-0925. Shant Mazda text line. By the way, Jacksonville better watch out. I know that they thought they were running away with this AFC South. And, the Carolina Panthers were lurking and still are lurking. The Houston Texans have found a little bit of a stride here. And with that defense, they're capable of beating anybody. When you have a defense that plays at that high of a level, again, you sack Josh Allen 8 different times. You hold him to 183 total yards passing.
Josh Allen
on 34 attempts with no touchdowns. You have him as frustrated as Josh Allen looked on the bench last night. That's super high level stuff. By the way, a lot of these quarterbacks across the league, they're turning the ball over at a super high level. Josh Allen last night with another 2 picks. That takes him to 9 interceptions on the year. Do you know how many he had last season? Over 17 games? He had 6 of them. You pressure him, you speed up the clock, you can make some things happen. And for
gonna go on forever.
Old Shad Khan. But you are speeding up the clocks for a lot of these different quarterbacks across the league. Justin Herbert's another example. He's under a lot of pressure because he's missing both of his tackles, and he has 9 interceptions this year. What did he have last season? Was it 2? I think it was 2 picks last year. 3. He had 23 touchdowns, 3 picks. The year before that, he had 20 touchdowns and 7 interceptions. He's got 9 already through 11 games this year. Mahomes, who I thought Mahomes every year would have, 40 touchdowns and 1 interception. He's got 6 already this season. If you can get after these quarterbacks and speed up that clock, then you can cause a bunch of different problems for them. And I just think that the right thing right now to do in the NFL, because it's working in the NFC, and the teams at the top of the AFC, they all have one thing in common. They are built as an elite unit and not just elite quarterback play. The one team in the league, and I think it's why I have them as the favorite right now, if I had to pick, who do I think is winning the Super Bowl? The one team I would pick, because I think they have both, is the Rams. They have elite level defense, talent all over the offensive roster, and a quarterback who is, depending on who you ask, either a borderline Hall of Famer or a shoo-in. I mean, Matthew Stafford's going to be like top 5 in every single statistical category that exists. And he's playing the best football of his life on top of it. They're the only team in the league that I think has a mixture of everything that you're looking for right now. But we can get back to this in a bit. Reminder to you guys, November is Hockey Fights Cancer Month. And because of that, Vitalant and the Avs are teaming up together for a blood drive. And you can get signed up at vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer for more info and to schedule your blood donation. 25% of all blood donated goes to people directly in their fight against cancer. So anytime that you sign up to donate blood, it is a super important and necessary use for a whole bunch of people across the country. Not to mention, it gets you signed up for a chance to win a signed Avs jersey. So go to that link, vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer for more info. We'll make Nelly sing next. All right, I got to be honest with you guys. Not only am I operating on just a few hours of sleep, because I had some things going on last night. I have this kid coming on Monday. And I got my mind in a whole bunch of different places right now. So when I told you that the Jags were competing with the Panthers to win the AFC South, we've made a giant mistake. The Panthers are not capable of winning the AFC South because they reside in the NFC and they play in that South. My apologies, plus the Colts pretty much running away with that thing. Disregard that for a second and give me a little bit of grace. I apologize. If you've listened to the show long enough, I do make mistakes often. I know what I'm talking about in the NFL. I'm going to chalk that up to mind being in a few different places at once and a heavy lack of sleep this morning. So my apologies. I went immediately and got coffee because I'm like, this is necessary now. So my apologies.
Excuse me. I know your better half doesn't have a trendy nickname like the bear or the queen.
Yes.
So I don't know what to call her. How is your wife doing? Couple days away. She hanging in there?
You know, it's funny. We went to the park. It was like what was it? Saturday, because it was really nice on Saturday. So we go to the park with baby Jamal Kale. My wife's sitting on the curb of this park. So I'm in the middle of the playground stuff, pushing baby Jamal Kale in the swing. And I look at my wife and I go, you look like a woman who wants a baby outside. She's not doing well right now. So we're just a couple days away. But anyway, so here's the deal. First of all, apologies. I'll get my stuff together. Secondly, we'll make Nelly sing in a bit. There's a stat that I saw that was just, it's unbelievable. Jokic and what he's doing over this decade. And this is why I think it's so funny. You jump online and there's still, people have come around to how good Jokic is because it's impossible not to. You'd be stupid not to. Here's the deal. To put these numbers in perspective, it's like the most historic and craziest run that anybody's had over a 5-year stretch. We talk about the peaks of the greatest players who's ever existed. And we're like, when they've operated at their highest, what does that look like? And fortunately for us right here in town, there are 3 different guys that are all-time level players that will be historically remembered as some of the greatest to ever do it. In Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, and Nikola Jokic, that are all currently and at this moment at the peaks of their power. No one's been better. I don't know if you guys have seen what Brian Windhorst is talking about with Nikola Jokic, any opportunity he gets on ESPN. He can't stop gushing over this. And you can hold the past where he didn't vote for Joker or for the MVP or whatever. It's impossible not to recognize right now. And Jokic, here's the number. Over the course of this decade, Jokic is the leader in points. He is the leader in rebounds. He is the leader in assists. And he's the leader in steals. Just for the record, no player in NBA history has ever played a decade in which he led 4 out of the 5 major statistical categories. The record is 3, and that's by Kareem in the 70s. For him to do what he does every single night, and it's hard for me to even pinpoint what's the most impressive thing that he does. Is it the level of efficiency in which he plays the game? Is it the level of basketball IQ that he possesses that could be the best ever? Is it the lightest and most effortless touch that he possesses within his game? Is it the ability to make his teammates better? What is it? Is it just straight up winning? He does everything. And it's so difficult to pinpoint what he's best at, because when you're elite level at every single thing that you need on a basketball floor, what do you choose? And I understand that we're only halfway through this decade, or a little bit over halfway, or whatever you want to call it. We're almost 6 years in. Nobody's done it before. And the thing is, it's not slowing down. It's only getting better. And I think the steals category is one that we need to hone on a little bit more for this reason. The only area in which you could be critical of Jokic's game is that he's not a traditional post defender. Rim protection is something he just doesn't have because he can't jump. Or he can't jump in the way that, like an Embiid or a Wemby or somebody like that can. Even Gobert. Gobert's athletic. But what he does instead that makes up for maybe a lack of rim protection is get his hands on the ball in passing lanes. If you want to pass inside the paint, good luck. He's probably getting a hand on it. And I just think that's something that goes so undervalued over the course of his defense. But he is, it's remarkable to watch. It's one of the things, like we just saw last night, Nathan McKinnon, with the night that he had, moves to second all-time passing Peter Stasny in franchise all-time scoring. Again, to put all of this together, you have a football team who is atop the AFC, who is winning the division and ripped that away from Kansas City for the first time in years. They are the overall leader in the NFL in record. You have a hockey team that has come away in the first quarter of their season with only one game in which they didn't acquire points at the end of it, which only one of 4 teams in NHL history has done. You have a player on that team in Nathan McKinnon that has won an MVP before and is on pace for his best season ever. You have another guy in Cale Makar that is also on pace for his best season ever. And you have Nikola Jokic, who continues to improve every year and is playing basketball at a level that I don't know if anybody ever has on the offensive side so far through the season. All of that's happening at once, and it feels like every night you get to see one of those things happen again. And it continues tonight, as it's the Nuggets and the Rockets in a real test game for the Nuggets, because the Nuggets are, they faced an easier schedule. They now face a tough Rockets team, and it's a real test. And we'll get to that a little bit later. But Nelly, go ahead. Come on, everybody. Bretty and his bets. Yeah. Bretty and his bets. All right. So, I give you a lock of the week and an underdog of the weekend every single Friday heading into the football weekend, because it is a Bud Light Football Friday. Texas is playing against Arkansas this weekend. I don't think Texas is very good, but Arkansas is 0-6 in the SEC. They are 2-8 overall. The only wins that Arkansas possesses is a 52-7 win over Alabama A&M in Week 1 and a 56-14 win over Arkansas State in Week 2. They have since then lost 8 in a row. Texas, I think, has a whole bunch of things that they need to deal with, but they're 8.5-point favorites at home. I think they beat Arkansas by a couple of touchdowns. They are the favorites. The underdog of the weekend, a little bit tougher, but I do think, might sound crazy, the Eagles are rolling right now, but they're playing a Cowboys team whose offense is very good. It's going against a tough Philly defense. I think Dallas can cover the 3.5 in that game at home and might have a chance to pull the upset. So that's Brady and his bets. We do it every single Friday. You can always watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. You can also watch on YouTube. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
Here's Marty Natchez. Long shot off the iron from McCarr. Score! Nathan McKinnon gets it right back. His second goal of the game. 16th of the season. McCarr rings it off the post, and McKinnon says, I'll clean up on the near side. Keep an eye on Shesterkin. He's going to be heading to the bench any moment. Banajad into the Avalanche zone. Try to give it across. Avs make the steal. Fired by McCarr, and he scores! Kale McCarr! His second goal of the night, an empty net goal, and that will do it. The Avs take a 5-3 lead over the New York Rangers. Shesterkin had just made his way through the top of the circle, and McCarr saw it and fired.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. I was just kind of talking about this before you guys hopped on. And we've discussed this in bits and parts over the last couple of weeks. But the nature in which your teams in this town are operating, especially the Avs. Moser, that was a tough physical game last night against a very good team, especially a good team on the road. There was a whole bunch of Avs being dumped down on the ice last night, popping back up. Hopefully Brindley's okay. He left early. We'll get to that in a bit. But you are now a quarter of the way through the season for all intents and purposes. Close enough. 20 games in, and you have come away with points in 19 of those 20 games. You have your star players, Nathan McKinnon, who has won an MVP, that is on pace for by far the highest point totals of his career. You have Cale McCarr, who is also on pace for the highest career numbers of his career. And the Avs have a goal differential this season of plus 34. The next highest comes the Carolina Hurricanes at plus 15. There's really not a weakness on the team outside of if their power play got to like that 24% that they're usually at, Moj.
They'd be unbeatable.
I don't know how you win. It was so funny. There was somebody in the postgame yesterday that asked Johnny and Kiefer, is it possible to decline penalties like you can do in the NFL just to keep it a 5-on-5 hockey? But Moj, they're incredible. Like absolutely incredible to watch.
I don't disagree. I'm talking to Dave Maloney last night. He was a defenseman in the league. He's the Rangers television analyst. And he said, golly, with those three, he threw Marty Natchez in with McCarr and McKinnon, and he should, right? And he goes, with those three, he goes, geez, I don't know how anybody beats this team. He goes, okay, and you got those. He says, but then everything that surrounds them, you know, I mean, look, he knows exactly what Brock Nelson is about. He saw him a billion times when he played for the Islanders. He knows what Lekkonen's about. You know, he's a smart hockey guy. And you start throwing all these other pieces that are really good around those guys. Landy's legs are moving great.
I thought he looked great last night.
Yeah, so did I.
I was scared to death when him and Nelson ran into each other, though.
I was terrified.
Yeah.
And by the way, Vic, I don't expect you to chime in on this because you're in Houston. I'm in Houston, bro.
I watched the first two periods and I fell asleep. That hour difference makes a difference.
Yeah, it screws with you, doesn't it? Yep.
I just can't stay awake.
I know. I joined the club. But it was terrifying. I mean, a lot of, I told Riker and Johnny last night, a lot of heart in your throat type of moments, lump in your throat, that kind of thing. Don't look now, but you've got Nathan McKinnon, who leads the league in scoring with 36 points. You've got Cale McCarr and Marty Natchez tied for 5th in the league in scoring.
What is going on?
What I mean, dude, they're playing great. Brock Nelson is starting to catch fire. What a goal for him last night.
Yeah.
Ross Colton is skating his butt off. I mean, you got a lot of guys who are just, they're all bought in, dude. And like I said, in fact, Coach Bednar said it the other day on his show on Wednesday. He's proud of the offense. No doubt about it. He's proud of the goaltending. I mean, Wedgie's playing great.
Dude, they left him out to dry a lot last night, and he made some amazing saves.
Amazing. But
Would
the defending
you ever be
overall is really, really good. That's what he's most proud of. What's that, buddy?
Would you be afraid, and again, I'm just raising these fake concerns, would you be afraid of peaking too early? Is there such a thing?
I think they're too good. Honestly, like top to bottom, I think they're too good to like what? They reached their peak in January and then I don't see it falling off. You know, I think there's going to be a regression to the mean. I don't think they'll finish the season, Moj, with 4 regulation losses.
Right.
That's probably going to change a little bit. But overall, the way you feel about this team, you know, knock on wood for obvious reasons, I don't see how it drops off. They're just really talented. And when you have talent, you know, it's all about regular season. It's about making plays, and it feels like the postseason's about players. Well, God, do you have players?
Yeah.
In spades.
I heard you guys talk a little bit about Brindley. Is it lower body?
Yeah, it's
Upper
been
body.
announced as lower body. I mean, he went into the boards hard. He got plowed into the boards hard.
Yeah.
And I thought, was thinking right shoulder because the way he went in was awkward with that shoulder kind of down and into the glass and the boards. They called it a lower body. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. And remember, he had his head racked up against Vegas. Remember that?
Yep.
Missed some time as Barbashev got him in Vegas. But he came out after the first period, getting ready for the second, did a couple twirls, and then went back down the tunnel like he couldn't go. The fact that he actually came back onto the ice to try to give it a go, to me, is a big deal. That's usually a positive sign that it's not something that's long-term.
Yeah.
But what it is, I have no idea.
Well, the only bummer with that is that, first of all, he was just playing great. Like, even early in that game, Moj, he had an opportunity. It was the first shot of the game for the Avs. That was just like, for a 21-year-old to be able to do that already. You know, I've compared him to Logan O'Connor just because I think he's got a motor that's similar to it, where he's always going. I think his offensive talent, his skill set is higher end than that.
Yep.
But I remember when Val went down and they asked Bednar, who's going to replace Val? And he goes, Gavin Brindley. Like, no hesitation. He's like, that guy is. And now you're going basically your third string for whoever's going to play now that spot on that second line. I mean, it's a little bit concerning depending on how long he's going to be out.
You're starting to take a hit on your depth pretty well because Logan O'Connor is still out. Yoel Kiviranta is still out.
Yeah, look at that number right over here.
Plus minus?
Yeah, look at Ant-Man on the Twitch stream pointed this out. You want to take a crack there at who leads the NHL in plus minus? Just go through the top 5 in the league right now.
Number 1 is Nathan McKinnon.
Just for the record, for those watching on Altitude Television, on Twitch, on YouTube, this isn't the Avs page.
This is the league page.
This is the NHL league page for plus minus leaders.
All right, Nelly, in fact, I'll do the top 5, then go to the complete leaders. Nathan McKinnon's on top at plus 22. Cale Makar plus 20. Marty Necas plus 19. Arturi Lehkonen plus 18. Devon Toews plus 15. Those are your leaders in the league.
Yeah.
In the NHL.
They're all on one team.
And remember, this is the NHL we're talking about here.
Sam Malinsky's 10th at plus 13. I mean, everybody getting some, right? Everybody.
But if you go back to that page, though, so you have the top 5 leaders in plus minus in the league. You have the number 1 leader in wins from the goaltending spot in Scott Wedgwood. Keep going up there, Nelly. You have Nathan McKinnon at first in goals as he sits at 16. Keep going up, scroll up. You have Nathan McKinnon first in points as he sits there at 36. Marty Nachos is 5th at 28.
Cale
and
also has 28.
Goals against average, you got Scott Wedgwood at 4th. They don't have a weakness outside Moj at the moment, which has been better than early in the year, but power play. If that gets a little bit better,
and
like
the power
they
play
become
goal,
unstoppable.
The one they scored last night is not a typical power play goal. It was a rush into the zone.
Yeah.
Where Nelson gave it to Malinsky, got it back, and then rifled it home short side. That's not your typical power play goal.
But I'll tell you the play that, if there's one like specific instance that I think separates the Avs from most other teams in the NHL, the goal that was scored, the wraparound by Cale, where it's McKinnon flying into the zone. He finds Natchez. Natchez with a great pass to Kale. Kale basically gets the goalie to commit on that post just to wrap it around the other side. Give me a trio of players that can do that in the league.
It's hard. Hard to find a trio. Listen, Vic, Shesterkin played well last night. He gave up 4, but he played well.
I was scared we were going to use that G word this morning.
We got goalied?
Yeah.
Oh, then Vic's head would fall off. But the Rangers, I haven't watched a whole lot of their games this year, and the ones I have been at home, and I'm like, this team just can't score. They can't. But they came in last night, Vic, you ready for this? The number 1 road team in the entire league.
I saw the record home versus away, and it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, number 32 home team in the league. So best on the road, worst at home. You're like, wow. And so talking to their guys, too, I'm like, do they always play? Because they played hard, dude, and their pressure game was outstanding.
Yeah.
The Avs eventually in that third period wore them down. Eventually got the cracks, that to show. But they played really hard, and it's a good team. They don't have a ton of high-end guys. Artemi Panarin's not what he used to be. JT Miller has been a terrific point getter, but he can only do so much. So they don't have a whole lot of high-end talent that can put the puck in the back of the net, but they play hard. They really do. So,
Nelly, what'd I tell you after their first goal? What did you hear?
Oh, exactly.
You,
okay,
Nelly.
so I wasn't actually, I know, sports faux pas. I wasn't actually paying attention. I think I was looking at my phone when that first goal was scored, and then I heard thunderous applause. So I looked up, and I thought the Avs scored the goal. But then I didn't see any lights. I didn't hear the goal horn, and I realized it was the Rangers fans cheering for a Rangers goal. It was, Vic, it was so bad last night.
Told you.
I thought I was watching a game in Manhattan. It was terrible.
I thought that I was driving home with Bear Lombardi. She was so mad at the number of Rangers fans in that building last night. She was
I told
pissed.
you, it gets you. I don't know why it is. I don't know what it is. I can't stand it. It drives me nuts.
Tell you this
I can't
much.
stand it.
I'm surprised Nelly was over there getting tipsy in that new little bar that they got going at Ballerina. I'm surprised you remember any of the game.
I saw him. I saw
Double
Nelly.
fisting drinks.
I had to go do a hit.
Who do you think you are, Brett Kane?
I reckon. I had to go.
What little bar did he hit?
Well, Vic, I had to go do a little report from down at what used to be the Blue Sky Grill. Now it's the
It's the
Michelob
Michelob Ultra Mountain
Lodge.
House.
Yeah, Mountain House. That's what it is.
And Vic, they have a holiday-themed pop-up bar in the Mountain House. It's hidden at the back, and it is called the Tipsy Tundra. And it opened last night.
Okay.
And Nelly went there with a whole bunch of Colorado influencers.
Yeah, I don't know how I got on the guest list, but it was me and a bunch of people with way more Instagram followers than me checking out this place on opening night. And Moser was there to do a hit from the Tipsy Tundra with Altitude TV. They were making a big deal out of it, man.
Yeah, Nelly was already half.
What do you
half
mean
day.
Influencers?
Well, Nelly's hanging out with all the pretty people.
You know what an influencer
No, I mean
is?
there were people who have thousands and thousands and thousands of followers on Instagram covering Colorado culture and lifestyle, and KSE invited them to come and check out the new digs. So yeah, I was hitting way over my head with some of these people I was rubbing shoulders with. It was pretty cool.
But the blue shirts were out last night, the blue shirt fans. I told you. Those New Yorkers, they don't let go.
To pull out an oldie but a goodie.
Take
That L on the way out.
What'd you think of the Open?
I missed the Open. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, I missed it. What happened?
What do you mean the Open?
I was wearing an outfit.
I didn't see it.
What
was it?
I don't want to talk about it then.
Okay. You know what? I'll go look it up on Twitter.
Don't ask me. Go look it up. Do your own homework, jerk.
What were you, naked?
Go look it up. It's on my Twitter. It's on my feed or whatever, something like that. Go look it up. Don't ask me.
Do you think the Avs
that may have been the rudest thing you've ever said.
It is true. It was very
Hey,
mean
Vic,
of
let
you.
me get your insight on this. Well, just go look it up. I don't have time for your reindeer games.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour.
Okay, so here's the 2524. 15 minutes in and nothing on the little skit, Moser Revere. I was Moser Revere, not Paul Revere. I was Moser Revere yesterday.
Let me see this. Why?
because the blue shirts were coming. The blue shirts were coming.
Hey, Moser, have you been watching the Ken Burns Revolutionary War on PBS?
Yeah,
I've been watching
I have.
it every afternoon.
That's what. Well, because I'm part of Sons of the American Revolution, as you know.
I've had about enough of Ken Burns.
But
I've had about enough of him.
But I was watching.
Haughty.
Yeah, I was watching episode 2 when obviously the two gentlemen, one being Paul Revere, made their way to Lexington and Concord to explain to the people that the Redcoats were on the way. Redcoats are coming, right? You know, the blue shirts were coming. The Rangers, the nickname's the blue shirts, right?
Mm-hmm.
So got kind of in my head a little Paul Revere theme. So Lee got me a little get up and blow up horse. It's kind of fun. I was wearing a blow up horse. I didn't put it out on my feed, Vic. I'll send it to you.
I'm gonna stick to what I said earlier. Ken Burns, I've had enough of you. Enough with your docs. Okay?
The baseball. I mean,
it's a good doc.
The baseball doc, the Civil War. Those were all good docs.
Learn a little.
Hey,
learn something.
You know what? I've never.
He's pretending to be a little too much of an authority on everything that's ever happened in the history of this country.
Well,
I'm just saying, a little too big for your britches here.
He's doing his research.
Well, if I waited on you to provide that lesson, we'd be waiting a long time.
Not true. I give you the origins of sayings like every day on this show.
Right,
and
Vic,
I do it in 5 minutes. It doesn't take me 8 years.
Vic, you got it. But I'm going to say this, and I hope the listeners will agree with me. In fact, let's put it out there on the old text line, 303-504-0925. I have never in my life seen a human being as adverse to knowledge as you. It's like, hey, would you like to learn something? No, I hate learning. Like, you. Oh, Vic's got it now. He's going to watch it.
This is ridiculous.
What do you mean ridiculous? King
this
of the
is
wig?
Ridiculous.
You're the king of the wig is calling me ridiculous.
What? This is unprofessional. This is very unprofessional. I cannot believe you did this. You just set your business back 10 years, your profession back 20 years.
It was kind of funny.
I would never, ever be seen publicly in a costume.
I think that's kind of your bag.
You've got a trunk full of wigs, including Dolly
Here's the
Parton.
difference.
Vic uses Emmys as door stoppers solely because of wigs, I think.
I think that's exactly what it is.
Now you've got the costume in the bathroom. Okay, if you're not posting this, I am. I'm posting this.
Go ahead.
I'm going to post this.
Go
this
ahead.
is not acceptable behavior for a professional broadcaster.
I only want positiveness. I'm not going to let you post it if it's going to be negative.
See, here's the difference. The costumes I wear come straight from my trunk. This had to be purchased through a different party for you. Unacceptable.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light,
is
the
it
official
really?
beer
'Cause I
sponsor of
couldn't
the
tell.
Denver Broncos. Please enjoy responsibly. I got something on the Broncos, by the way, and it all stems from last night. Remember, we talked for a second as the show was ending yesterday about the Thursday night football game, and I thought the Bills might be in for a rough night. I did think they'd still win. Turns out there's something a-brewing in the NFL this year, and it surrounds the traditional things you trust and the traditional things that you have mistrusted, and maybe it's flipping this year. We'll get to it next.
I want this as our theme song from now on. This is it. This is it. We found it. This is our theme song to our show. Yep.
To Bud Light Football Friday. Last night, I thought that Buffalo would struggle with that defense of Houston. I didn't think that Houston would do that to them. And don't look now, the Houston Texans have won 3 consecutive games with Davis Mills starting at quarterback. The only game that Davis Mills has lost is when he played the Denver Broncos. Josh Allen was sacked 8 times by that Texans defense. He had no touchdowns and 2 picks, including the one that sealed the game with about 20 seconds left.
My thought watching that game, Brett and Mark, is the Broncos are good.
Yeah.
The Broncos are good. Well, Broncos are really good. That's what I kept thinking. I'm watching that game, and everybody after that Broncos game, I remember the refrain was, well, you knocked Stroud out of the game and you beat Davis Mills. Big deal, right? That was the popular refrain. Yeah, Davis Mills just beat Josh Allen.
Let me give you the quarterbacks in the NFL this season that have suffered 3 losses or less. Bo Nix, Drake May, Daniel Jones, Jalen Hurts, Matthew Stafford, Caleb Williams, Sam Darnold. The rest of the quarterbacks that we think are the dominant ones in this league and have been the dominant ones in this league are fighting for the playoffs. Those names being your Mahomeses, your Lamars.
Lamar's been hurt.
I get it. But they were, 1-3 when he was hurt?
They were not playing well before he got hurt. They're playing well now. I don't know. I think the final stretch here, we're 11 weeks in. 12 weeks, but 11 games in. So you got 6 to go, blah, blah, blah. This final 6-game stretch, month and a half, Vic, is going to be fascinating in the AFC. I don't know, because I look at it now, I'm thinking to myself, could Jacksonville get in? Yeah. Well, it feels like Houston could get in. They're playing pretty damn good. DeMeco Ryans, he's got them playing. He's got them believing. Kansas City's on the outside looking in at the 9th seed right now. Could Baltimore win out? It feels like they could.
See, but here's what I wanted to get to is we have just understood for years, or we've accepted rather, that if you have elite quarterback play, then that's the only thing that matters. And no matter what, that's going to be the one thing that brings you over the top. And if you're a good team but you don't have a great quarterback, then it doesn't really matter. And before the season started, we were talking about this. Has the NFC caught up with the AFC? Because the NFC is chock full of a whole bunch of teams that I think are capable of winning a Super Bowl. Like you could go in the NFC, you could go to Philly, you could go to the Rams, you could go to the Seahawks, you could go to the Bucks, you could even go, like, if you think Packers, Niners, Lions, that sort of next tier of teams, like they're all capable.
I see 2 for real teams, 2.5 for real teams. The Niners are too banged up. It's going to catch up with them eventually. But the Eagles, the Rams, and perhaps Seattle, those are the 3 teams.
But the point in this is...
And those top 2 teams, the Eagles and the Rams, they are for real.
All of those teams that we mentioned with the 3 losses or less possess quarterbacks that I don't think that anybody has a consensus on whether they actually believe they're good or not. Outside of outside of Stafford, I think that's the only one. It's part of the reason why I think the Rams are, if I had to pick a Super Bowl team right now, it's them. Because they have an amazing defense combined with elite quarterback play, and at 37 years old, he's having his best season ever. It's crazy. But all these other teams are like, hey, Buffalo, how's your roster? Your roster's not great. Yeah. Your quarterback's great. Hey, Chiefs. Hey, Ravens.
How great is he? How great is he?
Allen?
Yeah, how great is he? He had 2 picks and he was sacked how many times?
Well, that's what I'm getting at, though.
But he's the reigning MVP.
He wasn't sacked 8 times because he was holding on the ball for
He was
6
running
seconds.
for his life.
Like, their O-line's bad.
Hold on. Who would you say has the better offense? The Broncos or the Bills? Who has the better offense?
Overall, I don't think it's far off.
Okay, so who would you estimate?
The Broncos have a far better O-line.
Okay, so offense as a whole, though, with running back, receivers, quarterback, all those skill positions, all right, let me put it to you this way. Who is deemed in NFL circles to have the better offense? Like, oh, wow, that offense.
The Bills. The Bills.
Okay,
but they have Josh Allen.
Great. So they have Josh Allen. They have what did he do against the Houston defense that Bo Nix did against the Houston defense? The same defense.
Well, Vic, I see where you're going. First of all, let me defend Josh Allen by saying he's the reigning MVP.
I'm not trying to diminish that.
Let me also start by saying that he had no protection whatsoever. Now, that Houston defense is very, very good. But every time the ball snapped and he went back into a drop, they were on his bacon.
Yeah.
I mean, they're like wolves on a fawn. They were on him, dude, all the time.
Like, here's what I don't understand. Are you asking, when you say who's the better offense, are you saying absent of quarterback? Because I think the Broncos have a case for it.
Yeah, I'm just saying all-around offense. You know, we regard offense as quarterback. That's the mistake we always make when we evaluate teams. Who's your quarterback, right? And it's more than quarterback. You guys just hit on it. It's everything. And if I'm watching these two teams against the same team, same elements, in Houston against that Houston defense that's stacked, and I watch those two games, I'm like, well, Denver looks like it has the better offense. Not defense, offense.
Yeah. You know, it's kind of what I'm getting at here is I think the AFC is built largely with the teams that you fear off of just elite quarterback play winning them football games. Now, they have other things, obviously. But from top to bottom, I don't think there's any question. The Denver Broncos, the Indianapolis Colts, and the New England Patriots, top to bottom on their rosters, are better than everybody else in their respective conference. Like, top to bottom are more talented. They might not possess Mahomes. They might not possess Lamar. They might not have Josh Allen. But top to bottom, they're better. And even in Houston's case, Houston just beat the Bills with Davis Mills as their quarterback. And I thought that Mills was, I watched some of that game. I was trying to keep an eye on both between that and the Avs. Mills made some throws, but you can tell he's Davis Mills. You know what I mean? Like, he's not going to light you up.
Is he the mayonnaise kid?
No, that's Will Levis. That's your boy.
Oh, it's Will Levis, right? Davis Mills? Oh,
he's got the neck.
I thought is he the banana guy?
No, that's also Will Levis.
Yeah, so Will Levis just eats a bunch of weird crap.
Yes.
And Davis Mills just goes about his business.
He just has
All I'm saying is I watched a football game last night where the great Josh Allen is supposed to rescue Buffalo, and he couldn't. He couldn't do it.
Well,
but it sounds like you think that this is a Josh Allen problem when he had no time to throw.
Josh Allen?
I've got a question for you, Vic. I'm
saying the era of quarterback is everything is gone.
Yeah.
And we're seeing it happening in real time.
Yes.
It's gone. The day of and that's what happened in this league for a good 10 years.
I'm going to ask you a personal
question. If you had the quarterback, hold on a second, Moser, where if you had the quarterback, everything else fell in line and everything else became easier. And I think we're seeing a transfer of power. Just because you have that position handled doesn't mean crap anymore. It doesn't. It doesn't. The best quarterbacks in this league, look at the top quarterbacks in this league. Where are they? Mahomes is going to struggle to make the playoffs.
They're all fighting for playoff positioning.
Exactly. Josh Allen right now is 7-4. Lamar Jackson was hurt half the season. The best quarterbacks in this league are on the struggle bus.
Let me ask you I need to ask you a personal question, and I want an honest answer.
Yeah.
What do you have in your jock?
I'm very, very curious as to what you mean by that question because I can go many ways with that.
Well, because Josh Allen, in addition to parts, Will Anderson lives in his jock.
Yeah. That whole Texas
Daniel
defense.
Hunter lives in his jock. Who's the guy with the two?
Henry Tua.
He's got a small apartment off to the side in Josh Allen's jock. It's leased. Yeah, he's not. They're all living in his jock, making bacon in the morning, right? Hanging out. Dude, they were all over him. I don't know how to tell you, dude. Well, you're right. He didn't rescue his team last night, but he had
my point.
He had no time to rescue his team. No,
well, you're proving my point.
Jesus Christ himself couldn't escape that pass rush. What do you want me to tell you?
Can you explain to him what I'm trying to explain? Maybe I'm not doing a good job explaining it.
You're doing a poor job, I guess.
I'm an old man without a prostate.
We're all agreeing. The way you posed the question, though, Vic, and I get what you're saying. The way you posed the question was Josh Allen wasn't good enough last night. That's how it sounded. But what you're saying is the team wasn't good. Yes.
cannot rescue them anymore. Just like Patrick Mahomes cannot rescue the Chiefs anymore. Just like, go across the league, you have to have a team now. The quarterback position on its own, which was the case for many years, if you had that position and you had a name at that position, you're going to automatically win. It's not the case anymore. I'm looking at the numbers right now. When the Broncos played the Houston Texans, Bo Nix, his numbers were awful in that game. 18 of 37.
Yeah.
For 173 yards, 2 TDs, a pick. He had a quarterback rating of 55.9. Compare that to Josh Allen. God, his quarterback rating was 26.1. Half that. 2 picks. Both quarterbacks struggled mightily against that Houston defense. One quarterback is the reigning MVP.
What's the difference? Because one quarterback has a competent offensive line and a defense that slays.
No, but
quarterback struggled.
Okay, hold on, though. This is what I wanted to get to. This is the whole point in the exercise of why I brought this up, that the league right now is being led as far as winners and losers. The winners are being led by quarterbacks that don't have the resumes of the Josh Allens and the Mahomeses. And
they don't have the pedigree.
It's why I give insane credit to both of the Paytons here in town. And we've mentioned this before. But if you play in the AFC West and your plan is my quarterback play is going to be equal to the level of Patrick Mahomes, you're going to lose that battle because nobody's had that for, 80 years of football pretty much. Outside of one or two other teams could say they have the level of Patrick Mahomes' quarterback play. And what did Sean Payton do? As an offensive-minded head coach, knowing the worst part of his team was the offensive side of the football, he invested his top 3 assets in the offseason in a linebacker, a safety, and a first-round pick corner, which we all said at the beginning of the year, God, you invested a first-round pick on a cornerback who's barely playing. Why would you do that? And then Surtain goes down, and you haven't given up 20 points in 3 straight weeks, even with him out. That's why. And they've built a roster from top to bottom that is better than almost anybody else in the league in spite of poor quarterback play at times.
I think we're in an era where the team is now caught up to the quarterback position. And it could be more important than anything else because the Broncos as a team have proven they're a better team than Buffalo. They're better. But I know people out there are going to say, well, yeah, but Buffalo's got Josh Allen. So what?
Yeah, having Josh Allen gives you the ability, if he has the MVP level game, they're probably going to win. Yeah. But if you have a great defense, as the Houston Texans do, as the Denver Broncos do.
That's it right there. And by the way, Houston isn't winning 4 in a row because Davis Mills is awesome. They're doing it because their defense is diabolical. The Broncos' defense is diabolical. You take a smidge off either defense, and these teams are probably bouncing around 500 in the last 8 weeks.
Hey, Davis Mills is doing one thing,
So
though.
you're saying that the league is catching up to quarterbacks. You're using examples with awesome kick-ass defenses to prove your point, and I'm saying that's more of an aberration than anything else. That's
Indianapolis doesn't have an. Indianapolis is 8-2. They've got a they've also got a quarterback.
But they've also Oh my God, this guy. They've also Victor extenuating factors like Jonathan Taylor is the best running back in the league right now.
Thank you. You're just proving my point.
I am not proving jack.
You're pointing at another position. It doesn't always have to be the quarterback, is what I'm saying. There could be other elements of your team that can be dominant. Look at the top 3 teams in the AFC. New England, second-year quarterback. Indianapolis, a recycled quarterback. Denver, we've talked about that quarterback. Those are not the top 3 quarterbacks in the NFL, let alone the AFC, and yet they lead the conference.
Moshe's right about this part of it. You go back 10 years, the best teams in the NFL were the ones that
all had the name.
Were all quarterbacked by Brady or Rodgers or Manning or Breeze or whatever. They all were that.
Roethlisberger.
Yeah.
That's what they were. Though that era, I think, might be gone. And I think that's good for the league. I think it's good for the league that if you have that position handled, you're automatically, there are other positions on a football team. I think this is great. You should be applauding the point I just made. You should be praising me, Moser.
Don't you tell me what I should and should not be doing.
You should go put your Paul Revere costume on. run around the lobby, and praise what I just made.
Right, listen.
By the way, that video was better than anything Ken Burns has done in like 10 years.
Thanks, buddy.
Nuggets Nation, don't miss your chance to lock in a pick'em plan for the 2025-2026 season, starting at $100, and choose 4 games at Ball Arena, save on fees, and get priority access for the 2026 playoffs. Secure your pick'em plan at nuggets.com/pick'em.
Having said all of that, I still would not want to face one of those quarterbacks. In the
No, of course not.
Because
it's still scary.
Yeah, you know what?
if
Josh
things got
Allen,
hot,
and Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson coming to your barn in game 1 of the postseason. Vic, you're going to be
would scare the hell out of me.
Yeah, you're going to be fetal position in the closet.
100%.
So again, can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
Hey, dudes, it's Moj. You know, low testosterone causes a host of problems. Bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, and more. A lot of guys say, well, you're getting a little bit older. You don't consider there are medical treatments that can give you back your vigor and your vibrancy. If you're feeling like that, maybe it's time for you to treat your low T and change your life. And that's where the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic comes in. They helped me. They're going to help you as well. Schedule an appointment. It costs $99. They're going to draw your blood. Results within 30 minutes. If you want to go take the low T quiz, do that. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. It's 10 simple questions. Yes, no answers takes 2 minutes. Figure out if maybe that's what you're dealing with. Because as you get older, you start to lose that testosterone and you find all the less productivity comes into play. You don't like that. You don't want that. You're going to be there with a Colorado licensed medical provider. The results are going to be right there for you. You're going to find out exactly what's going on. Do yourself a favor. Give them a call today. 5 locations in Colorado, from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday. I just want to put some things in perspective. The Avs won last night. They're now essentially a quarter of the way through the season. They have only lost a single game in regulation. That is something only 4 teams have done before. Or no. three other teams have done before. They became the 4th. The 2020 or 2012, 2013 Blackhawks did it. The 79-80 Flyers did it. And the 1927-1928 Canadiens.
Yeah, when you covered that team, was it very good?
Huh?
Keep going.
There's something else that I need to mention. Nikola Jokic, over the course of this decade, and I understand we're essentially 6 years into it, got some time left. Jokic is leading this decade of the NBA in points scored, in rebounds, in assists, and in steals. If this holds, he's the only player in the history of the league to be the decade-long leader in 4 of the 5 major statistical categories. The last time that somebody had 3 was Kareem back in the 70s.
Wow.
So what you have in this town is your NBA team possesses an all-time great that is currently at the peak of his power. You have a hockey team that has 2 of the all-time greats on it, in which both of those players are currently at the peaks of their powers. It's pretty damn impressive that you get to see this essentially every other night from one of those 3 players. If not all of them on some nights. I don't even know what is sports like without having this every single night.
No other city in the world, let alone the United States, no other city in the world has what we have right now.
No.
Nobody does. Nobody does.
Boston went through those years where the Pats won, the Bees won, the Celtics won, Red Sox won.
But do you have these perennial MVPs?
No, not like this.
On your teams?
No, it's not like this. And I guess maybe my words fall on deaf ears. I hope they don't. Vic, I hope your words don't fall on deaf ears either. Again, I'm going to repeat it. When you watch McKinnon and McCarr play and you watch Joker play, I think all you people out there, even you youngins, Vic, let's give them some perspective, please. At least in this town, and maybe in your lifetime, you're not going to see it again. You're just not going to see it again.
No.
Period.
No.
End of story. Because these
guys, spoiled.
Yeah, these guys are going to go down as some of the best to ever play the game, and maybe in one case, the best to ever play the game. So please, I'm begging you, all you parents out there, teach the children well. Teach your children well, right?
I got to tell you, and normally I wouldn't say this story, but I have to because he's such a nice guy, and he's so different than most people. So this hotel we're in, and I'll describe the hotel momentarily because it's absolutely outrageous.
Is that one of those TVs that you hit a button and it pops out of a thing behind you?
You mean this?
Yeah, what's with the TV?
Hey, what's the point of that stuff?
What's it
doing there?
Where's it going?
There's an island in the middle of this hotel room. This hotel room is beyond exotic. It's gluttonous. It's highbrow. It's aristocratic. It's audacious. This hotel room is like, what am I supposed to do here? Am I supposed to throw a party? I almost feel guilty being in this place. It's almost as if I should call a bunch of people from Wall Street and say, hey, show up over here. I feel like Wall Street. I should be doing something with this. I'm wasting an opportunity.
Vic's on the road with the Nuggets, and he's doing a Coke deal.
What's he doing? Hang on a second. Great Gatsby is what I was thinking.
Yeah, but they didn't have TVs back then, bro.
No. This room is Moj, you don't understand the level of detail in this hotel. Anyway, let me tell the story real quick. So last night, we get in from New Orleans, and I go to the gym, and then there's a little area there with steam rooms and a sauna. So I'm in the steam room. I like to steam a little bit. And Joker's in there. And I don't want to bother him. I never try to bother these guys when they're doing their thing. I just mind my own business, right? So this guy comes in who's a member, just some dude in the hotel, and he doesn't know who Joker is. You can tell he's an older fella who doesn't understand why this man is so large, right? And he starts inquiring about. He's like, "Hey, what do you do?" You know, one of those kind of.
Did you play basketball in high school?
Yeah, one of those things, right? It was an old sweet man.
No, I'm a volleyballer.
He was an older. I mean, he must have been 80 years old. I mean, so I'm just trying to, I'm sitting there going, "Oh God, this is not going to be good."
And old guys like to get their steam on. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah. So this guy, by the way, he got his steam on. I'm like, "All right, put something on, dude. Let's go." I mean, let's just chill out a little bit.
Was he full out there? Or towel wrapped? Or what?
He was like getting a very, very. I mean, I was like, "Come on, let's chill." Anyway,
fast and loose with the rules. I got
you. So we're in the steam, and at this point, I'm like, I gotta get the hell out of this steam room. So he now is asking, and Nicola, you could tell, he just wants to just chill. Don't bother him. And so he's, "So do you play basketball or something?" And Nicola couldn't have been nicer. Yes. But you could tell you didn't want to really engage too far. And this guy wouldn't stop. It got to the point where I had to come in. I'm like, "Hey, so what do you do?" Just sort of get him off the scent a little bit.
Right.
And then the guy's telling me about his whole life story. And then Nicola got up and just left. It was a scene out of Seinfeld.
Did you ask him, did you play basketball too, sir?
No, I mean, listen, you don't want to be a jerk. He was such a nice guy.
I get it.
He was just being a nice. But I don't know about you guys. When you're in that element, don't you just want to be quiet?
Okay, so
typically when I'm naked, I want to be quiet. Yeah,
I have one of those. I got on a Black Friday deal 2 years ago, because I used to get gym memberships because I have a bench and squat rack at my house. But I went to the
big man. Look at this big man.
It's not impressive. A lot of people have it.
Hey, Schwarzenegger.
I say this to say
very important.
I signed up for a gym membership just because of the steam room.
I got a polo pony in the basement. I like to play polo as well on the weekends.
I love a steam room. So I used to get a membership just so I could go and do that after I worked out. And then on this Black Friday deal, I got one at my house. And part of the reason why I bought the portable one to put in my house for like $250 was because every time I went to the steam room, somebody felt like that was, let's strike up a conversation time. I'm like, no.
I don't understand it either.
Sit in silence and don't do anything for 20 minutes time is what this is. Stop talking.
I totally agree. I mean, am I wrong? But it's usually an older feller who thinks this is a barbershop and we're going to get into a quartet mode here.
Yes.
I don't care. And I'm not trying to be a jerk. And these dudes, man, they're just trying to rehab and recover.
Dude, you know what would have been really funny if he said, "So do you play basketball?" And Joker goes, "No, I race horses." And he would be so awesome. Confused. He'd be like a jockey?
What I felt like saying, though, and what I'm thinking is this, again, this sweet old gentleman. And who knows what he does for a living? I mean, to stay at this hotel. Anyway, what I felt like saying is,
shut up.
Sir. Sir, not only does he play basketball, you speak of a sport in which he plays. He is currently, you're sitting next to a man who is at the top of his game, who does something better right now than you do or anybody else does in the world.
Have you ever thought about that?
You are seated next to a guy right now. You are breathing this steam next to a man who is the best at his craft right now. If I had gone through that whole detail, what do you think he would have said?
I wonder how many times that's happened to me. Like if I was in traffic somewhere and at the car next to me features some guy who's like the CEO of a Fortune 500 company or something like that, and I had no idea or something. I'll tell you the kind of an example of that. I think I just said this recently. Is when my brother and dad were in town. I took him out to play some golf, and we walked in the clubhouse, and McGahee was in there with Michelle Goulet, and I said, "Dad, Nolan, this is Michelle." And they shook his hand. We started walking to the car, and I go, that guy is like the 15th all-time leading goal scorer in the history of the NHL. And you guys had no idea, did you? And they're like, no
idea.
I just knew because his hand crushed mine that he was important.
Did you realize you were shaking hands with a Hall of Famer who's honestly one of the best players of all time in the history of the game?
That's what's crazy about it is my favorite run-ins are these folks who, I love them to death, who don't know that this man, not only does he play basketball, he plays basketball. He's not playing for Houston till it's in college. This man is the single best basketball player you will ever see right now.
I'm a freak of nature. And
do you remember guys like, I don't know, Allen Iverson and them? He's better than they ever were. It's just crazy. Go ahead, Moser.
Oh, hey, Vitalant and the Avalanche are fighting cancer in November. By the way, a lot of people are signing up. I love this. Give blood. During the month of November, schedule a blood donation at any Vitalant donation center or blood drive using the Colorado Avalanche virtual blood drive link. And everyone who donates is entered to win an autographed Colorado Avalanche jersey. Go to vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer for more info and schedule your blood donation today.
It's Bud Light Football Friday. A whole bunch more to get to. The Avs, the big win yesterday against a tough opponent. Break more of that down next.
It is chilly and sleety and rainy here. So what does that mean for the mountains? You know what it means. The snow is flying. And if you've been thinking about a mountain property, a second home, maybe a dream home, maybe a rental, whatever it may be, you're going to need a total pro, and I've got her. Her name is Anastasia Bell. Now listen, write down this telephone number or put it in your phone, 970-968-7646. She's there right now. You can call or text her, 970-968-7646. She is a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates Real Estate in Breckenridge. Her market expertise and experience is what separates her from the rest of the pack. It's impressive, and that matters when you're dealing with this kind of sale or purchase in Summit County or anywhere in the mountains for that matter. You need to know that you can trust that person and the deal is going to be done right, and she's going to do it. Again, that number is 970-968-7646. It's personalized guidance. It's exceptional service. When you're thinking about a mountain property, please do yourself a favor and remember that name, Anastasia Bell.
Keep an eye on Shesterkin. He's going to be heading to the bench any moment. Banter into the Avalanche zone. Trying to give it across. Avs make the steal. Fired by McCarr, and he scores! Kale McCarr! His second goal of the night, an empty net goal, and that will do it. The Avs take a 5-3 lead over the New York Rangers. Shesterkin had just made his way through the top of the circle, and McCarr saw it and fired.
With that win, the Avs lead the way in the NHL. They're the only team with at least 30 points on the season so far, and they have 33 of them. The Avs have one regulation loss on the year. The next closest team is Vegas at 4. The Avs have a plus 34 goal differential. The next closest team is Carolina at plus 15. The Avs are the best team in the league, and they do everything at a pretty high level, if not elite level. And they possess some of the best players on the planet who are also playing at the highest levels they've played at in their careers. Here's some other stats for you. Just Avs by the numbers, if you will. Tell me if this reminds you of something, Moj.
All right.
This from Brendan McNicholas yesterday on Twitter. The 7-game win streak tied for second longest in the NHL this season, and the Avs' longest since March 4th through the 24th of 2024. Well, how about these? 9-0-2 in their last 11 is the longest point streak since March 25th through April 16th of 2022. What happened that year?
They won the cup.
They're 8-0-2 at home, tying the longest home point streak to start a season. They were also 8-0-2 in 1995 in the 1996 season. What happened that year?
They won the cup.
They won the cup.
Yeah.
You know, aren't you like me then? Don't you just want to get to the playoffs?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's start from Vic. You know what? I'm with Vic Lombardi. I think he's very wise. We know where we're going. We know how to. We know where this is headed. All right, let's just get there. Okay.
I sort of feel
Be
that way
gone
both
with me
for the
regular
Nuggets and the
season.
Avs.
I agree.
What'd you say, Vic?
I
Sorry?
really do. I feel that way for both teams. I'm like,
And the Broncos. Let's just get there.
Let's sort of
Damn
fast
it.
forward.
Let's go.
Yeah. Moj, by the way, I watched the entire video of your open. It was brilliant. A great job. Great job with the horse thing.
Academy Award thing.
Last night he did an open with the blue shirts, the Rangers coming. However, if you're playing the role, there's fundamentally something wrong with it. If you're playing the role of Paul Revere, he was about the British are coming, the red shirts. You said the blue shirts are coming.
Well, damn it. I thought I explained myself. I was watching the Ken Burns documentary as well because I'm part of Sons of the American Revolution. My grandfathers fought in the Revolutionary War. Great-great-great-grandfathers. So I'm into that kind of thing. And I happened to watch the episode.
Wrong side there.
I happened to watch the episode where the night before I came up with this damn idea. I must have slept on it. Mm-hmm. Where Paul Revere and Dawes and was it Prescott as well? Hold on a second. And you know, to arms, the one if by land, two if by sea. The redcoats are on their way, that kind of thing. And basically, he would say, the redcoats are coming, the British are coming, the redcoats are coming. Well, I thought, the blue shirts, that's the nickname of the New York Rangers. The blue shirts are coming, and so we put together. I actually presented it to Lee Blair.
Oh, this was a presentation.
Well, no, I gave it. I said I thought of this thing.
It's like Shark Tank.
We both go. That's dumb. Okay. I said, okay, we'll think of something else. I go home and take a nap, and when I wake up, there's been a email thread with the whole show, and the costume's already purchased. So I went to sleep thinking it was a dumb idea, and I woke up winning the Academy Award for playing Moser Revere.
When you purchase that costume to do in the open, do you guys key card it?
I think Lee's going to try to return it, actually. It's got Moj stank on it now, so I don't know if he can.
Yeah.
Got a little sweaty in that thing.
Here's the other thing. And Moj, I did really enjoy the video.
Thanks.
Like I said, better than anything Ken Burns has done in 15 years.
It was brilliantly executed. I just thought it was flawed in that logic, but it's okay. It's really well done.
Yeah, Riker had he's like, what do you mean the blue shirts are coming? So then I have to explain to him the same kind of thing about the revolution. Nobody.
It's okay.
All right.
I
care
am
less.
mildly concerned about the Brindley injury, mostly just because he was playing so damn well, and he looked like he was such a good fit and such a good replacement for Val.
I mean, did you see his first shift of the game? Did you see him dart in and to get to the forehand to get that shot off? I'm like, the kid's feeling good. He's feeling himself. He took up. I mean, that Robertson defenseman, he's a big dude, and he steamrolled him in the end glass. And again, I don't know what this means, but the fact that he came out and took a twirl before the second period to try to give it a go, maybe it's not as bad as we fear. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but he was playing with a lot of confidence, and he was playing great hockey, man.
So hopefully he's not out for too long. And they're kind of going like the third string, if you will, for Val's replacement now, as he's also week to week. Now, we don't know the status of what Brindley is, but this team just seems to do everything at a high level. And again, it's just, I really dove in the numbers because I'm like, I just want to make sure everything matches up with what the eye test is telling me, that the Avs are just incredibly good. And we gave you like some individual statistics and stuff like that. Here's a couple that I think will blow you away.
You know, you know what I love, though, when you're reading through these stats, you're reading Brendan McNicholas's stuff, and you're reading through the stats and all that, you've got a little bit of a hockey twinkle in your eye.
Well, listen.
It makes me feel good.
The Avs are scoring 4.2 goals per game this year. The second-place team is the Carolina Hurricanes at 3.6. Over half a goal more per game than the second-place team in the league. So you're like, all right, well, that's pretty cool. What about the goaltending aspect of it? What about the defensive part of it? They're also number one in goals against at 2.4, with the second-place team is Pittsburgh at 2.47. Literally can't get better than what they're doing right now, with the exception of one category, and we all know what it is, which is power play, and I do think that eventually the dam will break.
Am I concerned? I don't know. They had the one game against the Devils where they were 4 of 8 on the power play, or 4 of 6, whatever. They had 4 power play goals. Awesome. I keep saying on the broadcast, and I keep thinking in my own silly brain, Vic, man, there's too much talent for it not to break open sometime, right?
But then the Rangers, like their most prime scoring opportunities, come off of shorthanded 2-on-1s and breakaways because you turned the puck over.
God, it killed me. Not only that, but Vic, the Avs all season long. Ready for this? This is where when you still win 6-3 with a couple empty netters.
Yeah.
This is where you know you're a good team. What was my key yesterday? Do you guys recall what my key was?
Stay out of the box.
Yes, stay out of the box. Take less penalties than the Rangers because you're 8-0-3 when you do that. Well, the Avs had given up 3 power play goals to the opposition all year long on the home ice. 3. And the Rangers scored 2 last night. You're 1 for 6, so you're taking more penalties. So this and the Rangers are playing tough, man. They're playing hard. They're forechecking like mothers. They're back-checking like crazy. They're challenging, and they're aggressive, and they're flashing all over the place. No space. Their support last night from their forwards to their defensemen, I thought at times it was exceptional.
Yeah.
And you still broke them down, man. You still broke them down and won the game. So it just shows you that even when things that you're awesome at aren't going well, you still win.
Gabe Landeskog, by the way, is looking, I think, better every game he's out there.
He was flying last night.
He was really good last
night.
He's
getting looser, right?
Yeah, but
he's getting more confident.
I think you could look. There was a whole bunch of good plays for the Avs last night. One of the biggest ones, though, is he's able to draw the penalty with 4 minutes left in the game. You're up 1. You get now a power play, kill half the clock left, and then by the time that's done, it's empty netter time where you can find one pretty easy. I mean, it's a huge play in that game. And Gabe looks, like fresher is the wrong word. I think more in rhythm, I guess is what I'd say. Now that he's been out there over and over and over again, he's kind of getting back into the flow of what it feels like to play every single night.
You know, and I'll tell you this one thing about the National Hockey League, and this probably sounds repetitious, but it's my opinion, Vic, that this league continually gets faster every year. I don't know how that's possible. But to the eyeballs, it just looks like it's getting faster and faster and faster. And so when you're out for 3 years, I think Jonathan Taves is probably experiencing a little bit of this too with the Winnipeg Jets. When you're out for 3 years, it's going to take a while for the brain to fire with the legs to get everything back to the speed of what the game truly is.
Just so you guys know, I'm going to be out for 3 years soon. Okay?
You know what's funny about that?
Yeah,
we like to compare generations and eras.
Go ahead, Vic. Go ahead.
We like to compare generations and eras in different sports. And I find it impossible because the game changes and the athletes change. I was looking up some NBA stuff from the 80s and 90s, and I noticed something. I noticed something that's changed dramatically. Hell, it's changed over the last 5 years. Do you know what happens today in not every NBA game, but most NBA games that never happened back in the day? And I mean never, unless it was dire. Do you know what teams are doing now? They're starting to cover full court. Portland is a specialty at doing this. It's happened against the Nuggets several times. It happened late in the game the other night. Teams are guarding full court. They're taking their pesky little guards, and as soon as the ball's inbounded, they're going 94 feet with defense. Where if you go back and look at tape, go back and look at the old videos. Nobody did that.
Mm-mm.
The game was too exhausting. You're not gonna let them cross half court. I'm chilling. I'll wait for you. You come to me. Now, the game has changed to the point where the NBA, so it's a 24-second shot clock. When you watch a Nuggets game tonight, watch. They will guard Jamal Murray as soon as he touches the ball in the inbound, and they'll try to exhaust 10 seconds off the clock before they can get into their offense. So it leaves you with 14 seconds.
Yeah.
It's changed the game entirely. And I think it's a big reason why a lot of these early season injuries are happening, because guys are going full court now. It's not a half-court game anymore.
It could be. By the way, Mose, you say this all the time. Goalies in hockey, that they're weird ducks. They're odd ducks. They have some quirks to them upstairs.
Some do. Some
Scott Wedgwood.
Wedgwood and Blackwood are pretty
perfectly reasonable people.
Yeah.
What you think of Devin Cooley of the Flames?
Are you going to play what I think you're going to play, Vic? This is a
so
man
what's this question?
Heart.
What's this question again, Nelly? What does he ask?
They're just asking him. Wow, easy for me to say. They were asking him in the locker room, how do you keep a level head? You know, when the pressure's starting to build, you're facing a lot of shots. How do you stay cool?
You really have to ground yourself. So I just I think I've said this before, but I just go nothing matters, nobody cares, we're all gonna die, and I just say that over and over and over again, so that way I don't get too excited, because as soon as I start getting too excited, I'm like, oh, this could be it, this could be the win, we're playing really well. I'll start doing stupid stuff, and then I'll give up dumb goals because I'm being stupid. And so if I just keep repeating those words over and over again, it just grounds me, and I can just really just stay in the moment and not get too excited.
You ever tried that one over a 4-footer to win a hole, Vic?
Say none of this matters. I'm going to die.
Nothing matters.
Nothing matters. I'm just going to die.
Yeah.
And then you make the 4-footer.
That might not be a bad way to think about it.
Yeah.
We're nothing. We're just dead. We're dust. We're absolutely nothing.
Can I put this in the middle of the fairway? I mean, I'm going to die anyway. It doesn't matter.
I mean, it's a hell of a perspective. It's the Kyle Shanahan perspective. Do I think about the game? We all could be dead by Friday. I mean, I don't know.
No, is Jimmy G still your starter?
Yeah.
I don't know. We could be dead tomorrow.
Yeah,
it's
dead tomorrow. That's what it was. Yeah. I don't know. We could be dead tomorrow. Kyle.
Yeah, but to what end, right? Hey, can you please get these papers to me by Friday? Why? Can be dead. I mean, when do you just? When is a deadline if that's the case?
Broadcasting in the back of Shanker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Back after this.
No, we're not going anywhere.
All right, it's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly.
Hey, Vic, since this whole thing is unhinged and Brett's going to take control momentarily, I want to let everybody in on a little secret about you.
About me?
You want to tell everybody what's going on?
Secret about
nothing matters.
Brett.
Nobody cares. Oh. Yes, Baby Boval is coming soon.
So this is
Monday.
This is it. Brett's gone for, I think, until middle of 2026. Is that correct?
That's my
Wait, this
tentative
isn't a
plan.
secret. We've already talked
I know.
about
Yeah, but does any? No, we haven't talked that this is his last day for the year.
Oh, is it for sure now? I mean,
Oh,
because
yeah,
On
he-
Monday.
he-
It's happening on Monday.
Haven't you noticed
Unless
always-
it happens over the weekend. It's
Dude, he's
happening
been
on Monday.
checked out all week long. He's been
Me?
incredibly irresponsible, shirking his duties because up here he's already gone.
I have other duties to attend to.
So, walk me through it because it's been a little while since I've produced.
All right, so here's what happens.
Nothing matters.
So you
no
light
one
a couple
cares. We're all going
candles.
to die.
The stork
been
comes.
Okay,
So I gotta
no,
wait on-
but I
on
just
Monday
want to
for
know.
that.
It's been 20 years. It's been 2 decades since I've been in your shoes. All right?
Mhm.
Been there 3 times.
Yeah.
So what is your role here for the next few weeks, few days? What are you doing?
Well, my wife has to have a procedure, which means she can't lift anything above 10 pounds. And we currently have a 3.5-year-old. My role is going to be that, mostly.
Lifting.
Lifting. Yes, lifting things. Including my wife in and out of the bed.
You know, because I got a squat rack and a bench press at home anyway.
Is that why you got that squat rack and bench press?
Hold on a second. Time out. Moser, who has told me 5 times a day for the last 2 weeks that I went to the gym in the morning, got buff. All I said was, I have a squat rack and bench in my basement. That's all I said. You're going to lecture me now on
Mose, you're the
on
guy.
that. You have taken your shirt off in front of Nelly 3 times fishing for compliments from people.
Mose, not a day goes
kind of a
by
big
where I
deal.
don't hear you say, I went to the gym this morning.
I've had a numb foot
And my
all
retort
week.
is always
kind of weird.
My retort is always, you work out?
All right. Now, can I get to something else?
Please.
Which is, I have something that I consider must-watch television this weekend, despite the Broncos not playing.
Mm-hmm.
Shedeur Sanders' start is must-watch television for me.
I agree with you.
Must-watch.
Yeah.
The giant mythic mystery of what's going on in Cleveland and why hasn't he been given a shot and all that different stuff. Do you know who he's playing this weekend?
The Raiders.
Arguably the worst team in the league. If he doesn't have some success against the Raiders, then Kevin Stefanski will be justified in what's taken place all year. But imagine if Shedeur kills it. Then what do? Then Kevin Stefanski's the biggest idiot in the league, right? At least for the week.
Is it Kevin Stefanski then up against it? Because if he calls a great game and Shedeur shines, he's going to look like an idiot.
He won't get any credit. None for it. And it's almost like he's kind of in that John Elway, Tim Tebow place. You want to replace Tebow, you better be right sort of thing, where it's, if they have success, it makes Stefanski look bad. If they do poorly, it justifies Stefanski's position on Shedeur, but also he's losing games again as a head coach against bad football teams, which also doesn't make him look good.
Yeah, it's
he's
a no-win
kind of in a
situation.
no-win spot now.
Yeah.
And to be fair, it's kind of how he's handled it has been the reason why. He's put himself in this position.
I don't know if it's him. I think it's more organizational.
Very well
I think
could
it's
be.
organizational.
But who gets...
I do.
What? If it's the owner's fault, who's going to take the punishment for it? It ain't the owner. He ain't going anywhere.
Well, ultimately, the coach will pay the price.
What do you think he wants, honestly? Do you think if I gave him the option, you can go out there this weekend, and let's say you win, no matter what, they win the game, but Stefanski gets Shedeur Sanders throwing 5 touchdowns, they win 40-10. Or they win the game 7-3, but Shedeur throws 3 picks and no touchdowns. What do you think he prefers, honestly?
It's Isn't that a crazy question to ask, though?
Yeah, yes.
I think it's a ridiculous question that there's actually two sides of the coin.
So you want him to win it like a Bronco Raider game?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Do you think there's part of him that wants that so he doesn't have to field the questions of, what took you so long, idiot? Because that's going to be what they're going to say after the game if Shedeur plays well.
Yeah, I think he's going to get that no matter what.
No, you're probably right. Like, again, I think he's in an impossible spot this weekend. Success or failure, he's not going to look good.
Well, he can always say this. Look, we coached the kid up. He got to practice with the ones all week long. You know, he's done a good job there, and he played well. Dylan Gabriel did the same thing. I don't know. I don't know where he goes with this. I don't know.
You know what, though? There are a lot of quarterbacks that had to wait their turn. There are a lot of quarterbacks who had to sit for a while, who didn't get access to.
I mean, Patrick Mahomes sat.
Tom Brady sat.
Okay.
Joe Montana sat behind Steve DeBerg.
Tom Brady sat. You're right. Aaron Rodgers sat. Yeah, he did. Mahomes sat. The quarterbacks ahead of them were good.
Yeah, they
Dylan Gabriel sucks.
Gabriel. Yeah.
Wow, that's harsh.
What?
I see where you're coming from.
You know,
am I wrong?
It's so weird. I said after his first game, Dylan Gabriel, this guy's not an NFL quarterback. And I had some Browns fans on the text line. You know how I talked about Will Anderson living in Josh Allen's jock? These guys were in my jock, setting up camp, starting a bonfire.
Well, I'm glad it worked out for him.
Well, I'm like, well, dude, am I not seeing what I'm seeing? You tell me what I'm not seeing.
Again, the most bizarre part, you guys remember a couple weeks ago when I pulled up a video, there was a Browns fan that went to their team store, and half the store was Shedeur stuff. When he wasn't even at that time the backup quarterback, he was the third-string quarterback. And all of it was just like, what in the world is happening here? But Shedeur, and if I tell you I'm kind of optimistic of what I think he's going to do, and here's why. I don't think he's going to play a perfect game. Max Crosby might sack him 4 times, right? He might. Has Shedeur been this, though, for as long as we've known him? And we have no evidence in the NFL outside of, the couple of drives that he had last week. When he's needed to rise to an occasion, has he not? Like, in college, it happened constantly. When he needed to make a play for the Buffs, he seemed to make the play.
He did.
Sure.
When he showed up, you remember, that first preseason game that they had, where all eyes were on him. It set like a record for preseason viewing. He played great in that first game in front of the world.
Here's what I'm going to see. Here's what I'm going to look for out of Shedeur Sanders this weekend. Get rid of the ball. Don't hold on to the ball.
Yeah,
don't turn your body. Don't turn your back to the defense. Don't do those things.
Yes.
Because if you do those things, then the coach will have every reason to say, "See, get rid of the ball, even if it means an incompletion. Throw it away."
I want to quote: "Is Jerry Glanville still alive?" God, I hate to even ask
question.
I hate to even ask that question. I think he is. I don't want to.
Oh, like kill another guy?
I don't want to Tommy
alive?
Tuberville him.
Well,
Yeah,
you do it on a daily basis.
He is still alive. He's 84 years old.
Okay, great line. Brett, let me quote the great Jerry Glanville. This is not college football. This is the NFL, which means not for long. If you hang on to the football the way Shedeur hangs on to the football, he must get rid of the rock. He's got to get that pig out of his hand. And listen, if they're coverage sacks or whatever, okay, fine. But he's got a habit and a history of just parking himself back there, hanging on and letting his body do the work to wiggle himself out of situations. I don't care. Even the worst teams in the league have guys that can get to the quarterback and bust you up. He better not do it.
Just to make a comparison, the polar opposite of Shedeur Sanders is who? As far as what you're talking about, Moj?
Bo Nix. Yeah.
Bo is almost so far to the opposite side that it's like he isn't waiting long enough for things to develop. Even on the throw, you know what's funny? If you go back and you look at the throw that he made, that clutch throw to Cortland Sutton, 3rd and 15 late in that game that moved the chains, set them up for the game winner. He ran out of a perfectly clean pocket and into trouble by scrambling out to his right. Even on that play he did. He had a clean pocket in front of him. McGlinchey had his guy handled. All he had to do was step up, and instead he ran outside. That let the DN just like, okay, then I don't have to go this way. I'll run with him and create pressure. He almost does it too much, where I think if you ask Sean Payton, he would much rather have the Bo Nix approach than the Shedeur approach. But, God, if you could find a happy medium in between that of what both of the – because what Shedeur does is I'm not giving up on a play until somebody throws their fist in my face. You know what I mean?
Who in your mind is the best quarterback in the pocket today? It's not Patrick Mahomes.
Stafford.
In the pocket.
Matt Stafford is superb in the pocket. Vic, he really is superb. The old man can't hardly run anymore. His back is about to do what, Brett? It's about to
snap into a million pieces.
Maybe, might explode.
I think Justin Herbert's pretty damn good in the pocket.
He's also really good in the pocket. Yeah, he's number 2, I would say. But dude, the old guy Stafford is so patient. He's so smart, and he doesn't waste movement. And then he fires that pig, and it's really impressive. The dimes he's throwing at 37 years of age. Brett, you saw him in his heyday.
Yeah,
and he was an unbelievable thrower of the football. He's that guy right this second. He looks that good. It's crazy.
Well, he's playing the best football of his career somehow, 37 years old. But I find that must watch. Also, do you think everybody in the AFC, even if you are a team in the AFC South, is rooting for the Colts this weekend? The Colts are an 8-2 football.
I'm not sure the Jags are.
They're an 8-2 football team.
Yeah.
If they win, they improve to 9-2. But they can pretty much stick a fork in the Chiefs if they win this weekend.
So, yeah, if you're a Bronco fan, the conflict then becomes, do you want to see the Chiefs get out of it now, or do you want to see your team, the Broncos, get the top seed in the playoffs? Because you want Indy to lose.
Indy owns the tiebreaker
by virtue of head-to-head.
Yep.
So what do you want?
I want the Chiefs.
I want the Chiefs gone. I want the Chiefs gone.
I want the Colts to win by 50 points.
I want the Chiefs. I want the Chiefs gone.
Yeah.
I want them out of my face.
Yep.
It's harder than being in my face.
I think that Colts game was a little bit odd. It was the only clunker of a game that you've had all season. I think if you face the Colts again, you aren't giving up 470 yards to them again. They'll have success because they're a good offense, but it won't be like that.
Well, hold on. Chiefs fans, we have Chiefs fans who listen to this program. Before you start the the Chiefs are still in your head, yeah, they are. They are in our head. They're in my head, and they're going to be in my head until the witch is dead. I don't know what else to say.
Well, let's see here.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
Do you want the Colts to win, which would put them at the 1 seed in the AFC over you, just to get the Chiefs out? Yes or no? Because the first 2 things that we've gotten is never root for the Chiefs, get them out. The next one says Colts loss all day. So I want to see where people are at. I want the Chiefs out. I want them 5-6, and the only way they make the playoffs now is if they win out, essentially. That's what they'd have to do.
I also want to play a quick soundbite. This is an exercise. I think you know the answer to this, Brett. Moser does not. I want you to hear something. This is an NFL player, a current NFL player, who was asked by somebody, I don't know who this somebody is, who do you expect to win the Super Bowl? And listen to what this player says and see if you can guess who this is.
If you had to go all in right now, your life savings on one person, who would it be?
On one team?
Yeah.
Bro, the Broncos are good.
Broncos?
Yeah, they just find a way to win games, bro. It's hard to...
The Texans almost
I hate
beat them,
saying
bro.
it. I want to say the Giants are going to win it, but the Broncos are really good, bro. They beat us.
Yeah.
Who is that, Moj?
Somebody in the New York Giants, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Bro. He said bro 3 times. He's a bro guy.
Oh, is it?
He's a bro.
Is that Jackson Dart?
No.
Who is it?
Scatterbo.
Cam Scatterbo.
Oh, Cam Scatterbo. All right.
Cam Scatterbo thinks the Broncos are the best team in the league.
Well, they might be. Dude, they might. See, that's the thing. They might be, but I can't get there yet. But they might be.
And that's a team that the Giants had that game wrapped up, and they blew it.
I got to be honest with you. I'm starting to not like Cam Scattaboo. Because he is striking me.
Too much?
As all of these streamer bros that I can't stand, I feel like he's one of them who just wears shoulder pads on Sundays.
Too much? Too soon?
It's like, I don't know what these guys' names are. I see them all the time. They pop up their videos, and they're just screaming into a microphone, and I'm just, ugh. And he strikes me as, I just watched a video. He has a game-worn cleat, and he poured an energy drink into the cleat and drank it out of there on a stream, and I'm like, all right.
Well, you're featured on Twitch right now. You're a streamer, bro.
This isn't a stream. It's not a stream like they do a stream.
Well, streaming right now, live on Twitch. You're a streamer.
No.
You are a streamer, bro.
If I was one of those, I would be in a bikini in a hot tub right now doing this show, Vic. Don't you understand the difference?
What, you'd be in a bikini?
Yeah.
What? Oh.
You know exactly why.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Brett, I'd watch a stream of those little piggies of you in a hot tub. Just wiggle those things on camera for me.
Weird as hell.
So the streamer, help me out. This all emanated with their streams of people playing video games, and so you're watching them play the video game.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
And they're talking while they're playing the video game.
They're basically doing an entertainment show while they're playing a video game. Yeah.
The dumb life. Are they making bread?
A lot.
Yeah. Damn, I need to learn how to do that, man. I need to learn how. Hey, one last thing. Speaking of your bikini shot.
What if I streamed, if I did a live stream of doing household chores?
Oh, that's a great idea.
Go for it, Vic. By the way, what chore do you do?
You know what I did during COVID? Yeah,
give me your top 3 chores on the Vic Lombardi honeydew list.
During COVID,
I put the trash in the trash can.
Good job. I set up the camera, just let it go, and I would turn on my iRobot vacuum, and you could just watch the vacuum go around my house, vacuuming. And people watch that. They check in on Colonel Steve Austin.
I swept the leaves out of the garage the other day. That's stream worthy, dude. People would want that.
You also loaded the car wash dishwasher. I remember you telling us about that.
Yeah, I didn't do a good job of that. They had to reorganize it.
I learned this a long time ago. I swear to God, my wife pulled this on me. I was gone for a while, and I said it was like the fall when the leaves first fell, and we had a huge side yard at our house in Omaha. It was massive, and it was full of leaves. I go, honey, can you just go out there? I'm going to be back in a couple days. Can you just give it like a once over on the mower? She did.
That's not good.
Such an ungodly, terrible job. She quit halfway through. She said, I can't do it. And I go, this is the easiest thing in the world.
See.
And I swear she did that on purpose, so I never asked her to do it again.
We have boundaries. If I told the queen, hey, mow the lawn, she'd be like, shut up. It ain't happening.
I asked her, I go, if I were to die today, what would you do with the lawn? She goes, I'd hire people. That's what she said. She's like, I'm not touching the mower again.
No, she just blowtorch it.
Yeah.
Anyway. It ain't happening.
303-504-0925. We got a nice little surprise next.
You know, the new Ford Broncos Sport is very popular. In fact, somebody on this very station drives one. Right now at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield, you can get one of those Ford Broncos Sports. $5,000 off. or you can lease one for $299 a month. How about this? Looking for a F-150 pickup? 0% financing for 60 months on all new F-150s. It's a best-selling truck on the planet. Do yourself a favor. Get to Highway 36 and Wadsworth in Broomfield. Choose from 5 brands, 3 huge lots, over 1,000 vehicles in captivity. You're going to love Silterhar Motors. Shop online at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
Hey, it's a bye week.
Nothing from
It's
nothing
about to be my
leaves
bye
nothing.
week. It's Bud Light Football Friday.
Yeah.
Hold on.
It's about to be your bye-bye week. Your bye.
So
bye,
I thought,
bye.
I thought it'd be a good opportunity to play the feud.
Oh my God! You
I
don't.
didn't agree
By the
to
way, you
this.
don't have a bye week. You've got like a bye month.
Yep. Who would like to start on the feud?
But first of all, you did not get my permission because I don't like to be belittled. I don't like to be made fun of. I don't like any part of this show. Having said that, I'll go first. Moser, step aside.
We haven't played the feud in a while. I'm gonna go have a
on now, get.
Well, I'm gonna get a.
Go
I'm
now.
gonna get a roll.
Go on now, get. Remember, it's a 30-second game, so make it quick.
I'm
All
gonna
right.
try using ChatGPT for this one.
Not going to be quick enough, Vic. I will hold you to that timer. 30 seconds on the clock, please, Nelly. And here we go. Tell me a word that rhymes with election.
Selection.
If you enter a bathroom, what color do you really hope not to see in the toilet bowl?
Brown.
What's something you keep in your car just in case?
Flashlight.
If there was a store that sold only sold husbands, most people would try to buy one with a what?
Huh?
If there was a store that only sold husbands, most people would try to buy one with a what?
Donkey?
Name something you'd do if the person sitting next to you on the airplane had BO.
Call the cops.
Okay, all right.
Those are some dumb questions. What the hell? That second to last question made no sense. I mean, that's the kind of question you wouldn't even put that on the SAT. That's stupid. Who the hell come up with that crap?
Oh, goodness.
What is that?
I think it's a fantastic question that needs to
How
be
do we
answered.
do?
Well, okay.
What, Moj, when you're done with this, you're going to say, what was that?
Do we have
That's
a
what
shot?
You're gonna
Do we have a
'cause I know
shot?
I did.
You got a shot.
All
you
right.
got a shot. All right, 25 seconds on the clock. Here we go. Tell me a word that rhymes with election.
Selection.
Another answer.
Electrician. God dang it, I don't know.
When you enter a bathroom, what color do you really hope not to see in a toilet bowl?
Brown.
Another answer.
Green.
What's something you keep in your car just in case?
Flare.
If there was a store that only sold husbands, most people would try to buy one with a what?
Return policy.
Name something you do if the person sitting next to you on an airplane had BO.
Squirt him with cologne, Axe body spray.
Okay, all right.
Again, what'd you think about that second to
Yeah,
last
I don't know. What rhymes with election? Selection. Erection.
Yeah, that one.
That was the number 2 answer.
That could have been one.
Dang it.
Yes.
I don't think like you.
What did you say? Electrician? Is that what you said? Yeah.
He came up with like...
All right, so hang on a second. Let me tally all this up here. Okay.
God, I'm usually pretty good at this, man. I'm disappointed in myself.
So
See, it's whoever goes second.
Tell me
that sounds like the fool.
Tell me a word that rhymes with election. Vic, you said selection.
That's right.
Nelly?
One answer.
Let me get my sounds. I'm sleeping at the wheel here.
Selection.
It's got to be number 1 answer.
Ding.
It is. Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Ding. It's the number 1 answer. 32 on that. Moser, you said electrician.
I was pressed for time.
Yeah.
My bad.
That was incorrect. It does not rhyme.
Multiply.
Yeah. When you enter a bathroom, what color do you really hope not to see in the toilet bowl? Vic, you said brown. Yeah, number 1 answer. 33 on that one. Good job, Vic. Moser, you said green. I mean, it is on there. It's 10.
Puke or
You got
something?
10.
Yeah. All right, good.
Name
So
something.
we're rolling right now.
Name something you keep in your car just in case. Vic, you said a flashlight. What? That's actually a good answer. That's a good answer.
Whoa. Who's voting on this here? Whoa.
I was going to say a pistol.
100 random people. Mose, you said a flare. 2. You got 2.
You mean to tell me people are more apt to keep a flare over a flashlight? Are you guys a bunch of whack jobs out there voting on this?
What's the number one? What are the answers?
There is money,
Oh, come
food and
on.
water, a first aid kit, a spare tire.
Well, that comes standard with the damn car.
Jumper cables.
A map. Who the hell has a map anymore? What a
no, man.
No, man. No. No.
Nope.
No.
I'm boycotting.
Screw the Fued.
If there was a store that only sold husbands, most people would try to buy one with a what? Vic, you said a donkey.
What did he say?
Maybe in 1732 would have been a great answer. A donkey.
Come get a husband and a free donkey. Hear ye. Husband donkey sale this Sunday.
Moser, you said a return policy. No, I think that's on there. That's I'm going to go warranty and guarantee.
Warranty. Yeah, that's what it is.
That's 14. Yeah, that'll work.
All right, what's number 1?
Job.
Oh, geez, Louise.
A personality, a humor. Heart, character, a bank account, a body, a butt.
That's lame. That's lame.
Name something you do if the person sitting next to you on the airplane had BO. Vic, you said call the cops.
What an idiot.
And Moj, you said douse them with cologne. That is the right. Yeah, spray perfume was 6. You guys aren't even close.
What's number 1? Change seats?
Yeah, change seats.
Well, you can't change. Dude, the planes are so packed nowadays, you can't move seats.
Well, wear a mask was the number 2 answer.
Calling the cops is not a bad option. It's not.
All right, Vic.
I mean, if you've got hey, Moj, if you have a flight to Italy, would you not consider calling the cops?
Yeah, I would. Yeah. At least get an air marshal back there.
We need to do this quick. So headphones off, walk away for like 30 seconds. Okay, walk away. I will signal you back over.
All right, Nelly, turn the feed off to him. Can you do that? Yeah, do that.
All right, 25 seconds on the clock, Moj. Here we go. Name a place where if her husband took her for their anniversary, she would be mad.
Hardware store.
Name something a woman with a crush on Santa might leave out instead of cookies.
Viagra? I don't know.
Name something a squirrel might get in a fight with if it tried to take its nuts.
Bird.
Name something people do to their armpits.
They shave them. Chicks do.
Name something that starts with the word chow.
Chowder.
Okay, Moj. Not terrible. Not terrible at all. Said that for that. Okay, I think we got all this covered.
All right.
Vic, turn his feedback back on.
Dill?
Vic! Yeah, we're ready. All right, Vic. It's all up to you. 30 seconds on the clock, please, Nelly. And here we go. Name a place where if her husband took her there for the anniversary, a wife would get mad.
The game.
Name something a woman with a crush on Santa might leave out instead of cookies.
A scarf.
Name something a squirrel might get in a fight with if it tried to take its nuts.
A python.
Name something people do to their armpits.
Pythons don't eat nuts.
Name something people do to their armpits.
Shave them.
Another answer.
Spray them.
Name something that starts with the word chow.
Ciao. The Italian word. Ciao.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you guys are screwed.
One of us needs Wingy, and it's me.
Name a place where if her husband took her there for the anniversary, the wife would get mad. Moser said the hardware store.
I don't know.
Let's go to Lowe's.
I wasn't probably true, but
a big day at Ace today.
Have you seen the prices on these weed whackers?
On screws and fasteners?
Vic said the game. Yeah, 12.
Yes. What's number 1?
Number 1 is a tacky restaurant or a strip joint.
Oh, strip club, yeah.
Yeah.
Name something a woman with a crush on Santa might leave out instead of cookies. Moser said Viagra.
I couldn't think of anything else. I'm sorry. I couldn't
You're terrible, dude. You're 0 for 2.
Vic, you said a scarf. Yeah.
What dumb question?
Candy,
See, these questions are dumb.
lingerie, her phone number, sexy pictures.
Well, you're getting
mistletoe.
You're getting to where I got. I cut out the middleman.
Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
Name something a squirrel might get in a fight with if it tried to take his nuts. Mose, you said a bird. Yeah, top answer. 30 right there. 30. Vic, you said a python. Tough battle to win.
God.
Other answers are another squirrel, a chipmunk, a cat, raccoon, things like that.
That would be awesome to see a squirrel and a python go at it.
Yeah.
Name something people do to their armpits. Mose, you said shave them. Number one answer, 63.
Bam!
63.
Nelly, we gotta be getting up there, baby. Come on.
I don't think you're even remotely close.
Dude, that's a big chunk of change.
Vic, you said spray them.
That's put deodorant on. It covers everything.
Uh-huh. No, spray paint them. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Of course.
No, it covers everything. Just whether you.
All right, that's 10. What do we got here, Nelly? We got a tally here?
Come on, dude.
What's number 2?
Come on, man.
Let's see,
carried us today.
You're going to make me do some math. Let's see. We got 60.
Yeah, as you do that, I'll tell you the number 2 answer.
What, make fart sounds?
No, the number 2 answers was deodorant. Number 3 was make the fart sound.
Really?
Make the fart sound, yeah. Yep.
That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable. I was kidding.
No, number 3 answer.
And Viagra didn't work. Okay.
Viagra
Who
did not
are
work,
the
no.
recipients of these questions? Is this a bunch of inbreds? Who's answering these questions?
Well, then, Vic, you should
Hot
be
kettle?
You should be hot on their
Glass
heels. You should know
houses
the
over
answers.
there. Nelly, what are we at? Got to be like 140 or something like that?
Moj.
About 115, actually.
115. Okay, so you guys need a big one here. Name something that starts with the word chow. Moj said chowder. Number 2 answer with 12. Vic just said chow.
Oh, excuse me? The word is chow.
When you say starts with the word chow, that means there's somebody afterwards. There's something
Chow. Chow.
It doesn't start with chow. It just is chow.
It is chow. It doesn't start with chow.
Is it my fault that you guys are not very culturally... what's your problem?
Hey, name a word that starts with the word Vic. Hi, Vic. No, it's like victory. Victorious.
So what is it?
Chow mein was number 1, 57.
Whatever.
Chow chow, chow down, chow time. You guys have failed again. Way to go. All right.
Those were 2 words, by the way.
Lay
Chow
it-
main's 2 words.
lay
Chow
it-
chow's 2 words.
Lay it down and drunk
Moj,
takes. Coming your
let me
way
make this
soon.
case.
Quick.
The problem is we are way too intelligent for these sub-intelligent questions.
Yeah, you know what? Our brains are too full of real stuff, not this crap.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Lay it down and drunk takes. Coming your way soon. Stick around. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. So, we have 3 teams here in town that are competing for the highest of levels. But I think only one team has this sort of moniker you can bestow upon them. They are the absolute, no doubt, best team in their respective league, and that's the Avs. Other teams have arguments for being that. Vic, I think tonight with the Rockets that we'll get to in just a bit, it's a big proving ground on where the Nuggets are at in that conversation.
Well, listen, I mean, you have to be truthful here. There's no argument that the best team in the NBA right now is Oklahoma City.
Yes.
They're the NBA champions.
What, they 15-1?
Yeah, I mean, until proven otherwise, they're the best team in the league. And the Nuggets are knocking on the door. They haven't played each other yet. And as a quirk in the schedule, they won't play each other until February.
Yeah,
that's so weird.
So,
yeah.
Hang on, Vic. We'll get to that in just a second. But to the Avs, like the Broncos right now have the best record in football, and there's still question on who the best team in football is. There's no doubt. The Avs are the best team in the NHL, and anybody who
100%.
argues that is wrong. For this moment, at this moment in time, the Avs are the best team.
Here's the
100%.
Vic. Here's the words I keep getting from my friends around the league and guys in the know, that sort of thing. Here are the words: freight train, wagon, steamroller. I mean, whatever noun you want to throw at it, that's what they are right now. They're a team that can win any kind of style. Man, that was a physical game last night. Some things went down that I'm not comfortable with. Number one, Brindley got, and I'm not saying the Rangers did anything bad. I'm not saying that. But it's a long season and things are going to happen. Brindley got smoked along the end glass. Landeskog and Nelson, I don't know how they didn't see each other, but thank goodness it was a flat hit because that's two semis going bang. Cale Makar went down incredibly awkwardly. He stepped on a stick.
He did.
Did you see him coming in, stepping on a stick, and took a funky hit? Now,
even for his next shift, he went out there. He was like smacking his skate against the ground, like he was trying to like wake his knee up or something. It was weird.
Well, he also blocked his shot. He got on accident. He's trying to pick up his man. The shot comes through and it hits him in the side of the knee, and at the end, that's what I was. That's the old dead leg.
Yeah.
So, man, I hope he gets a huge massage last night and another one today, and I hope he goes sits in the old man steam room and whatever. You know, it's a physical game, Vic. It's a long season. The Avs are at the quarter pole, and they're the best team in the league with one regulation loss.
Why do you think I'm in such a hurry just to get to the playoffs? Because when you know you're that good, right, when you have this gift, you want to preserve it. And every game is a test to preserve it. It's like avoiding the landmines in front of you. Yeah. You're really good. You're carrying this gold, this jewelry, and you're like, please, let's just get to the finish line with it.
Have you seen who's right on your butt, by the way? You're the Avs. Old Dallas.
Yep.
Dallas is right.
It's only a matter of time.
Dallas is right wearing your fanny pack. I mean, they're right there.
Miko with the old spinorama last night.
It's interesting, too, because I look at Dallas. They're 6-4-1 at home. Not great, but they're a winning team at home. They're killing it on the road. And you gotta, I mean, it's almost like you gotta continue at this incredibly, unbelievably, high pace just to stay ahead of those guys. And I think it's going to come down to those two again, at some point. You just hope that you're the number one seed and you're going to get them in your building at some point.
Yeah. They, if the Avs continue to play the way that they're playing, I mean, they haven't had a start like this to the year since probably they won. I mean, they've had injury troubles to start seasons, goalie problems to start seasons that have dampened. What were they at this point last year, Moj? Have you guys looked that up yet? They had to be around 500, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. They had to scratch and claw their way back in November to get to 500. Yes.
Yeah. So this is a much different thing.
That's going to take a little research on my part. Say something.
What of where they're at last year? Is that what you're saying?
Just talk.
I am speaking at the moment. I'm speaking right now. I guarantee I can find this a lot faster than you.
But then why do you ask me to do it? Because I'm terrible at this.
Well, in the regular season last year at this point, what is it, November 21st, they were 11-9 last year. Boom. There you go. That fast, Moj.
How did you do that?
I went to their schedule. I looked up November 21st last year, and they're 11-9.
Oh, good for you.
But you're right. That continued well into December where they were, 14-13 after the first week of December. because of the injuries they were dealing with. Right now, they've lost there's been one game out of 20 in which they haven't acquired at least a point. One.
When you look at it too, Vic, I want to say it's unprecedented, but Brett threw it out there. They are now the fourth team in history of this league. It's been around a long, long time to go through the first 20 games of the regular season and have one regulation loss. The Blackhawks in 12-13. It's the Flyers in 79-80 and the Montreal Canadiens in 1927-1928. That's it, bro. It's crazy.
They're as good as it gets right now.
But I'm going to say this too, Brett. I go to the rink and I think, well, who's going to beat this team? And maybe they think that too. Now, look, I mean, there are other terrific teams out there. The puck's going to bounce weirdly. But your goaltending, Mackenzie Blackwood, he's 2-0-1 in his 3 games, okay? So let's not act like, listen, he's a damn good goalie too. Wedgie's playing great hockey.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
And if you have to, you're going to have these bumps and bruises. You're going to miss guys in and out and whatnot, but you just got to suck it up.
One way to measure how good a team is this. I do this practice all the time, not by their record. Qualify. What are their best wins? Give me their top 3 best wins. A lot of that is who you play on the road. Who are the Avs? And then I'll give you nuggets after you give me the Avs. What would you consider the best victories by the Avalanche this season?
Let me look it up here.
Vegas on Vegas Day?
Yeah, that was a very good win. When you won 4-2 in Vegas on Nevada Day.
Yeah.
We know how good Vegas is.
Because it was Nevada Day.
I suppose. That Anaheim's leading the Pacific. Did you know that?
Yeah, Anaheim's really good.
They're playing pretty damn good. When you won back-to-back on the road at Edmonton 8-9-1 and then at Vancouver in overtime 5-4 on Brindley's goal, that was a couple of pretty damn good back-to-back wins in Canada.
But Vic, to the Nuggets portion of this.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Nuggets and Rockets tonight, 7:30 right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Victor?
Aaron Gordon should be back tonight. A welcome return for AG.
Thank God.
So the Nuggets, outside of Christian Brown and possibly Julian Strother, the Nuggets should be intact to take on the Rockets in what is another one of these NBA Cup games. The Rockets, one of the hottest teams in the league. They've won 5 in a row. This is a team that lost its first 2 of the season. But if you look at the Rockets' losses, they all came against top teams. Their first 2 losses were against OKC and Detroit, both leading their respective conferences. It's a very good basketball team, folks. We all know this already. When you coming in, KD brings an element of professionalism, but the guy you need to worry about is Alpi Şengün. Şengün is averaging 24, 10, and 7. 24, 10, and 7. I saw those numbers. He's 23 years old. If you put those numbers and compare them to Nikola Jokic at the age of 23, Şengün's numbers are actually better at that same age. This kid is a baller. This is going to be a hell of a game. If the Nuggets were to win tonight, it would qualify by those standards as their best win of the season.
Especially given the fact that they haven't faced this level of competition too often yet this year. And Vic, on Saturday, it's going to be a bad Kings team without Sabonis because he's now hurt.
Yeah, he's out.
But a back-to-back, and those back-to-backs are always difficult. Listen, I asked that question to Moser. I'll tell you right now, the Nuggets' best win of the year was at Minnesota. By far their best win of the year.
Which one?
This would supplant that. This would be the biggest one if they win tonight.
Again, 7:30 right here, Altitude Sports Radio. Johnson Auto Plaza, keys to the game, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza, Johnson Auto Plaza.
7:30.
7:30. It's a Friday.
1:30 local.
Friday, playing hoops on Friday.
Hey, Nelly, because we're trying to get somebody from the Amazon Prime team. Did anybody get back to you?
No, I spoke with the Wrangler, but they said because it's early and they're traveling that they weren't able to get someone for us.
They were trying to get Ian Eagle, and the last time Ian Eagle joined our show, we got him to say something on the broadcast.
Oh, that's right. He
and
did,
I wanted to do that again, but didn't work out. So
Ian Eagle's a friend of the program.
he is, and he's incredibly good at what he does. That too.
Hey, real quick, Vic, can you imagine how good the Rockets would be if Fred VanVleet was not injured?
Yeah.
You know, they got a couple injuries. Dorian Finney-Smith, who they acquired in the offseason, he's been injured. He hasn't played either. Tari Eason is not expected to play tonight. For the Nuggets, again, not having Christian Brown hurts, but it's good to have AG back. They're going to need all hands on deck for this game.
Coming up next, lay it down.
I want to remind everyone here in the month of November and all the time, you need to help fight cancer. Over 25% of blood donations go to fighting cancer directly. So help Vitalant and the Colorado Avalanche fight cancer this month. Schedule a blood donation at any Vitalant donation center or blood drive using the Colorado Avalanche virtual blood drive link. Everyone who donates will be entered to win an autographed Avalanche jersey. And it's good, man. It's good. You're helping save lives. Go to vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer for more info and to schedule your blood donation today.
So, still got Lay It Down to come. We have Drunk Takes at the end of the show. Also, keep in mind, Kreckman and Lindahl are going to be live at Fiddlesticks in Lakewood from 3 to 6 today, so go check them out.
What does my wife say? Fiddlesticks and fish fur. What's that from?
No, what is it from Super True? Oh, Shenanigans.
Yeah, Shenanigans. Say Fiddlesticks again.
I'm going to pistol whip the next person that says Shenanigans. Hey, Farva, what's that place that you like to... Yeah.
Dude, that was funny.
Let's get to one of our favorite things of the week. Hit that music, Nelly.
Oh, baby. Now, if I recall last week, we don't have any... We've been denied the unsolicited Vic pick.
For 2 straight weeks?
Because he just stinks at it, which is fine.
I can give you one right now with this camera. I'm still trying to figure out what this camera is.
I'm just gonna let that live in the ether.
No, but I'm looking at you, right? I'm looking at you. There's a camera on my computer. There's a different camera setting that changes. It's called MacBook AirDesk View Camera. What is that?
It's
Here it is.
Wait.
What is that?
How is the camera facing that way?
What is it doing? What?
How does it?
It's down your crotch. What are you doing?
Hang on, Vic, tilt your camera like your laptop forward. No, the other way. The other way. Is it supposed to be facing like the keyboard so you can see what you're typing or something? Is that the point of it?
Where's that camera coming from? I don't know.
It's total crotch cam, and I don't like it. So switch it back.
All
right, Mose, get to it.
Let's get to it. Last week, Brett, you and I combined on a 5-1 weekend.
Yes.
We were really good. The problem is that stupid Cincinnati ruined it for us. Dang Bearcats blew everything. Sorsby just stunk. So I'm staying off the Bearcats this week. They're playing BYU. I think they're getting 2.5, but I'm off of them. All right, here we go.
Well, our boy Spence almost won some big-time cash for Cincinnati because he takes all of our picks and puts them in a parlay.
Big drive Spence was so close. Anyway, here's the story. Vic, did you see the Players Tribune from C.J. Carr?
What a great article.
How good was that?
Oh, man, it was sad.
His younger brother passed away 10 years ago, and he chose to go to Notre Dame. I mean, it's really heartfelt. Anyway, I love C.J. Carr. He's having a great year for the Irish. They're ninth in the country. Carr's 2,500 yards, 21 touches. Jeremiah Love is toting the rock like a man. That being said, they're laying 36.5 to a not very good Syracuse team. I just think it's too much. 36.5 is it's too big of a burden to bear.
It's a lot.
Okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the Paul Revere costume and the horse.
Yeah, of course.
I'm going to return them, get the refund. I'm going to take that refund money. I'm going to go on up to Blackhawk. I'm going to go see Alice at my favorite book, right? Alice. She's really nice. Bouffant hairdo and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
They say, Alice, the orange for Raj, the orange plus 36.5. Lay it down!
Lay that down!
Oh, my God. That's my wife.
So you think too many points for that game? I don't disagree with you.
Yeah, it's a lot. That's a lot of points, Vic.
I don't disagree.
You want to talk about pressure that I think they're going to come through with. The Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets are 9-1. If they win this weekend, they are onto the ACC championship game.
Yeah, because that last week they played Georgia, right? And that's non-conference.
That is correct. And by the way, Haynes King is a total stud. We saw him firsthand. He's got 2,300 passing yards, 800 rushing yards this year. And Georgia Tech got a scare last weekend against BC. They only beat Boston College 36-34, but they put up over 620 yards of offense. Pitt, They're 7-3, and they're pretty good, but they have a true freshman quarterback. Georgia Tech's only minus 2.5, and they've got a lot on the line. I think they're going to be properly motivated. So take the Yellow Jackets, right? Take all that baby money that you're going to get for when Baby Boval comes on Monday.
Don't you tell me what
all
to
that
do
baptism
with my
money?
All that baptism money, all that stuff. You head on to your favorite joint. You say, Jimmy, what's up, man? Haynes King, that's my man. I got this bread. Georgia Tech minus 2.5. What am I going to do? Lay it down!
Lay it down!
All right.
I love how you've involved the bear now in this,
Well,
too.
this involves her. Let me explain. By the way,
Lay that down!
Thanks,
All
honey.
right. All right,
Thank you,
Bear.
honey.
Wait, that's Bear?
That's Bear.
Yeah. ASU minus 7 against the Buffs. I think that's free money. That's just a little side. If you want it, Buffs are in a bad way. Anyway, let's go to the NFL. So we have these 2 change jars in my wife's office, and one of them's really full. One of them's half full. I go, we got some money here. So what are we going to do with this money? What do you think she said? Unsolicited, she said, Nelly, what'd she say? No, you know what I mean.
Lay it down!
That's what she said, and so I'm going to take
should.
her advice. The Detroit Lions, this is an unbelievable stat, coming off a crappy loss to the Eagles.
Oh, hang on. This might coincide with the Brett Coyne lock of the week.
Oh, really?
Can I try and lay out my case for
Absolutely.
you, and then you back me up?
Please.
I am down on my Detroit Lions this year. Their offensive line play has not been good.
Nope.
And that is what has made them one of the better teams in the NFL over the last couple of years. But there's a little quirk to what the Lions do under Dan Campbell.
Yep.
They have not lost 2 games in a row
Yep.
since 2022.
54 regular season games. They have not lost back-to-back games.
There's a bigger detail in this, though, because it's a 10-point spread against the Giants, and that is a large spread in the NFL. The 3 losses they've suffered this year, they have followed up with a 31-point victory, a 15-point victory, and a 22-point victory. They go out for blood after a loss.
I want to tickle fight you right now. I'm so excited.
And that's why the Lions at 10-point favorites against the Giants. I'm going to take a loan. And it's all because I know Baby Boval will eventually be a Gerber baby, which will make me money. And I'm going to take all that cash, knowing I'm going to get it back.
Right.
I'm going to go up to Blackhawk. I'm going to say, this is for my beautiful baby girl. Lay down!
Yeah. I've got one. Everything you said is beautiful. I've got one more for you about our Lions. Do you realize in their last 13 losses, and they haven't lost 2 in a row since 2022, that they are 13-0 straight up against the spread?
Wow. After a loss?
After a loss.
That's crazy.
I mean, everything is going their way. And Dan Campbell this week, he's going to have those boys' attention, is he not?
Yes, I think so.
All right,
Hope so.
You take your loan. I'm going to take my change jars. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even going to cash them in. I'm just going to take all the money. They'll count it out up there. I say, hey, Flo, me and Brett are in lockstep on this one. It's the Lions minus 10 against the New York Giants. Jackson Dart is back, but his head is scrambled. You take our money, and what you can do? Lay it down!
Lay that down!
One amendment to what you just said, Moj.
Yeah.
2 minutes ago. Jackson Dart is not back. It will be the James
Oh,
Winston
it will
show.
be. Okay, I
2
thought,
minutes
I
ago
thought
it's
for
been
sure he's
announced.
coming back from a concussion.
That's a long concussion.
Yeah, well, maybe they're being precautionary. Last thing. This is more of an emotional thing, and I really don't know why. But I like the Dallas Cowboys at home this weekend against the Eagles. I just have a feel. I have a feeling, and part of it is this: Lane Johnson.
They're a much better team at home. That's for sure.
Lane Johnson, one of the starting tackles for the Eagles, is out. The Eagles are 12-23 since 2016 with him out of the lineup.
Man,
I mean they are almost double under 500 with him out.
and he's got a Liz Frank, I think.
Yes.
That damn Liz.
And the Dallas defense, I think the trade for Quinnen Williams is a big one. I thought he was a big factor against the Raiders. And they've got Overshown back and linebacker.
Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark in the middle, that's a dangerous duo.
I just have a feeling if you're a home dog coming off that blowout win against Vegas, Have you seen what's going on in Philadelphia? You've got
I don't know, dude.
You've got the Jalen Hurts offense, and then everybody else on the offense hates his guts.
Yep. Feels that way.
Because Vic, I swear to God, this is what's happening. They're drawing up game plans. This is the way that the coaches want to play it, and then Hurts gets in and plays a different game. Now, they're winning. They're 8-2. Don't get me wrong, but everybody's pissed at him, not just A.J. Brown.
But we heard the same thing last year, and they kept winning. The same thing came up last year.
Screw you. I'm taking the I'm going to ride the Cowboys at home plus 3.5 against the defending champs because I think they're going to win. This is an emotional pick for me. I fully admit it. But I'm going to take all my emotions. I'm going to bottle them all up. Somehow convert that to cash. I don't know how you do that.
Crypto,
right? Emotion crypto. I'm going to take that to the window. I'm going to say, you know what? It's just my tummy talking to me. Plus 3.5 at home. And Dak, you know he's 6th in the league with 2,600 passing yards? All right, Brett, for the last time here before the new year when we see you again, I'm going to take all those emotions.
Yeah.
And I'm going to lay it down!
It's me, Mario.
There you go. Lay it down. Do it every Friday heading into football weekend. It is a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. By the way, you can join Joe Sakic, Peter Forsberg, Claude Lemieux, and Avs legends for the 1996 Rewind reunion at the Paramount Theater, presented by KeyBank on December 10th. Visit coloradoavalanche.com/Paramount.
I'm not kidding when I think my wife, it's going to be awesome. I think my wife legitimately is going to take all that change. It's got to be a couple $100.
Yeah.
And I think she is going to go lay it down.
Lay it down!
Nelly, I sent you a DM earlier.
She's so vociferous about it.
I sent you a DM earlier that I need to have on the background here. There's a new sport that has taken over in Australia. It is called Run Nation. Like run and nation, all one word. Run Nation. It's essentially two burly brutes who look like rugby players holding a rugby ball. They line up on two ends of a room, run as fast as they can directly into each other, and who's left standing is the winner. It is an Oklahoma drill with no pads and no helmet. So, Nelly, go ahead and give us a video. Look at the hits that are in this, and tell me how this is legal.
Oh, my God.
How is that legal?
Drill without pads.
How is that legal to do?
I don't know.
What are we doing here?
It looks like assault to me. Wow.
How do you still stand after that? If you guys did this once, I mean, we're done for. Dead. So again, think of two guys who are about 240 pounds running full speed at each other, meeting from, what would you say that is, about 20 yards apart?
Dude, somebody's going to get really, really hurt here, man.
File that under something I would never attempt. No.
Oh,
Jesus God.
That one was head-to-head.
No.
That was head-to-head right there. Oh! How do you do this to yourself? What is that? Who's the one person?
I thought that.
All right, hang on.
I thought slap fight was barbaric enough. Like when you do the slap fight stuff, slap fight.
Yeah.
It's basically, if you slap somebody with the palm of your hand, it's almost like a punch.
Yeah, down here?
Yeah. This is beyond that. This is just, come on, man. What are we doing here?
Guys have stuff flying off them and stuff. That's not cool, man. I don't like
someone's head's going to fall off one day, and they're going to go, okay, well, we're done with this game.
You know what? I keep trying to power rank the people I'm most scared of in this world. And it's like you're scared of guys who are like James Harrison types, like getting hit over the middle from a guy like that.
Derrick Henry in the open field.
And then I'm like, yeah, that's – but some of these hockey players, like they're willing to sit in front of a 90-mile-an-hour slap shot and wear it off the teeth. Like that's pretty freaky. And I'm really terrified of wrestlers. Wrestlers can snap your legs in 15 different ways.
They can throw you.
These people are not taking the cake. If you're willing to do that to your own body, then I'm out. I want no part of you. No, thank you.
That is a total lack of concern for oneself.
Yeah. You just don't care.
Self-preservation is not part of the equation.
Just quickly here, by the way, some little tidbits of news. Number one, Nathan McKinnon last night passes Peter Stastny as the second highest leader in on the franchise points list. So he is still a cool around 600 behind Joe Sakic. But Moj, I think he's probably going to get there.
I again, before Nate came into the league, having covered and worked for those Avs teams that were so great and seen it up close and personal every night, I'm like, nobody's ever going to come along to challenge these. Nobody's going to come along to eventually one day challenge Joe Sakic. That just ain't going to happen.
Yeah.
And here's Nathan McKinnon on pace, dude. At the age of 30. Got to keep producing because Joe produced late into his 30s.
I mean, this is going to take what? Probably a max of 6 years, assuming he stays healthy?
At least 6. It's probably more than that. But either way.
You got to think, Moshe, there's 60 games left. He's going to get another 70, 80 points just this year.
Okay, then another 100 points. Yeah, okay. And then, but you got to keep a 90, 100-point pace up, and that's hard, dude.
Yeah.
So Peter Stastny was a great hockey player. So to pass him is pretty damn impressive. Also,
you bring up an interesting point when it regards the Avalanche. Like, still in my brain, the greatest Avalanche player is Joe Sakic, living and breathing. McKinnon is closing in, right? With the Nuggets, Joker is the greatest Nuggets player ever.
Right.
And that's not even a debate anymore.
Yep.
But how close is that gap now between McKinnon and Sakic?
It's not there yet because, Joe was awesome.
He withstood the test of time.
Yeah, for sure. But he's well on his way. It's amazing to me. Last night, though, Joe Sakic did get passed on the all-time points list in league history by Alexander Ovechkin. Ovi had his 33rd career hat trick and added another point. And he's got now 1,643 points. Joe has 1,641.
Yeah.
And whenever I would, and Washington blew the snot out of Montreal 8-4. But whenever I would talk to people about Joe Sakic, I say this: if there's any ever debate, like, well, is he, where does he fit in all time and all this kind of thing? Well, I just pull this on him. I say, well, I don't care what you think. Joe Sakic is a top 10 scorer in the history of this game. Now I have to say, well, he's top 11 scorer in the history of this game because Ovi just passed him.
Right. But McKinnon continues to climb up the ranks higher and higher and higher, and the only name left on the list, Joe Sakic. 303-504-0925. Drunk Takes coming your way next. Big win for the Avs last night. Nuggets and Rockets tonight, 7:30 right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Not to mention all the football that will take place over the weekend, even with the Broncos bye week. The big games I got my eye on in the NFL are the Shedeur Sanders' first start of his career against Vegas. And if you guys had to guess right now who wins that game, it's impossible to predict, I think, what Shedeur is going to look like. But do you think the Raiders win or the Browns do?
The Raiders stink. I think Myles Garrett is going to have a day where Geno Smith may may end up vertical. Or excuse me, horizontal, I should say.
Monster.
Not vertical.
He's
he won't
just
be
a
vertical.
monster, man.
That
dude.
Vegas is the favorite. I mean, the Raiders have to win again eventually, right?
Well, I think they're also just kind of doubling down on the fact that they don't quite trust Shedeur. Let me tell you guys something, though. In the last 3 weeks, Myles Garrett has 10 sacks. He has a 5-sack game and a 4-sack game. What's the record for sacks in a season? It's like
22 and a half,
22 and a half? Care to take a guess through 11 games how many sacks Myles Garrett has?
15?
I'm sorry.
15?
I'm sorry, 10 games, not 11. 15 sacks.
Jeez Louise.
In 10 games.
He could get the record this week. Raiders' offensive line stinks, and Geno's going to get plastered.
You know, Nick Bonito was on that pace, and then he had what's he had in the last 7 games? It hasn't been the same. Well, they've gotten production from everybody else, though. That's the thing about the Broncos. You don't know who's going to get to you.
I think he's opened the door for some other guys to get involved in the
I
action.
think you're right.
But Bonito, you asked the question. He's at 9.5 on the year now. What a bum, right? 9.5.
Well, he was at 7, like that.
No, but he went, out of the last 5 games, he went 4 without a sack and then had a sack and a half against Vegas a couple weeks ago.
But there are some, I mean, look, I think I look at some of these games and say these teams need to win.
Oh, there's plenty.
Well, I look at the Jets at the Ravens. Okay, it seems like a crap game, and the Ravens are a big favorite, but they're going to win, and they've got to win to get back in this thing. The Colts and the Chiefs obviously is a fascinating game. I can't wait till we get to Sunday night. The Rams hosting the Buccaneers. It's going to tell you a lot about both of those football teams.
Yeah, dude, the Rams are just they're the most complete team in the league.
I've just got a tremendous amount of respect for a 37-year-old quarterback who's still we know he's got a bad back.
He's got a bad back. His back wasn't even the problem in the preseason. It was his elbow. You know, I'll tell you what problem he doesn't have. White teeth. Because he has those. He's got the brights on.
Oh, yeah.
Those veneers are like the extra.
The Tommy, the what's his face?
Freddie Freeman.
Freddie Freeman's.
The Freddie Freemans. Yeah, he's got those. But, Vic, again, I think that this is a big game tonight for the Nuggets to prove against a quality opponent. Mm-hmm. Not that we're doubting that they aren't in this same tier or competition level as the Rockets. We just haven't seen teams at this level all that often yet this year, and it's going to be a nice little litmus test.
It's a make-up game for me. I mean, this is the kind of game that loss to Chicago didn't sit well, obviously. Nobody liked that. You win a game like this, you make up for that loss, right?
Yeah.
These occur on the schedule all the time. I'm looking at Houston's schedule. They've won 5 in a row. Their schedule has not been difficult the last 6 games. They've beaten some crap teams. But their only losses, if you look at the Rockets, are 10-3. Their losses have been to very good teams.
Yeah.
They lost in the opener to OKC in double overtime. They lost to Detroit, who has the best record in the East, and they lost to San Antonio. And by the way, I don't know if you guys noticed this, San Antonio lost Wemby. They keep winning.
Yeah, they do.
San Antonio's here to stay. That's a good team.
So, Vic, refresh everybody's memory on when the Denver Nuggets play another really good opponent. What's that look like?
Come again?
The next good team they play, you're talking
about?
about?
When the Nuggets play a good opponent, they seem sometimes just to play to the level of their opposition. They suck it up in games where they need it. They really do. They're a dog
for the longest
one,
time.
Too.
I remember the old days, and when I say the old days, not too many years ago, where they would come to Houston and they had lost. I think when James Harden was here and they had that thing going with Harden and Capella and they were doing that, they had lost like 10 in a row in Houston. And it was just a house of horrors for the for the Nuggets. And then they took care of that, obviously. So we'll see what this new Houston bunch can do. This is supposed to be a contending Houston team. They play a different style, man. They go double bigs. They go double bigs here. Alpi Şengün is a baller. If there's one player, guys, name the players in the NBA that give Nikola Jokic not trouble because he solved everybody, but can go toe-to-toe with Nikola and do as much damage. And I would put Şengün on that list.
I don't know if he can do as much damage, but Şengün gets his too. You're right about that, dude.
Healthy Embiid.
Yeah.
Healthy Embiid.
Yeah.
Who's defended? I'm just trying to think. Who has defended Joker really well? Draymond has at times.
Well, it's usually Zubats, and then Zubats threw 55 on him.
Well, the Joker did, yeah. Yeah, Zubats.
Or Joker threw 55
who was
on
the
Zubats.
Who was the knucklehead for the Clippers, the big fella?
Zubats?
That's Zubats.
Yeah, that's Zubats. That's what I meant, yes.
By the way, I was...
the most effective defense against Joker has been that ridiculous defense where they just clamp on Caruso and have him like wear him as a coat.
Yeah, he's
and then everybody else helps.
Yeah, he's a human fanny pack. It sucks.
By the way, I was looking at their schedule. I'm telling you right now, I'm looking all the way through December 20th when you play Houston again, that time in Denver. I think as far as like quality, really good opponents in the NBA, you play San Antonio next Friday. I mean, and then it's a whole lot of Orlandos and Charlottes and Indianas and Phoenixes and Dallases. You're just like, who's good right now? Are there any good teams?
Well, it's very top-heavy. The league's very top-heavy.
Yeah.
I will say this about the Nuggets schedule. It's a crazy schedule. The home and away stuff it's gotten pretty stupid. I mean, consider this week, you're on the road, then you come back for one game, Sacramento, on the second game of a back-to-back. One night, second game. Then you're back on the road to play Memphis, right? And then you come right back, you play San Antonio. After San Antonio, you're back on the road again that next night to play Phoenix in the second game of a back-to-back. Then you're back home. Then you're back on the road, one game home. Then you're back on the road for three straight. It's absolute lunacy.
You're giving me brain damage. Please. Well, I mean, think if you're the Colorado Avalanche. I mean, it seems like every other week you're on the road for back-to-back games on the weekend. Vegas and San Jose, Edmonton and Vancouver, Nashville and Chicago, right? Back-to-back weekend games every dang weekend, bro.
So
on the road.
A lot to look forward to tonight. Again, 7:30 right here, Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5 Nuggets and Rockets. Let's get to our favorite part of the week, Drunk Takes.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane present Drunk Takes.
For the record, I think this sort of dehumanizes us. And it really cracks at our credibility as a show.
Drunk Takes.
Drunk Takes are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly.
What are you doing with your spirit fingers? Is that what you're doing here?
Spirit fingers? Yeah, that's what they were. Spirit fingers.
Yeah, and not with your inbred bunion thumbs. Nobody's ever had spirit fingers like that.
That's mean.
It is mean. It's very mean.
You're a mean person.
That really is one of the rudest things you've ever said on this program. I can't believe it.
You know what else is offensive? Your thumbs.
Oh, my Lord.
Those are offensive to me.
You're a mean guy.
What's next?
No, they had the little hole at the top. They had the little hole. A guy with a...
Okay, I'm not sure what little holes you're into, but there's no all 22 in 77.
Moser wanted to grind the all-22 tape of Randy Gradishar.
His game film was what I meant. You know what I meant.
What little hole are you talking about?
The little hole above the end zone, way in the back. They have where they would shoot the cameras down.
Dude, that's a Goodyear blimp.
Oh, for God's sake.
What's next?
What can I ask you? You're not gonna blow up on my face here.
Moser, there's nothing you could say that would stop
right,
anyone.
right.
What's next?
If you go to a game, a basketball game, and you walk off the wood, there's like little sections. I don't know what it is between the wood and the ice, but whatever that is, whatever carbon, whatever that is.
Yes, Vic, it's carbon. Yes.
I mean, here's the thing. He's technically not wrong.
I guess
there is carbon
right.
there.
I'm sure there is, but that was just a weird way to say it, man.
It's just this little thing. What is it called? It's oxygen? Is that what it is?
Isotope 343. Yeah.
What's next?
So let's just fess up, all right? I want you to tell everybody what you told me. You're a squealer.
That's the sound.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
You're a squealer.
Yeah, it's like I dropped my keys.
Yeah. He's a squealer.
What was I squealing about?
I forget. It was
I think it was the game sealing sack on Patrick Mahomes, the sound you made.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that's it. That was definitely it. I did squeal. What's next?
You have baby on the brain. That's what you have, man.
What do you mean?
You're not yourself. The kids, any moment now, the kid's gonna be here. I say just go.
I'm doing my job.
I'll lay it down tomorrow. You don't even have to lay anything down. You've already done plenty of that. I'll lay it down.
Quit laying down, dude.
Yeah, I gave my wife the bright coin of the
Okay, you know what? Come on, man.
It's a matter I have to tend to.
Oh, my goodness.
Laid down the Brett Coin lock of the week months ago. What's next?
Ready? Okay. I got an old guy, and he likes my butt. Watch me dance, cause I'm a nut. Goatee.
I love that song. I watched
What?
that.
I don't know. What do you say? Ready? Okay.
The amount of times I watched that was not healthy.
Oh, man.
All right. iTunes, Spotify,
Hold
Moser,
on.
Lombardi,
Hold
and
on.
Kane.
Hold on. Listen, we love you very much. We're going to miss you tremendously and immensely. We will not see you on this program. We'll see you, but we won't see you on this program until the new year.
We'll see if I make it.
Best of luck to you.
Yeah, you might not
child
make it.
entering this
Yeah,
world, man.
good luck with
Seriously.
the birth of baby Boval.
Baby
Everybody's going to
Boval.
be healthy and happy. And I don't know, just you want a bottle of whiskey or something? Just get you through.
Take whatever.
Yeah, what do you
Okay.
need?
Whatever you give.
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
Have a wonderful weekend. We'll talk to you.
We're
on
going to miss
Monday.
you, buddy.
Love you. See you.
Love you too.
Quit laying down, dude.
Yeah, I gave my wife the bright coin of the week.
Okay. Come on, man. All right.
Natchez for Lekanen. Returns it for Natchez. Far side circle. Turns back high in the zone. McCarr drive. Off the post. Rebound. Score! The post taketh away. The post giveth. And the Mac attack is back to score again, Jack.
Every day that I think that Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar aren't nearly at the same level that Nikola Jokic is, they do what they did last night. And yeah, it's just another ho-hum win for the Avs. 6-3 over the Rangers. That's fine. Second best road team in the league. That's who New York was coming into that game. They're 9-0-2 in their last 11. They are undefeated in regulation at home. It is the longest home point streak to start a season since 95-96. They won their first of 3 cups back in that season. Nathan McKinnon leads the league in points, in goals. Cale Makar leads the league in defenseman points, defenseman goals, defenseman assists. They were as advertised last night in a game in which I didn't really think the Avalanche were like at their A.
They weren't at their A.
I think they had like a B or a B+ game, and they doubled up the Rangers.
And I wouldn't even say that Wedgie was at his A. All right.
Yeah, the numbers for Wedgie aren't great. I think he made some big-time saves.
He did. He had some highlight reel saves.
Oh, yeah.
But he also little leakier than he's been.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. It's funny, man. When you look at the Rangers, I know they're aging out a bit. There's still some good players.
Still some good players.
Yeah,
Igor Shesterkin's
Foxy.
legit. Fox it's funny. Fox has had this like precipitous fall from, is he the second best defenseman in the world next to Cale Makar, down to Spring and I did it on the postgame show last night. I was like, I can name 15 defensemen that I would take before Adam Fox at this point.
I agree, but he's still
good.
It's still in there.
Right.
Like it shows up in fits and starts.
Like I wouldn't knock the door down for Artemi Panarin to be an Av, but like he's still good. I wouldn't knock the door down for JT Miller to be an Av, but still good. He had 2 goals last night. Right on the doorstep.
You know what else is still good? Is that throwback Rangers sweater.
Yeah, it's just
so beautiful.
An original 6 jersey, man.
It's so
they can't
good.
be beat.
I watch it like, gosh, that's glorious. It's so pretty.
They do a really good job. Yeah, I get it. But there's certain games where you look at Nathan McKinnon and you go, he has a level that nobody else has. There are certain games that when Makar is buzzing on the blue line, like he had an empty net goal and an even strength wraparound as a defenseman. A defenseman wraparound. Write me a postcard. Even without the empty netter, he could have scored 4 last night.
How good was Netchi last night, too?
I thought Natchez was good.
Oh, that was good, man.
I thought with 18 minutes and 55 seconds of time on ice, Gabe Landeskog had his best game of the year. That's as close to vintage Gabe as I've seen so far. He was kind of feeling himself with his hands. He's getting mucky in front of the net. I liked what I saw out of the Avs last night. They are just simply, they're a wagon. They are the best offensive team in the league by a wide margin. They are the best defensive team in the league. They have a top 7 goaltender right now in Wedgwood. They're rolling. And yeah, I understand, talk to me in April, talk to me in May and June, Raj. I get that. Trust me, I totally get it. That's where they are. But I think the Avs coming this hot out of the gate, I think they're trying to answer that concern right now. Because you know what happens when you don't come hot out of the gate? You have to go through the Central. And how well has that gone for the Avs the past couple of years?
Not
going through the Central. At least what this does, getting you so far ahead of everyone else, like Dallas is still very close in the rear view.
Mm-hmm.
Getting that 1 or 2 seed, man, you don't have to go through Winnipeg. You don't have to go through Dallas until round 2. Maybe even, well, it would be round 2 unless they get taken out. But it gives you that matchup like the Avs had back in 2022. Remember who they played in the first round?
Seattle?
No, that was the year after. They lost to Seattle. That was the
22, the year they won it.
22, the year they won it was Nashville.
Okay.
And it was a cakewalk. And as a result, you go against St. Louis in round 2, which was your hardest competition outside of Tampa Bay in the Cup final. That series against St. Louis was way harder than the Western Conference final against Edmonton. Because you get to kind of ease yourself into the playoffs, you are less injured, you're fresher, you're more energized, so that when it comes to playing that big-time second-round matchup against Dallas, you're not coming off of this brutal, emotional 6-7 game series. And I pointed out 6-7 game series. Yeah. Good on you, coach.
There it is.
I pointed out, like, look at what Dallas has done the past few years, right? Am I correct in saying Dallas is and has been a Stanley Cup championship contender for the past 3 seasons?
Yes, even though there's an inevitability that they're going to lose and not actually win it. But they have been very good, and they have been awesome in the first round or the second round.
What's the common denominator in those past 3 years of not being able to get it done? They've never been a 1 or a 2 seed.
Okay.
They've always...
I was going to say Peter DeBoering was in the way.
They have always had to go through the Central Division, at least in that first and second round. I think that's why Colorado's coming out balls to the wall right now. We don't want to do that. We want the easiest path. And then you have to go through Dallas and prove it.
Of the sneaky, we'll call them off-season acquisitions for the Avs, as it relates to your eye, who's been the top 3 in order? Off-season acquisitions to use the Deion Sanders word of bolstering the depth of this roster.
Burns.
1.
Olofsson.
Yes, that's my guy right there.
Brindley in that order.
Dude, Olofsson has been a lot. He didn't play his best. Like, he wasn't fantastic last night per se, but man, he does a lot of things that you didn't have that type of veteran presence further down in your lines. But also he still has juice. Like, he's not the 30. How old is Olofsson? Is 32?
I think he's even younger than that. I think he's in his late 20s.
But
if he's older than 27, I'd be shocked.
But he's been in some high leverage hockey. I mean,
certainly
he's played
he was a Knight last year.
Significant hockey in his life. And I like that.
He's 30.
Okay, 30 years old. In hockey, really, that's the prime era, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're in the middle of your peak.
And he's a guy that can just easily slot in, as your second or third line. I mean, I love Olofsson. Just love his presence.
He's been awesome. Burns has been delightful. I wish that dude was 34 years old. Although the way that you look at him, could you see him playing like another 5 years at 14 minutes a night?
I may or may not have actually put into his ear.
Hey, buddy, stay here.
Yeah. I was like, no, I just told him. I was like, hey, you got 3 more in you. Oh, I don't know. And then his wife, Susan, no, not 3. He's going to retire in a wheelchair. I said, nope. I go, what else are you going to do, bud?
Also, like, 1, what else are you going to do? 2, you know what you can't do next year if you don't play hockey? Make $1 million.
Yeah, it's kind of fun.
You're not going to make that money.
Yeah.
Like, that's why, remember I was talking about Case Keenum for a second yesterday because KJ brought up there are 5 former Cleveland Browns quarterbacks starting this week in the NFL. And I was like, is Case Keenum still in the league? He is. He's the third stringer in Chicago.
Makes $1 million for $875 or something.
He makes whatever the veteran minimum is.
Still good money. Like, are you and I making that right now? Nope, we're not. Last time I checked.
To hold a clipboard. I know Burns, he's not holding clipboards. Like, he's actually going out there and playing legit hockey.
I truly, at school this morning, saw Burnsy's daughter, and I go, 2 or 3 more years. No doubt.
Hey, you got to pay that Valor tuition.
She looks at me, she goes, oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm like, not 2 or 3. We love him. You know why I think this? Just having a little bit.
Did you just give his daughter a Canadian accent? The girl who lived in California, Carolina, and Denver?
She has one. You know what's hilarious is just because Burnsy's such a strong presence, the entire family has a Canadian accent. His wife's from Texas, and she speaks like a Canuck or a Minnesotan. It's wild. I'm like, what? I told her, I was like, what? You're from Texas. You grew up in Cyprus or wherever it is, like the Woodlands, Texas. Like, who in the world speaks like that from Texas? And I'm like, you're a Texas high school football person. His daughter doesn't know football. I'm going to sit down and we're going to all sit down one time. And my daughter doesn't know hockey, doesn't know the ins and outs. We're going to do a home and away. Already planned this. You guys come to my house and we're going to sit down, Burnsy and his daughter and my daughter, and we're going to sit there and watch a football game. And I'm just going to talk about everything, every rule, every strategy.
It's a great way to ruin a friendship.
Why? And then we're going to do the opposite side. We're going to go over to my stadium's a little smaller than his stadium.
A little smaller.
For the home and away.
Hey, but it is loud. It's intimate.
Yes. Gunnar and Griffin,
there's
two boys.
There's some
physicality happening.
There is some physicality.
There's some checking happening.
Yeah, it's remember when the the Phoenix Coyotes played in Arizona State's
that was wild.
D1 rink that held like 5,000 people.
It's kind of cool, though.
It was kind of cool.
Kind of fun.
When they now go to a 17,000 seat arena at the Delta Center, it's a little different.
Yep. And while we have Bernsey here in Colorado, got to enjoy him. But I will say this, more so than the $1 million that he may or may not make in 2026 and 2027, as I put that out there in the universe. You know what I can tell he would miss way more?
Doing the footwork for Avs fans, Coach. Good on you.
Yep. He's going to miss the boys. The locker
there's nothing
room.
like it.
And that's him. That is his wheelhouse. He's going to miss agitating Nathan McKinnon because, hey, guess what? I don't feel like a kale salad today, buddy. I feel like hanging out with Cale Makar and drinking some coldies.
Yeah, they looked good last night. And again, it's coming off of another Jokic triple-double, and you've seen those stats floating around that for the decade, and the decade's only half over, Nikola Jokic leads the entire NBA in points, rebounds, assists, and wins. Like, the only thing he doesn't lead in terms of normal counting statistics is, like, steals. I don't know who has that right
he's
now.
Still pretty good.
He's still fine.
He's good with the deflections across. I mean,
he's a deterrent.
He reads it.
So he leads the decade through 5 years, right, in all of those stats. And he's doing things that we've never seen before. I'm not going to say that McKinnon is doing things we've never seen before because there are he has a current contemporary, right? He has Connor McDavid. I think Makar is closer because there isn't the same. While Quinn Hughes is unbelievable in Vancouver, Quinn Hughes is not the Connor McDavid to Nathan McKinnon. So therefore, I think Makar is closer to Jokic than Nate is, just because of his relative excellence compared to his peers. What a time to be a sports fan right now.
Fantastic.
Like, you thought you were going to miss football? Yeah, I'm going to miss football this weekend. The fact that I don't get to see a Broncos team coming off 8 straight wins this weekend sucks. It really does. But I get to turn around and see Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar win 11 straight games, whatever it is they've got now, points in 11 straight. I get to turn around. I get to see Nikola Jokic play at home against the Kings on Saturday night, probably going for his 10th triple-double in 15 games this year.
It's pretty simple,
It's spoiled.
But if you miss football this weekend because the Broncos have a bye week, there's really only one thing that you can do. Get yourself to a local Chassa third-round playoff matchup.
Quarterfinals?
They're all tomorrow. Every game in 5A, and I think most of 4A, 3A, 2A are all going to be on a Saturday at 1 or 2 p.m. It's going to be awesome.
It's a Bud Light Football Friday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. That's the coach. I'm Raj. It's the Morning Sprint.
Hey, Colorado, you feel those colder temperatures? You feel that precipitation coming down? Well, the great news is that rain down here in the Denver metro, well, it is fluffy powder up at Loveland ski area. And yes, Loveland is open, and it is improving by the minute in terms of your overall vibes and ski conditions. So check out skiloveland.com. It's the perfect place to avoid crowds and get a lot more laps. So get your lap on up at Loveland Ski Area. There's tremendous discounted lift tickets. There's a 4-pack that's available still for $289 in which you could use any day, either for yourself or you can bring 2 of your friends. You can go by yourself the next day. But 4 days for $289, you cannot beat that. It's also the best place for families because you can get ski and snowboard school for your kids and sign up. You get that, you graduate from ski school, and it turns into a season pass. So check out all the details at skiloveland.com. I'll be seeing you up there.
Here back into the backfield. Flare him out. Allen throws off his back foot. Short, picked at the 9-yard line. Bullock.
Week 12 in the NFL kicked off last night. You heard it on AM 950, Denver's exclusive home for Westwood One, and the NFL is right here on Altitude Sports Radio. The Bills fall to, and I'm going to say this here in the Mile High City, the number one defense in the world, the Houston Texans. They get a big-time win. They improved to 6-5.
They're awesome at home.
That defense, man, is legit. They made Josh Allen look human last night.
You know what I love about the Texans? Getting a little bit of positive momentum going. You knew they play next?
Week 13, I'm going to guess they play
could
New
help
England.
You. It could very much help you.
Is it New England?
Even better. What could help you even more?
Indy.
Yep, you don't control your own destiny right now. They play at Indianapolis. I do think the Texans' defense is in that dome environment with the crowd noise. But my gosh, Will Anderson is a wagon. Dude, that guy can play.
I didn't think Will Anderson was as big as he is.
What's he listed at? Is he a 6'4", 265 guy?
Will Anderson is listed at 6'4", 243 pounds.
Okay. Like that. So similar to Benito, right?
Right, but he
a little
looks,
bit.
He looks.
He's more jacked.
Yeah, right. He looks thicker.
Yeah.
He looks like more of a run stopper than Benito does.
That can pass rush.
That guy is the truth.
He's good, dude. How about Davis Mills, man? Dude, he was 16 of 30, 2 touchdowns, no picks. I mean, would you take that over Josh Allen, who is 24 of 34, 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions?
The last interception. What did you think about the last interception? Was there a guy open on the left sideline?
I thought I saw it. I didn't have a chance to get a great angle. I was watching. Wife and I were watching a really cool establishment that we went to, the 49th. Our own Jordan Hall is a tender of bar there, so we went there and enjoyed some Alaskan food. It was really fun. So we were watching the game, but not with the full.
Did you have a baked Alaska?
I actually ended up. This is really cool. I ended up having fish and chips, but I've never had salmon fish and chips, and it was life-changing. Salmon fish and chips. Have you ever had salmon fish and chips, Rush?
No.
It's always cod, right?
Yeah.
Maybe halibut if you're getting.
I think
real
as a
bougie.
result, I don't enjoy fish and chips because it's a crappy fish that's beer battered.
This was flown in from Alaska.
Is it fried?
But it was very lightly, so it wasn't that thick, where you're gnawing on breading.
Right.
It was just good.
Okay.
It was
just good.
Yeah, it was
good.
It was really good.
Okay, so Allen did have a wide open receiver for a first down, and he decided to try and throw, I guess, across his body. Maybe was it Will Anderson in his face? It could have been Will Anderson in his face that forced the throw back to the inside. Maybe he didn't see the wide receiver. That Houston defense gets after the quarterback. Derek Stingley Jr. could you make the argument he's the second best corner in the world?
He's really good.
He's right there. He's in the conversation
really
for sure.
I mean, yeah, when you look at that defense, Azeez Al-Shaair, that guy continues to just rack up tackles. I know he's been accused of being an incredibly cheap player. He's the one who decapitated, who was it? Trevor Lawrence. Remember that last year? On a slide, Trevor Lawrence is going down and his head was dismembered from his body just about because of an Azeez Al-Shaair. Jalen Reed is all over the field as kind of a do it all. You talked about Henry To'oTo'o, great player.
He's a side-to-side
Danielle
linebacker.
Hunter. I mean, Kamari.
How is Danielle Hunter still doing Danielle Hunter things?
So Danielle Hunter is 31. He's 31 years old. But he's obviously had a career where he's been. I mean, what he did in Minnesota.
He's a tackling machine. Didn't he lead the league 2 years in tackles in Minnesota?
He had.
I know he led the league once.
He had 83. Oh, well, sacks. So in Minnesota, he had a 12.5 sack year, a 14.5 sack year, another 14.5 sack year, a 10.5 sack year, and then he led everybody in the NFL with 16.5 sacks.
Okay, then it was a
in
sack
2023.
year, okay, not a tackle year.
That was just 23, man. That was a great acquisition. The Texans have doubled down on the defensive side of the ball. And what I would tell you is this, is how I talk about there's two teams that I still don't have a great feeling about the Denver Broncos facing. And it's the Buffalo Bills and the Baltimore Ravens in the AFC. Those are two teams that I'm just like, I don't matchups, man. Styles make fights.
Ravens currently on the outside looking in, and Buffalo is now holding on by a thread.
So Buffalo, when you think about Josh Allen.
Thank
you, Coach.
No touchdowns, 2 interceptions. You realize how many times he got sacked last night?
4?
8.
He got sacked 8 times?
8
well, there are 2 on the final drive where it was like 4th and 17.
8
dumb
sacks
that he took.
70 yards.
I know you were out at dinner, but
Holy cow.
I texted the group chat just because your history of your alma mater.
Oh, yeah.
There was a hook and ladder last
night.
Yeah. And it was done to perfection.
I saw that this morning, and I just... have you ever looked at a group chat, and you didn't see the timing of it? It had to do with a sporting event?
Right.
And it just says hook and ladder. I'm like, huh? What's the innuendo?
Dude,
here?
it was Boise State Fiesta Bowl circa 2003.
It was pretty good.
It was so good. It was on the opposite side of the field. There was no chance Buffalo was going to get that first down. They ran it to perfection.
Who ended up being the ball carrier on it?
Shakir?
Who played where?
Did he play Boise State?
You betcha.
Shut up.
Yes, sir. In that play, that play's called circus. It would be triple right, Cali Slam circus in the Boise State offense.
How many times did you guys run those 2 sets of plays, right? So back in the Fiesta Bowl, Boise State, back before you all knew who the Boise State Broncos were, that was when they came on, right? Was that 2003 Fiesta Bowl, right? 2003 Fiesta Bowl against Ohio or Oklahoma, rather? Was it 06?
It was 2006.
Sorry,
yeah,
okay. 06.
I played in 03.
Got it.
We were undefeated too that year.
2006 Fiesta Bowl against Oklahoma. That's the first time that most of us went, oh, that's a team that should be reckoned with.
Yes.
How many times did you run those 2 sets of plays? Circus, the hook and ladder, and then the 2-point conversion, which was the famous Statue of Liberty.
Want to hear the craziest thing? Circus. We ran it all 5 years, every single Friday practice. Never once called in a game until 2006. But every single Friday.
How many times does that happen, that you have a play that you run and you know it like the back of your hand, and then 3 years later, it's just never been run? How many times does that happen?
Quite a bit. Almost everywhere I've ever coached.
Okay.
Because you work on situational football, like the bazooka field goal, which is the speed field goal from the sideline, when you don't have a timeout.
And you can't spike it.
And so, yeah, you can't spike it because it's it's 3rd down and 33 from the 50-yard line or something because of penalties or whatever, and there's 24 seconds remaining. All right, we could say we're going to go out of bounds, but we can't guarantee the completion.
And you can't guarantee getting out of bounds.
So the easiest place in end of game situations is to throw the dig across the middle of the field. So it's the bazooka, alert bazooka. Everybody's standing on the pods on the sideline. And then the signal is this right here. Bazooka, 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 bazooka. And the amount of times it's actually can't come up. I think I've practiced that even this year. I've practiced it a ton. I think I practiced that as a head coach and as a coordinator and just as an assistant coach, being a part of it. Probably 1,500 times. And I've never seen it run. It's such a niche play. It's a really, really niche play.
Did you see the ESPN article that came out first thing this morning? The best quarterbacks in the 2-minute drill across the National Football League. And they have them ranked in order: Dak Prescott, Caleb Williams, Bo Nix, Drake May, Aaron Rodgers. And that is in touchdowns from most to fewest in terms of those top 5. Prescott has 6. Oh, sorry, I apologize. From QBR from 1st to 5. Prescott has 6 touchdowns, a 98 QBR. Williams has a 92 QBR. Bo Nix has an 86, but he's tied for second with 4 touchdown passes in the 2-minute drill. Drake May has a QBR of 86 with 3 touchdown passes. And Aaron Rodgers, who may not play this weekend with a bone injury on his left wrist. I don't know if it's a fracture or a break. He's got 3 passing touchdowns in the 2-minute drill as well.
I think that the quarterback position is being in real time this year, just like every year, but this year it's being reapportioned. It's shifting. I mean, look at where some of these quarterbacks 4 years ago, where was Aaron Rodgers in power rankings of the position? Top 3?
Nah, I think you got to go like 5 years ago to do that.
Dude, his numbers were pretty wild.
4 years ago?
Go 4 years ago. So let's go the 2021 season in Green Bay.
2021. He was 38 years old. Went 13-3, 4,100 yards. Oh my God. 37 touchdowns and 4 interceptions.
Oh my God.
Then he won the MVP.
Wow.
All right. You know what? To save my face here, that was 5 years ago, not 4. So technically, I was also right.
Whoa.
5 seasons ago.
No.
5 seasons ago.
What year is it right now?
5 seasons ago.
No, it's not. You're not done with this damn season yet.
5 seasons ago.
That's 4 seasons ago.
4.5 seasons. We're 10 games to
25 minus 21 equals 4, guy.
It's 5 seasons ago. That's so funny. Won the MVP at age 38. Yeah, he was pretty good. So there you go. Number 1. There, 1 or 2 or 3.
He was
at that
1.
point.
He was number 1. And where's he now?
In the low 20s.
Yeah. Where's Patrick Mahomes right now? Honestly, today, not just reputationally. Right now, National Football League power rankings of quarterbacks.
It's probably in the top 5.
Mm-mm.
Come on.
Mm-mm.
Look at the MVP votes right now. He's still like
MVP odds or MVP votes? Because there are no
MVP odds.
Because odds are weird, right? Like odds are he might get a heater, and I feel like odds are sometimes based off of reputation.
Vegas trying to bait the fan.
Yep. There's other things, but I just look at the position and it's like, man.
Okay, so if he's not top 5, who are the quarterbacks that you put ahead of him right now?
Of Mahomes?
Yes.
This season. That's all I care about right now. This season. Matthew Stafford. Absolutely yes.
Stafford has an inside track to win MVP. It's either him or is it Daniel Jones?
Daniel Jones I'd put in
Drake
the top
May.
5. Drake May.
You're going to put Daniel Jones over Patrick Mahomes?
What did you just say about MVP odds right now? What'd you say? You talked about who is being a potential MVP candidate.
Yeah, I mean, if Indianapolis gets the 1 seed, he's going to be there, but you also have to look at what Jonathan Taylor's done for the Colts.
This is a great point right here on our argument about, you said that 5 seasons ago is the 21 season. I love this right here from the Shot Mazda text line. Raj, thank you for the tip here, Chavez. How many seasons ago was last season?
1 season ago.
Yeah, so not 2.
I didn't say it was 2. Well, we are half.
No, you would not say.
Hold on.
You would not freaking say that the 24 season is 2 seasons ago.
Hold on. We are over halfway through this season.
Yeah, how many seasons ago was last season?
We are over halfway through this season. So if we're rounding up like everyone does in math.
Gosh, Chavez, you are the man or a woman. I don't know what you are, but you're the Chavez.
We are closer to having last season be 2 full seasons ago than we are to it being 1 full season ago.
Okay.
Let me force my way into being correct here.
Oh,
You're
man.
not going to win this battle.
All right,
I am so stubborn. You forget. I leave for 7 weeks, and you forget how stubborn I am.
Okay, so currently, this is the CBS Sports NFL QB power ratings. All right, you ready? Number 1 is Matthew Stafford. Number 2 is Drake May. Number 3 is Josh Allen. I think that goes down a little bit. Number 4 is Lamar Jackson. Number 5 is Jalen Hurts. Number 6 is Jared Goff. Number 7 is Baker Mayfield. Number 8 is Jordan Love. Number 9 is Sam Darnold. Number 10 is Brock Purdy. Number 11 is Dak Prescott. And number 12 is Patrick Mahomes.
I take him over the 5 quarterbacks that you listed.
Guess who CBS has as the number 13 quarterback in the current power rankings of the National Football League?
Is it Nix?
It's Bo Nix, which is pretty good. Like, power rankings haven't been too kind to Bo Nix. The real nose pickers, right? Like the The Ringer. The Ringer always does they do a really nice, like, beautifully graphic, all that. They have historically
the tiers so good.
Despised Bo Nix. I'd love to see the Ringers right now what they say about Bo, because the dude's freaking won a lot of football games, and he's won games in the fourth quarter.
The fact that he has beaten both Jalen Hurts and Patrick Mahomes this season is, you can't throw that away. You can't throw that away.
Okay, this was November 6th. Dang
in
it.
big times.
All right, this one has QB rankings. The last one, this is Steven Ruiz, updated November 6th. So that's some bad. Like we're missing a victory. We're missing a victory over the Kansas City
2 weeks
Chiefs,
ago.
which a lot has changed in my opinion.
Where he outplayed Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, and ironically, guess what? The Ringer, the freaking Patrick Mahomes Glazer, they got Lamar Jackson as number 1, and they've got Patrick Mahomes as number 2. They got Josh Allen as number 3, Justin Herbert as number 4. How are those 4 teams doing right now? Are any of those 4 teams absolute locks to make the postseason today? Any of those 4?
No.
There's no way that you're a top 4 quarterback in the National Football League if your team, at least right now, if your team's not a lock to make the postseason. This one right here, Steven Ruiz, this freaking Jamoke. He's got, I don't even know what Jamoke means. It might be like something horrible.
It might be a slur.
This might be terrible.
I hope it's not.
God, I really hope. I always kind of think of it as like it's a bad coffee beverage at a, kind of an off-brand coffee place. This had Bo Nix as the 24th ranked quarterback in the National Football League, behind the likes of Tua Tagovailoa, Geno Smith,
Tua Tagovailoa,
Brock Purdy, Aaron Rodgers, Kyler freaking Murray, Jaden Daniels, and then it had Daniel Jones at 16. Oh, how a few weeks changes things.
Make sure you guys join Joe Sakic, Peter Forsberg, Claude Lemieux, and other Avalanche legends for the 1996 Rewind reunion at the Paramount Theater. It's presented by KeyBank on December 10th. You can visit coloradoavalanche.com/Paramount. Once again, that is coloradoavalanche.com/Paramount. Hang out with Joe Sakic, Peter Forsberg, Claude Lemieux, and other legends from the 1996 Avs Stanley Cup Championship, the last time that the Avs had this many points, this many wins in their first 20 games of a regular season. Good vibes all around. That's the coach. I'm Raj. I'm going to make the math work in my direction.
Hockey math. It's worse than girl math.
It is hockey math. I'm going to take it. I will not be wrong. Yesterday was another Nuggets Ticket Thursday. We had 4 winners on the air, and then everyone who went to altitudesportsradio.com/NugsTix, that's NugsTix, T-I-X, was entered for the second chance drawing. Congratulations to Robert Padilla of Denver. Robert's going to the Nuggets game against the Kings at Ball Arena on Saturday night.
Let's go, Robert.
And if you didn't win this week, come back for a special Nuggets Ticket Wednesday next week, the day before Thanksgiving, because we'll be off enjoying the Thanksgiving holiday with our families, as you will.
What are our days? Do we work? We have shows Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, right?
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday,
Good.
Friday, I think. Or are we off? I don't know.
Can I show up on Thursday and just do because I'm be coaching a team on normal time anyway? Like to me, hopefully means that I want to play.
You got to win a game tomorrow.
Golly, stop.
You're a little cocky there.
Yeah, it just catches up to you when it catches up to you, does it not? I'm planning on having a game next week on a Saturday, so I'm gonna have a Wednesday practice or Thursday practice. Can I show up here at the studio and just if I just hit the on button and started talking? Would I be able to just broadcast live?
I think you'd have to know what to do in the seat that KJ is currently occupying right now, and I don't know if you know what to do.
Pretty smart, man. I know that last year is one season ago. I know the 2024 season is one season ago.
Come on!
So I can definitely run that board.
We never came to a consensus. What's the number 1 defense in the NFL?
It's the Denver Broncos, and I'm going to stand by it. Because you've done it in a more leveraged spot. You've won more games than the Houston Texans by way of your defense just being so dadgums consistent. If you look at the Houston Texans' worst games this year, first of all, how many games have they lost, Raj?
They are 6-5.
Okay, they have lost 5 football contests.
They lost 3 straight games at the beginning of the season. They lost 1-score games each to LA, Tampa, and Jacksonville. All 3 of those teams are current playoff teams. With Davis Mills at quarterback, they have a 3-point loss to Denver, which you guys remember that game, right? Last second field goal. Denver's not in control of that whatsoever. The Houston game is really difficult. They're 3-1 with Davis Mills at quarterback. They haven't had Joe Mixon the whole season.
They're good, man.
So I think if you're going to make the argument that Denver has won those games based off of their elite defense, I think you can still make the argument for Houston. Now, if you go through the roster, I still think I take Denver's roster over Houston's.
They're both really good.
Houston has
really good.
Houston has a better coverage linebacking core.
Yeah.
Denver has the better pass rush. Denver has the better secondary. Although the secondary for Houston is a very close second.
So is the pass rush for Houston between Danielle Hunter and obviously Will Anderson. God, it's a good group, man. It's a good group.
I mean, maybe we're splitting hairs here. But yeah, I in terms of taking the roster, I take Denver's roster over Houston's.
All right, I'm going to go.
Don't they feel, if you look last night, right, against maybe the best quarterback in the league, depends on who you ask, right? You win MVPs for a reason, Josh Allen, because you can do everything. Didn't they feel suffocating?
They are a suffocating outfit.
Does Denver's defense feel suffocating, or do they feel big-time play at the right moment?
Ask Patrick Mahomes if he felt suffocated. I think he did. I think they're suffocating. I think they both are suffocating. I mean, is there even a third team right now today that feels like they're in the same conversation? Would you say Philly?
The Rams.
Rams. In terms of their defense, because I look at this, man, the Houston Texans defense has given up 20 or more points a total of 3 times this year. That's it. They gave up 14 in the opener against the Rams. 14 to the
3
Rams.
straight losses.
They gave up 20. That's one of their 3 against the Bucs. First time they played the Jaguars, they lost 17-10. So it's a sub-20 game. Shut out the Titans. Ravens scored 10 at home against the Texans. I think that was a non-Lamar game, pretty sure. Or maybe a Lamar banged-up game. Seahawks, second time. Seahawks were scalding hot, scored 27 at home against the Texans defense. And then the only other time where they've given up more than 20 points has been against the Jaguars in a 36-29 victory 2 weeks ago.
Denver has 4 separate occasions where they've given up 20 or more. The 2 losses at Indy, at LA, they gave up 29 and 23 respectively. They gave up 32 against New York, and then they gave up 24 against Dallas. But I don't know if you really do you count the 24 against Dallas with that garbage time? The game was so far out of hand at that point. I don't even know if I can like really hold it against them.
Do you remember when the Broncos and Texans played? They were a head-to-head outfit. You would think that we would be able to settle the score on which defense is better because they actually were on the same surface on the same day.
They were both equally as dominant.
They were so good.
They essentially did the same thing. Bo Nix was 18 of 37 in that game, 2 touchdowns and a pick. He took just 1 sack, though. And famously, Bo doesn't take sacks. Right?
And Josh Allen
took 8. For what you say, it's like 70 yards or something like that.
70 spot.
Davis Mills and CJ Stroud that game combined to go 23 of 40 for 191 yards, no scores. They were sacked 4 times total for 25 yards in that game. The Denver defense held Nick Chubb and Woody Marks and a slew of others to 77 yards on 28 carries that game. You had 61 yards from J.K. Dobbins and 36 from Bo Nix, 100 yards on the ground for the Denver offense.
This is so good, Raj. Total yards given up by the Broncos that day to the Texans offense, 271. Total yards given up by the Houston Texans to the Denver Broncos that day, 268. It was a difference of 3 yards.
2 elite defenses going after it, and that's where you get field goal at the end of the game. That's where you get it. Good question here from the text line, 303-504-0925 on the Champ Maz text line, 1 price, 1 person, and 1 hour. Austin goes, can Houston win 2 games without Derek Stingley Jr. like Denver has done without Pat Surtain II? It's conjecture. I would say no. I would say no, you can't.
Do we know what their depth is like at corner? Like, I mean, obviously we know the depth of the Denver Broncos corner-wise.
Houston's depth chart is as follows. Derek Stingley Jr., Tremon Smith.
Oh, he was a Denver Bronco.
Kamari Lassiter.
So Tremon Smith, this is actually very interesting. Tremon Smith was a Denver Bronco last year and did not even factor into the defensive. No. Yeah. He was a Bronco last 2 years. 100% special teamer. 0 involvement in the defensive unit in terms of depth.
So he's your direct backup to Derek Stingley. Kamari Lassiter is the cornerback 2. Ajani Carter, who has been battling injuries all season long, is your backup to Kamari Lassiter on the right side. They don't have a lot of depth. Oh my gosh,
that is so crazy. I coached that kid at Utah State. His name's Ajani Carter. He wanted to go by Ajani. So he was a wide receiver. I had no idea that he transferred to the University of Houston from Utah State and ended up becoming a dude. It's pretty cool. He's in the National Football League. It's a different cat. He's from inner city Houston and he rides horses all day. Loves horses.
Dope.
Big horse guy. Kind of like Jokic.
Big horse dude.
Big Jokic guy. Kind of cool. Good athlete.
I think based off of just looking at the depth chart and looking at the injuries that are in the secondary for Houston, if Stingley goes out with an injury, I would make the argument they are not as successful as Denver.
Yeah. I think that they're the 2 best defenses in the NFL. It's not particularly close. In the head-to-head, the one thing the Broncos had more of, the two areas I would give the slight edge to. Denver Broncos had 4 sacks in the game. Granted, it was against the backup quarterback for a large portion of the game. They had 4 sacks, and they held Houston to 77 yards rushing, whereas Denver hit 100. Rushing. So the front is better for the Broncos.
You know what's funny? It's a team I don't want to see in the playoffs.
Because you feel like the game's going to end up like that.
You'd rather see
it's going to be a field goal game.
You would rather see a team with a way better offense. Like, you'd almost rather see Drake May in the playoffs.
Oh, I would. If right now, if you ask me, do you want to play?
Do you want to host New England or do you want to host Houston? New England would be like the 2 seed, and Houston would be the 6 seed.
The other thing, man, the other thing you got to take into account, CJ Stroud will be back, right? He's not out for the season. Am I right in saying that? CJ Stroud's not on the IR.
No, still banged up. He's expected to be back if
it was a concussion. Is that right?
I think so.
I think that's right.
Yeah, with the hit from the Broncos game.
Yeah,
where he was sliding.
Yes.
The late slide.
Yep. CJ Stroud has won a playoff game in back-to-back years. Drake Bays still has that as part of his arc. He hasn't even participated in a meaningful late season National Football League game, let alone a playoff game. Bo Nix has. Didn't go great.
But he's
been there.
He's got the notch on his belt.
CJ Stroud's been there twice. He's been in high leverage playoff games. Second round after winning the first round.
Yeah, dude, I don't want to see that defense.
I don't either. And you never know because that offense can come alive as well.
It's Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. That's the coach, Mike Sanford. Alex Ryan Emmy will roll into hour 2 of the morning sprint. Happy Friday on Altitude.
What's going on, Denver? You got to book your trip out to Las Vegas, Nevada, because the Broncos are invading Allegiant Stadium here in the very, very close future. And the perfect place to go for your pregame activities is to huddle up at Circa Hotel and Casino for Las Vegas football. This is Fridays during the football season, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. You got to start your football weekend off in style as you huddle up with other Broncos fans at the Overhang Bar, one of the, if not the longest bars in all of Nevada, at Circa Resort and Casino. They're going to have giveaways, including tickets to the game, signed jerseys. The date is Friday, December 5th from 7 o'clock to 8 p.m., and you've got to go to this link, circalasvegas.com/huddle-up or -up. So check out Circa Las Vegas. It's the place that I go, Raj goes, when we take our wives out to Vegas. Get away from the kids for a second because it is a 21 and over property, hotel, and casino. It's a great spot to just take in all of the sports with the largest pool and football viewing experience in the United States outside. Get that great weather and check out Huddle Up at Circa for Las Vegas football.
narrative or the perception, that can go so many different ways. You were exactly right in the it's all about the moment. We get so stuck in the moment to where in another week people will be saying something totally different. So we try not to get too caught up in the chaos of what's going on outside. We just try to live within our building and go to work every day, find ways to get better. There's so many on clips or out there, that list of things that we have to grow and get better at. And I think that's also what's keeping us a little bit urgent and hungry. We know we have these things to get better at, and so we don't really have time to sit around and act like we've made it, because we really haven't. We're just we're winning close games, and that's what's put us in this situation right now.
Bo Nix speaking with Pat McAfee this morning, just moments ago.
Pretty wild to hear the Bobot speaking with the line, "As strippers' booties go," in the background.
Oh my God!
I mean, at 9-2, feeling himself. They were 1-6 in one-score games. A year ago. They are 7-2 now in 2025, and one of those games, like, you should have won, a nonsense penalty that either you shot yourself in the foot in, or it was just like, why call it in that situation in terms of leverage? You could be 8-1 in those games, really could be, instead of 7-2. They're just finding ways to win games that last year they were getting ripped apart for. But now the argument is, well, why are you playing close games if you're a Super Bowl contender? It's what the Chiefs were last year. The Chiefs were undefeated in those types of games. Now they can't win one.
Let's call it like it is. The Philadelphia Eagles played a lot of close games too. I mean, it's the National Football League. Everybody plays close games, man. Nobody's just running roughshod through the entire 17-week schedule of the NFL. That's the thing that's very different about the NFL from college and high school football, is that it's the parity league because it's the ultimate salary cap league. It is. And so, yeah, like, you watch games against the Raiders that you barely squeak by, or we were all mad and yelling at the clouds about a win over the Texans at Houston because of how the offense played. Do you remember that, Raj? You think the Bills would have taken an ugly win last night?
Certainly.
In Houston?
Like, the AFC East is... Can you win the AFC East now as the Bills? Can you do it?
I don't think so.
You would take an ugly win there. The Bills, man, you're looking like a wild card team now. Now, they do have one more chance to beat New England and kind of...
Oh, I got one for you.
What's
you ready
up?
for this? Of all of the teams in the National Football League, do you think there are any teams where home field advantage in the playoffs is more important and more significant to attain than for the Denver Broncos and the Buffalo Bills?
Can you make the argument about Kansas City?
Probably.
Now, Mahomes has shown he can go on the road and win a game, but most of the time, the AFC runs through Arrowhead.
Here's why.
And that's not a fun place to play. Old building, loud
as balls,
cold.
Yeah, cold and windy and flat
Not
lands.
like an enjoyable place to be.
But let's call a spade a spade. The two big time. I think there really are three major outlier buildings in pro football.
Right, there's one other.
Green Bay.
Yes.
Because Buffalo is you want to talk about a place that just doesn't necessarily, it doesn't lead, like, you don't think pro sports venue when you think of, like, we're going up to
Orchard
Buffalo,
Park.
New York, Orchard Park, New York.
What a great place to watch a football
I've
game.
never been.
You are missing out.
I know, I want to go so bad.
They're just great people. It's the reason why I pick the Bills to win the Super Bowl every year, just because I want the fan base to feel success. Because they're great people. They deserve it after all the 4 falls of Buffalo. They deserve all of those years to come back with some sort of championship. We would go to one every single year when I was at school. It's a delightful place to watch a game. It's cold as hell.
Buffalo, Green Bay are kind of the same in a sense. I would say that
yes.
Buffalo is even more. Green Bay is such tradition heavy, almost birthplace of the National Football League.
Yeah, it's a football mecca.
It's South Bend, Indiana to the NFL.
MSG to the National Basketball Association.
Yes. It feels birthplacey of. So Buffalo is outlandish location, cold as ever living get out. I mean, as cold as it gets. Green Bay, cold as all get out. But then it's Denver, loud building, rabid fan base, starving. I mean, this is a thirsty fan base.
Can you put Chicago in there?
Just probably right now. It just seems like Chicago's so far removed from any kind of playoff anything. And I know they went to a Super Bowl. What was that, in 05, 06?
06, the Rex Grossman year. They lost to Peyton Manning in that Super Bowl.
Yeah.
They were at a rainy Super Bowl. Peyton's first.
So, yeah, because like I always think Chicago has terrible weather. You're right next to the lake. I mean, you could go down this path, but like what makes Denver so unique is this altitude, man. It's like altitude, weather, fan base, outdoor stadium, and a bit of an older stadium that does generate noise.
I hope to God
I know
they never...
everybody tells me Old Mile High just blows out the new Empower. It's still really loud, guys, because it's not one of these modern stadiums.
It's the reason why I hope to God they never put another team in Salt Lake. I want the Mile High advantage to be a solely Broncos thing. Now that like the Mammoth are a thing in the NHL, and we always hear about, you have to go to Utah, and Utah is still at altitude. I don't like the fact that they get to share that with us.
How's the Mammoth doing?
It's not the same thing.
They kind of fallen off a little bit.
Yeah,
they started strong.
They started off really hot. They've fallen off.
Yeah.
Still a solid team with an owner that wants to spend money to make them good. Utah will be an issue a couple of years.
It still doesn't roll off the tongue, though.
The Utah Mammoth? No, it doesn't.
I don't even consider that franchise today.
No, they stole things.
Utah Hockey Club actually rolls off the tongue more.
It does, doesn't it?
Just,
I think the Washington Commanders doesn't still roll off. Washington football team was weird.
WFT.
I would have liked Washington Football Club better, but that sounds like a soccer team. Mm-hmm. Commanders has gotten easier to say and easier to come off the tongue as the years have gone by.
Well, I just like it because Andy and Nate, for the very beginning of the Daniel Snyder-led Washington new named Commanders franchise, they just made fun of how awful they are and just said, the Manders.
The Manders.
Ew, those Manders. And you know what's cool is that last year it was like Nate and Andy couldn't really talk about the Manders with the negativity that they did the year before, but they're back. The Manders are back to being awful.
Great question on the text line. What name would Utah steal for an NFL franchise?
Buffaloes.
The Buffaloes? Pretty good. That's pretty good, Coach. The Rockies?
Mm-hmm. Utah Rockies.
The Extreme?
That'd be so bad. Gosh.
It's like an arena football team.
I've always wondered why the state of Utah doesn't just lean in all the way. Elders.
Elders, you could make
That'd
kind
be
of
sweet,
a cool
dude.
looking like you could make a Wake Forest Demon Deacon kind of looking logo. You could make a Vanderbilt Commodore kind of looking logo.
You know what else would be sweet? Like on the lapel of the jersey, like right, you could have a name tag for each individual player. Wouldn't that be great?
What about Mountaineers?
Mountaineers would be pretty good, but I would say the Mountaineers that's original. They're not really stealing much there.
I like this one right here from the 213, the Utah Door Knockers.
You what?
They couldn't do the Broncos. They could do the Donkeys. They couldn't do that. The Mustangs? I don't know. Don't put a team in Salt Lake. I want Mile High Advantage
Guys,
to be a Denver thing.
Have you ever spent one night as an adult in Salt Lake City, Utah?
Yes.
It sucks. It's a terrible city. It is awful. Not Park City. I love Park City. One night in Salt Lake City. Try to go out and have a good time. I dare you. You're going to fail miserably.
Nuggets Nation, don't miss your chance to lock in a pick'em plan for the 2025-26 NBA season. Starting at $100, choose 4 games at Ball Arena, save on fees, and get priority access for the 2026 NBA playoffs. You can secure your pick'em plan at nuggets.com/pick'em. Bo Nix talk. You know what? I was going to make fun of you for this. Before the break,
I like
you had a Circus Sports read, and there's a URL at the end of the read. And you use the word backslash.
Because it is a backslash.
Nobody uses the word backslash
If you start at the top as somebody who's actually writing out the slash and you've got to go backwards at a 45-degree
When's
angle?
the last time you saw a forward slash in a URL?
All the time. I see so many forward slashes out there.
That's the same thing as you whipping out your phone and firing off a text message with your index fingers.
Ooh, I've never done that. It's really weird. I don't do well with two-hand textures.
It's the same thing as you sharing something on Facebook that goes, if you don't share this, like God's going to smite you from above.
I thought you were supposed to do all those.
What other old things do people do on the internet that goes, you don't need to do that anymore? It's like putting www in front of a website.
Want to know what I did today with a room full of high school students? I pulled up my Safari browser after I had screen mirrored, and I went to Instagram.com.
It's like going to Instagram.com.
Because I was trying to show them a video I'd seen on Insta, and they all made fun of me. And so you know what I tell you right now? You can watch our program. If you want to see Raj's beautiful face right now.
On https://.
You need to currently go to twitch.tv/
It's so bad.
Altitude SR.
It's so
Go
bad.
to / Altitude SR and hang out with the boys. Hang out with the gals that are just the Twitchers, man. Twitch Mafia. Yeah. Let's go.
The morning sprint presented by AARP rolls on after this. It's a Bud Light Football Friday edition of the Morning Sprints NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, every single day here on the show at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories on the gridiron. What do you have first?
Well, let's start with Bo Nix, who was just on the Pat McAfee show. And one of the things they got into was, what was that meeting like with Sean Payton initially when he came to Oregon, and what did they go through, and what has the impact been like from then to now?
You know, we just literally went through an install, and we talked a lot about football, where it originated, how he got it, and we watched some video along with it, watched some of my stuff, how it compared, and I always knew we had just similar background, similar style. He likes the quick game, he likes the shots, and obviously I love throwing the football. So for me, it was it was all about going to a place to be with a coach that, in my opinion, had so much knowledge and so much experience that I could learn from. And that's exactly what I got with Coach. And then I think underrated is Davis Webb, my quarterback coach. He's just he's always prepared me extremely well, especially from the get-go. You know, he played the position and know what it's like to walk into a game. And so he prepares me on a very good level, and we're always ready for the task at hand.
Davis Webb, definitely a huge part of this brain trust that gets Bo Nix prepared to play, good and bad, right? As I've heard Tyler Polumbus kind of say, well, everybody loves Davis Webb. Why does he get all the credit when things go well with Bo Nix, and then yet doesn't take any of the blame when Bo's feet are a bit all over the place? I think there's some truth to all of that, because when you're a coach and you have the term quarterback coach assigned to your name on a worldwide interweb profile picture with a backslash and a couple HTTPSs, you are responsible for the preparation of that player. But on the flip side of that, when you're not the play caller and the physical preparer of the position, there can be some things that are lost in translation. So, but I could clearly tell that Davis Webb is very important in a positive way and impactful. And guess who hired Davis Webb? Sean Payton did. Sean Payton hired Davis Webb.
Does Davis Webb survive the offseason as a Broncos coach?
What do you mean by survive?
Does someone take him as an offensive coordinator?
So do you mean, I think that Davis Webb's going to be hot coming off of what I think is going to be a really fun and good finish to this regular season.
You're likely not going to jump from quarterbacks coach to head coach in the NFL.
It happens.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Most of the time, you do have to take that first step of
Was it
OC.
Kevin O'Connell who did that?
Was O'Connell an OC before, though?
I don't think he actually ever called it, because I think he was just...
he was just a quarterbacks coach that had play-calling abilities or passing game coordinating?
Because I think Kevin O'Connell...
You would know better than me.
His direct link to when he got hired as the head football coach of the Minnesota Vikings was preceded by... being the he was a 1-year Washington Redskin offensive coordinator by title only, and then he was a 2-year Los Angeles Rams offensive coordinator by title only. So it was title, but we all know that McVay and Shanny were calling those plays, right?
I don't think he gets tabbed as a head coach, but I could see someone grabbing him as an OC, especially if the Broncos make a deep run and Bo looks good during that deep run. KJ, what's next?
Like we've made it.
Sorry about that. Bills quarterback Josh Allen took a beating.
I was going to have to come and check on you.
Did KJ
have a stroke?
I think that was a Bobot malfunction.
It sure was.
I think that you've got to update the interface of the worldwide interweb for the Bobot.
Well, not only that, they deactivated my AARP, so things are a little slow back here. So I do apologize. Bills quarterback Josh Allen took a beating as he was sacked a career high 8 times and hit 4 other times, and this was his 3rd career game with no touchdowns and multiple turnovers. Josh Allen said after the game, quote, "They wanted it today. We had a chance to win it there at the end and got to find a way," end quote. And then left tackle Deion Dawkins, he probably had the most interesting comments just because of the type of day he had. Quote, "I've got to be better. This happens time after time. It's hard. It's hard to play offensive line. It's hard to be at your best at all times. Stadiums like this is loud. There's no excuse. I've got to be better at times like that. I pride myself on being the best, end quote. Are the Bills pretenders or contenders?
I think right now they're pretenders. And I hate it because it makes my season prediction at the beginning of the year look bad, but like they're also a direct roadblock for the Broncos to getting to the promised land. So I'll take the hit. If I'm wrong for them getting to the Super Bowl and the Broncos get there, be my guest.
Sorry to tell our resident promo director here, promotions director, Rob Trujillo, diehard Denver. What is it? The Bills backers of Colorado and Denver. They better get going, man. It's felt very uneven for the Bills this year.
The defense is injured and completely porous.
They got to get going, and this just seems like a bit of a minor regression year for Josh Allen. He's not playing great in big spots, not winning football games in tightly contested football games.
You know what's nuts though is that like they have a good rushing attack.
Oh, last night James Cook was 17 carries for 117?
117. He can also be very dangerous in the passing game.
Why don't give him the ball?
No doubt.
Freaking 9 more times, and then you don't get sacked 8 times, you idiot. Now here's the problem. I do think that there's a Sean McDermott problem there, and there always has been. And it's always just, I feel like Josh Allen is an eraser that has covered a multitude of sins. But I think that's still a problem.
Josh Allen has been sacked 28 times this year. The only quarterbacks that have been sacked more, Geno Smith.
What's that? Is he in the 40s?
31.
Okay.
Justin Herbert, 35.
Wow.
Drake May, 36. And Cam Ward, 41.
Well, Cam, you having fun? You remember when I wasn't very high on Cam Ward, the draft pick? He stinks.
Bo is down at 33rd, sandwiched in between Michael Penix and Marcus Mariota with 12 sacks.
Man, my guy.
Your guy. The dude doesn't have any knees anymore.
I know, it's over.
Poor guy.
I know.
KJ, keep it going.
We don't really have time to sit around and act like we've made it.
Giants quarterback Jackson Dart remains in a concussion protocol and will not play this Sunday against the Detroit Lions, according to interim coach Mike Kafka this morning when he would talk to reporters. So Jameis Winston will get his second straight start along with Russell Wilson serving as his backup. Dart was limited in practice this week, but he did not progress enough to be considered ready to play. Giants currently sit at 2-9. Let me ask you guys this. So Jackson Dart, he suffered 2 concussions thus far, and he can't seem to get out of protocol right now on the one he has. Is Jackson Dart the future in New York, and how will determining that affect what they do in the 2026 NFL draft?
Yeah, he's the future. They found their quarterback. I don't know how great he's going to be, but he's going to be the dude for that entire.
He's exciting.
He is exciting. He can do
There's
things.
Hope.
He's an exciting white.
Is Bo what? Bo's an
exciting white?
I don't think so. I just think he's the Bobot. Very different. Wired differently than Jackson Dart.
We don't have any clowns.
It's also a good year for the Giants to be crappy and be high in the draft because the quarterback situation in the draft is not great. Therefore, someone's going to take a quarterback out of position at number 1 or number 2 this year. Like Mendoza comes off the board at 1. And that doesn't feel like a number 1 overall pick. Therefore, your better actual football players, your offensive tackles, your guards that New York needs to make sure that that dude doesn't get hit as many times as he does, they'll draft there.
Are the New York Giants the coolest 3-9 football team in the history of the NFL? I don't know if they're actually 3-9.
I think they're 2-9.
2-9. Are they the coolest? Like, they've got Cam Scattaboo with an ankle that basically is completely dislocated, doing like WWE stuff, hanging out on talking to chat. Hey, chat, what's up, bruh?
Scattaboo
he's Johnny Twitch. He's Johnny Twitch feed guy. He's a live streaming son of a Jesse, man.
He's wearing thin on me.
Me too.
On my patience.
I think all of us. Yeah, he's. I think he knows that his longevity in the National Football League is probably 2 to 5 years.
Yep.
And so he's already starting that
just
next chapter.
it.
He's getting after it. And then Jameis Winston just handing W's for Jackson Dart to consume from his own hand. Jameis Winston with the craziest end zone touchdown celebration in the history of a quarterback
Duke and
sneak.
Boogie.
It's wild, man. They are You want to talk about a cast of just characters? That's the New York Football Giants, man. 2-9.
KJ, what is next?
We don't really have time to sit around and act like we've made it.
Well, this weekend is the rematch between the Philadelphia Eagles and the Dallas Cowboys, but this time it's at AT&T Stadium. And as we all know, last time these two teams matched up was week 1, and we had Spitgate that started this whole trickle down of spitting in the NFL between Dak Prescott and Jalen Carter. Both guys spoke to the media this week. Dak said, how will he respond to Carter if he says anything this week? Quote, depends on what he says first, but probably something friendly. Get on his good side, and quote. Jalen had the total opposite. He says, we're not worried about that. We're here where we are right now. And at the end of the day, everyone is playing. So that's all we're worried about, end quote. There's a lot riding on this game. The Cowboys are trying to make sure they secure a playoff spot. The Eagles are trying to see if they can lock up the number 1 seed in the NFC. I want to look at the Eagles' perspective of things. Do we believe they have the ability to get out of the NFC in the playoffs without being the number 1 seed?
I don't, but like if Saquon turns it on and the offense figures out how to do something, then they get dangerous. I still think the NFC goes through Los Angeles.
It feels like it. And they have, I mean, we keep talking about it. They're playing the best. They have the best quarterback play this year, most consistent, most dynamic.
They have the best coach.
I mean, Sean Payton would disagree.
In the NFC.
Gotcha. And they also have championship pedigree baked into who they are. Both of them do. The Rams do also, right? How many years has it been? 5 years? Or for you, it's been 6 years. The 2020 Super Bowl was 6 years ago.
We are more than halfway through this season. I'm rounding up.
Last year was 2 years. Last season was 2 years ago.
I'm rounding up.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
I'm going to force myself to be right, even though I'm wrong. From the opposite side of the coin, KJ, Broncos fans, we talked a lot yesterday about, are you a Colts fan or are you a Chiefs fan this week? You should be a Cowboys fan as well. You want Dallas to win this game against Philadelphia. Why? Because at 5-5-1, they are very much alive in the NFC hunt for that 6 or 7 seed. At 4-6-1, they're kind of dead in the water. You want a Dallas team that feels as though we have everything to play for. 2 weeks from now when they take on who? The Kansas City Chiefs. You're Cowboys fans this weekend.
All in on Cowboys football. We want Jared Jones to inspire and motivate that team. Keep them going in the straight and narrow.
Together.
Brian Schottenheimer with, was it Sunday Night Football or what did they play? It was Monday Night Football, wasn't it?
Against the Raiders.
Yeah,
yes.
Cowboys. Brian Schottenheimer, head coach, was like putting on like, hey man, I'm the fun head coach. You see him? He was like dapping it up with the boys on the sideline, trying to get some good vibes going. To be honest, I like it.
The good vibes were needed. It was a tragic weekend for for Cowboys fans and teammates.
I thought it was really cool of Brian Schottenheimer. I thought he led appropriately.
I completely
and
agree.
We here in Denver, Colorado, we love the Dallas Cowboys.
KJ, keep it rolling, man.
We don't really have time to sit around and act like we've made it.
The new kickoff rules in the NFL has been a very hot topic all season long, and Chief Special Teams Coordinator Dave Tubb responds to the President of the United States criticizing the new kickoff rules during his time at the Commanders game a couple of weeks ago. Here is a little interesting response in regards to what took place a couple of weeks ago.
President criticized the new kickoff rules when he was at the Washington game. What's your reaction?
He doesn't even know what he's looking at. He has no idea what's going on with the kickoff rule. So, I mean, I take that for what it's worth. And I hope he hears it.
Harold, go ahead.
Yeah.
It still looks weird. It's been a perfect rule change. It makes kickoffs legit. Things happen. You can change games. And as a result of having maybe the best punt and kick returner in the game in Marvin Mims, it only behooves Broncos fans right now. It still looks weird on TV. I'll give you that. The standing around and the stagnation of it before the ball actually hits the returner's hands and chest kind of sucks. But we actually get to see action. It's a great rule.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you,
Thank you.
I've been watching football my whole life. Great sport, tremendous sport. Some people say I'm one of the best at understanding football. And maybe I am, maybe I'm not. But a lot of people think so. And now in the NFL, they come out with this new kickoff rule. People are asking me, sir, can you believe this? And I say, believe it or not, because they've been changing things for years. Some good, some bad, but this one is terrible. It's terrible.
EPA per game. This is the best teams in the National Football League in terms of like what you're gaining on kickoffs, both on offense and or returning and covering. Seattle at 2.2. Carolina at 1.5, Pittsburgh at 0.8. The Broncos are right around the middle at negative 0.2. But I think that's more along the lines of their coverage rather than their returns.
But they say it's for safety, and I'm all for safety. Nobody loves safety more than I do. But can you have safety and excitement? Believe me, I build things taller than anybody thought possible, and we kept them safe. The NFL can figure that out as a kickoff.
You know what I want you to do? Hold on.
So I am a pretty good modern technology guy, okay? I just said, write a speech from Donald Trump in response to the NFL kickoff rule.
Very good. Can you do something for me?
And I put in 3 backslashes to find that as well.
Can you do something for me?
Please.
You see the final thing right there on my iPad? Can you give us the Mountain High appliance read as though it was done by President Donald Trump?
NFL notes brought to you here by Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com/I don't know what.
Oh, that
Hey, Colorado, I know you don't love me, but I tell you, my guy, Barry Remington. All right, I'm not going to do it anymore. Barry Remington, my guy, the real estate agent of choice for the Sanford family, is worth calling. His cell phone is 720-373-9297. And I'm telling you right now, it's worth the 2-minute phone call with Barry or his daughter, Cassie, to discuss the value of your home if that's what you're looking for to potentially sell it. Or you could potentially be looking to buy. And the perfect place to go in that case is you got to go to BarryRemington.com, and you don't even have to worry about a / or a /. Just go to BarryRemington with 1M.com. He's got more inventory today than he's had in over 10 plus years, and it is a buyer's market. So all kinds of sellers are willing to do whatever is needed in order to move their home, but you've got to get in the right situation, and Barry Remington will provide that fresh perspective, but he'll hustle with great integrity, honesty, and get you to the finish line as a buyer or as a seller. So don't just settle for any agent. Work with the Remington team at WK Real Estate. Visit BarryRemington.com and give him a call at 720-373-9297. They serve Boulder, Denver, and beyond. Hey, Colorado, I know you don't love me, but I tell you, my guy, Barry Remington. All right, I'm not going to do it anymore.
Oh, I had no idea you carried that into your live read in the parade. I left the studio. I love you, man. I miss you so much.
I'm a moron.
It's been a wonderful week being back with you.
I have a few go-tos, man. My Gruden's all right. My Harbaugh's pretty good.
Everything falls into Gruden for
It always ends up there.
If you go more than like a minute
I proved my Trump doesn't turn
held.
into a Gruden.
No, that is a steady ship.
Yep.
Most of your impressions go Gruden within 45 to 60 seconds.
Yeah.
But it's a damn good Gruden, and it's a really good Harbaugh, and I dare say it's a better Trump. You do a better President Trump.
Than a Gruden?
I think you do.
No,
dude. It's pretty good. I'm giving you props here,
okay,
man.
I
That was
appreciate it.
funny.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Bud Light Football Friday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Alex Ryan,
the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. This coming out of Cincinnati. Joe Burrow has been upgraded to questionable for this week's matchup against the New England Patriots.
Ooh, the intrigue.
Head coach Zach Taylor says, I think Joe has done everything he can to put himself in a position to get back. We are just going to keep taking our time on this one. No decision has been made yet. He was limited today in practice. That was earlier today. I feel comfortable waiting as long as we can to make this decision. And while I was talking about yesterday, Cincinnati is, well, they're dead in the water. They are the worst defense in the league. It doesn't help when you don't have one of the best quarterbacks in the league to try and combat that. The AFC North is still technically gettable. Like Pittsburgh leads that at 6-4. If you do the same tried and true Cincinnati Joe Burrow's Bengal thing that we've seen, I guess you could run the table and get it done.
Are the Bears going to be 8-3 after this weekend? I know this is new news here that Mike Tomlin just reported that was cited at his press conference saying that Aaron Rodgers is probably not going to play against them. Are the Bears 7-3 right now? Is that right?
Bears are 7-3 right now at the top of the NFC North.
My word, they might be 8-3. And then we've talked about it. We know that Joe Burrow desperately wants the Denver Broncos to have home field advantage for the
big
entirety.
Bronco fan Joe Burrow. It's widely reported.
I mean, he did right by the Broncos this year, did he not? Wasn't available. We got Jake Browning instead of Joe.
Helped.
Got to help. He didn't come sauntering into the stadium in his mink fur coat, looking like a Home Alone kid in a fur coat.
No, just looking like Pat Bowlen.
Yeah.
That's a good thing for the Broncos. If he plays, man, again, I want everyone to do Denver's dirty work for them. I have the same thought process when I think about the Avs going into the postseason. If someone can take out Dallas for you in the first round, be my guest. I know there's the subset of fans that go, to be the best, you have to beat the best. No, to be the best, you have to be the last team standing.
My wife and I, can I let you in on a little insight on how we watch football weekends in college?
Tell me.
We prioritize, this is awful. This is a little bit of an insight into just how sick and twisted the two of us are. 20 years, though. You got some scars, right? We watch revenge football. And Denver Broncos have a chance this weekend to be essentially on a bye and not have to worry and have their stomach curdling. We like to watch games of people who fired us and root against them.
Who's that this weekend? Who is that this weekend?
Well, first of all, it's always the University of Minnesota. Okay? Always the University of Minnesota.
Go for hunting.
The Western Kentucky University Hilltoppers. And then, strangely, my wife and I are we had a really good experience at Colorado. And
you're still here. You've made your home
here.
So
that's not, but it's usually, I'll be honest, the number one, man, it's the Minnesota Gophers. We love watching, last weekend, I think it was a Friday night game. PJ Fleck and the Gophers played the same time that we played our playoff game against Erie. And I got home, and the first thing I was like, hey, babe, what was the score of the Minnesota game? It's 40-13 or something. Okay, good.
There's nothing like a good old hate watch.
Oh, I love some revenge. Yeah. It's really good.
I don't have a lot of hate watching this weekend. There aren't two teams that I'm looking at going head to head. Maybe Philly and Dallas is a little bit of a hate watch.
Not
just because
too
the
bad.
fan bases.
But as it relates to the Broncos and just the NFL slate this weekend, what are some of the games that we're watching and we're just rooting for chaos for teams that are even in the same discussion? Like last night was good.
It was a good thing for the Broncos.
I loved watching Josh Allen get sacked 8 times.
Josh Allen?
And the Sean McDermott who loves to talk about like football as a form of jihad. Do you remember? When he was doing his stupid speech. That made
yes.
Not good. 9/11's like, I wouldn't use that as a motivational tactic
Especially
for a
as
football
the
program.
Coach of a New York football program.
Not great. I kind of enjoyed watching Buffalo lose to the Houston freaking Texans. It was awesome.
Isn't it wild, man? Who are the 3 quarterbacks when you think of AFC? Who are the 3 quarterbacks that you think of going into this year?
Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, and
Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson. And none of the 3 are guaranteed playoff teams.
Nope.
They're probably, I think 2 of the 3 are going to make the postseason.
Your triumvirate right now is Drake May,
Bo Nix,
and Daniel Jones.
What are we doing? Like
Upside
I told you,
down.
It's the reorganization, at least this year, of the quarterback position in the AFC. How about the NFC?
Well, in the NFC, who do you think of? You think of Matt
Stafford. Yep, same as. Really, that's a 5-year run, maybe more than that. Is it Caleb Williams?
No, he's too young.
Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts gets to be up there.
I'm just saying this season, like who are the
Dak?
Yeah,
but is Dak one of?
You're saying going into the year.
Going into the year. Your NFC quarterbacks going into the year. If you're picking a 3-headed monster, who is it?
Going into the year with Stafford, Goff, and
Hurts.
Coming
off of a Super Bowl. You deserve that, right?
Those
like
3.
You're ahead of Mayfield.
Maybe Purdy, because you're like, if they stay healthy.
Nah, you can't put him there. Can't put him there. Hurts has a ring on his finger. He has to be there now. Are all 3 of those guys still at the top of that food chain?
Not Goff. What are the Lions' record?
Lions are 6-4 right now.
Sure.
Hanging on by a thread.
They are in 3rd place right now, right, in the NFC North.
So if Stafford stays on, if we're talking about triumvirates, he stays on. Who are your 2 other quarterbacks? At 8-2, does Hurts still deserve it?
Yeah.
Who's your 3rd?
Today I just said it. My brain just.
Caleb? Baker?
Yeah, I mean, I think today it would probably be Baker. But how many losses they have? 4?
They're 6-4, but they are leading the NFC South.
I don't have that. I'd say it's probably freaking Caleb
That's
Williams,
insane.
man. Dude, how backwards is that 4 of the top 6 quarterbacks in the National Football League today, as it relates to their teams, and their teams being in great positions, are Daniel Jones, Bo Nix, Caleb Williams, and Drake freaking May. What are we doing? You know what's cool, though? Good. It's a new year. It's a different NFL. It's not the same old guys every single year.
Change should feel weird.
It feels weird. But we were told that 2024 quarterback draft class, which you would call 3 years ago, I would say that it's
in its 3rd year.
Yeah. No, it actually 2nd. Is it not? They're in their Bo Nix is a sophomore right now, correct?
Yes.
Jane Daniels is a sophomore.
Yes.
Okay. You would probably say it's like 5 years ago in 2024,
They're closer to their 3rd year than they are to their 1st.
But last year was their 1st year.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, this year is their 2nd year. Okay, just to be clear.
I know I backed myself into a corner. I just don't want to admit it.
Oh my God. But we were told when there was a quarterback drafted at 12th overall that happened to be the 6th player at his position drafted already. So 50% of the top 12 picks in that draft were quarterbacks. And the Broncos got the worst one, right? They're 9-2. Just 2 years later. Caleb Williams, that guy stinks. He paints his fingernails. He's weird. He's goofy. He's aloof. He plays with his food. All those things that I said a lot of that stuff. Dude, he's probably going to be what? What did I say? He's probably going to be 8-3 after this weekend. I mean, jeez. Drake May he basically got Mac Brown fired at the University of North Carolina in a weird twist of fate, clearing the way for New England Patriots legend Bill Belichick to coach at his alma mater and ruin it. Even worse, with adult cheerleading competitions. I watched Jordan actually on video, his girlfriend in the adult cheerleading competition.
I hate that for you.
It's really I can't get those 14 seconds back. It's not good.
It's Friday in the morning sprint. Means it's time to pop some tops, Coach.
I love tops.
Bye week for the Broncos. Lots of football still to be played, though. You've got some top 25 matchups between Missouri, Oklahoma, USC, and Oregon. Arguably the biggest game of the weekend in the college ranks. But I'm going to the hardwood tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. NBA Cup action, 7:30 tip. Denver and Houston, two of the most exciting offensive teams in basketball. I'm going to sacrifice my corneas watching that bright red court, but it should be fireworks offensively. I'm popping my top, and I'm watching the Nuggets and the Rockets.
As for me and my family, we're going to be watching tonight a battle for supremacy in the Mountain West Conference, the last year as we know it. A battle of two future Mountain West Conference teams, at least the best of my knowledge. Where 7-3 Hawaii Warriors, led by Timmy Chang, are making the trip to the 8th Island, Las Vegas, Nevada, and battling against Dan Mullen's 8-2 UNLV Rebels for Mountain West supremacy. You're probably going to want to buckle up because it's going to be a wild ride.
It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, official partner of the Colorado Buffaloes, sold in stadium and at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21 or older. Please drink responsibly. For Coach, for KJ, I'm Raj. Pop your tops. Have a great weekend, Denver. Glorilla, take us out.
Take us home. That's it.
All right, it's Football Friday. What's going on? Our guy Scott Hastings there in Houston, H-Town. Cody, you didn't go to the football game last night, did you?
No.
Did you think about it?
No, I went down and had a hamburger with Vic, and I said, we could have maybe gone to the game.
What'd Vic say to that?
He said, I didn't even think about that. I said, yeah.
Yeah. Quite a game.
But then I talked to Vic this morning over coffee, and he said, after we had that dinner, I went home. I slept for 10 hours.
Yeah, there you go, man.
He said, I didn't watch a football game or nothing. I went straight to bed.
There are elements of you guys traveling that are, man, that looks rough. And then there's a time when you can be in a 5-star hotel in an unbelievably comfy bed and just draw the shades down and just sleep to your heart's content. You get those moments too. It's hand in hand.
You have those.
Yeah.
You do have those.
You have those.
And then you have those, hey, let's start a game at 8:30 at night and
you have those.
fly 2.5 hours to Denver so you can play tomorrow at 7.
You got both of those.
You got those games.
You have those. That's the schedule for the
and
next
then,
24
by the way,
hours.
after that game tomorrow, we're going to get you up on the plane
Go
at
to
noon
Memphis.
and fly out to Memphis now.
Sure. Beale Street. I'm walking on Memphis. Walking on Beale. My head in the clouds. I'm walking in Memphis.
6 inches off of Beale, wasn't it?
6 inches off Beale, laying on the ground. Dan, do you know Walking to Memphis? Oh, boy. That's not that old, is it? Mark Cohen?
I know that song. I do. Shockingly.
So Vic's told a fun story today. I don't know if you caught it, Scott. He was in a steam room with Jokic, and like an 80-year-old dude came into the steam room and asked Jokic, do you play basketball?
He told me he was in there with Joker and one of the assistant coaches, Augie.
That's awesome, man. No.
He said they were just talking. They were just blah, 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 going in Serbian. He goes, I've never wanted to speak Serbian more in my life.
But that is just a riot, man. You must get it all the time, too. Somebody doesn't know who you are, but you're obviously tall. So how often do you get the did you play basketball? And what do you say?
Yeah, I get it, especially with new people quite often. And I always say when I always point to the top of my head, I said, yeah, this was a different color. But I've had people come up to it and say, hey, did you play basketball? And I go, yes, sir, or yes, ma'am. And he goes, high school?
Sure. Yes.
I go, yes, ma'am. Did you play? I said, well, I went to University of Arkansas. Did you? Oh, that's cool. Did you do any pro ball? And I said, yeah, I played in the NBA for a little bit. Really? What teams? Well, then you got to go New York, Atlanta, Miami, Detroit, Denver. He start throwing over the whole map.
Have you ever gone that far and somebody goes, you kind of sucked, huh?
Yeah, that's what you think.
Yeah, that's too funny. Yeah, the whole what do you do for a living question is always, you always take a deep breath and you're always like, should I just lie? Would it be easier just to make something up at this point? It was funny on the morning show. They were like, Jokic, if he was really thinking about it, could have said, you play basketball? No, I race horses. Which, of course, you would look at him like the world's biggest jockey.
Which is the big joke for tall guys. That is a cliche joke.
Yeah.
Will Chamberlain in his biography said that. He goes, you play basketball? No, I'm a horse jockey.
Yeah.
Well, Joker kind of is.
Kind of is. He
kind of is.
He races horses. But what? You got a good game tonight, though. It's for the Cup, so it matters a little bit more, by the way, just to let you know, if you didn't think of that. It's for the
Cup game. It is a Cup game against a team. You're 11-3. They're 10-3. Kevin Durant in the house tonight. So
yeah, it's actually a great game. How do you like the Nuggets? How's Gosh, you probably don't know, but AG. He's doing all right. Is he playing tonight?
I would assume because they kind of let us know that was more of a maintenance thing in New Orleans. So I'd be shocked if he's not out there in the primary defender for Durant.
Okay. All right, great game last night for the Broncos, and I've seen more people kind of recognize does not help the Broncos for the Chiefs to lose. You want the Colts to win this game, you want the Bills to lose, and good old Bo Nix.
I was at the Bills bar last night. Sorry, go ahead, Scott.
Why do you want the Chiefs to lose?
No. You don't want the Chiefs to lose. You want the Chiefs to win.
You want the Chiefs to win, yeah.
Yeah.
Did I say that wrong? Did I say that wrong?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, you want the Chiefs to win, yes.
Yeah, you want the Chiefs to beat the Colts this weekend. I get it, though. I mean, you know what? I'm not going to tell a fan you're wrong if you want the Chiefs to lose. I understand that. Get the Chiefs out of the way. Like just be done with it. I understand it. But the best thing for the Broncos and their future to lock up the number 1 seed is to have the Colts lose. Was at that Bills bar last night.
Yeah, you saw Rob.
That was pretty fun. That was cool to see Rob in his element there. You know, president of the Bills, Colorado Mafia.
Right.
But I kind of got into it a little bit with them. You know, it was fun to watch.
Enthusiasm can be contagious, and they bring the music there, and they're playing Shout and Where Would You Rather Be Than Right Here, Right Now, and they're doing all the Bills traditions. And did you stay for the entire game? Or just?
No, I left at half.
Right. Yeah. Well, Bo Nix pulled off something that Josh Allen couldn't figure out, and that's beating the Texans in Texas. That happens.
Have you ever seen Josh Allen so incapable of scrambling? That game was nuts. Every time he tried to get out of that pocket, they were all over him.
Dude, and I was like, oh, man.
I thought he died twice. I mean, seriously, when Josh Allen went down, that was in the first quarter, wasn't it? When he went down in the first quarter, he looked like he was like out for the rest of the season, career-ending injury. I'm like, what, you're just back in there the next series? Like, hello, Garrett Bowles.
Was he doing a little acting there? Or
I don't know. I don't know what he was doing, but
he's getting sacked. By the way, it turns out the Bills' offensive line is awesome, according to nerds. It's according to the stats. I was like, man, they must stink. It's like, not only did they not stink by metrics and analytics, they're the top offensive line in the league.
Well, Spencer Brown is banged up. That made a huge difference, and then they eventually pulled him out of the game because he just couldn't play. Going up against great defense. I mean, that Texans defense is stupid good.
Does it give you any more respect, boys, for what Bo Nix and the Broncos pulled off?
Against who? Against the Texans?
Against the Texans.
Yeah.
I mean, they did what the Bills couldn't. Bo Nix did what Josh Allen couldn't do.
They got credited with 8 sacks on Josh Allen.
Yeah?
Was it 8?
Two picks.
8.
Yeah. 8 sacks and 2 interceptions.
Yeah. How did Bo do it and Josh Allen couldn't do it? And listen, first of all, that did happen. It was a big game for Houston at the time, and they've got some mojo going right now.
Mm-hmm.
It's another sort of like rah-rah moment for Bo Nix and the Broncos. That's what I'm saying. Like, way to go, And the Bills, not afraid of the Bills as long as you're playing in Denver. Not afraid of the Ravens as long as you're playing in Denver. The Chiefs, not as long as you're playing in Denver. Like, as long as you're playing in Denver, I have no idea why you don't go to the Super Bowl.
Well, then you better hope the Chiefs win.
Yeah, and that's the case on Sunday. You hope for the Chiefs to win.
You really need the Colts to lose 2 at a minimum.
Just as a little safety net?
Well, I mean, do you feel that confident the Broncos aren't going to drop another game?
I think they're going to drop one more game because
then you need the Colts to lose 2.
I hate the
if they each lose 1, then we still lose the tiebreaker.
Yeah, you're right. So, okay, great point. So there should be no debate about this whatsoever.
Right.
None.
Yeah, you lose 2, you need them to lose 3. But the Colts got 2 or 3 losses if they just play average on their book. So
yeah, we'll see what how the rest of the year goes for the Colts.
Do you realize? And I think the Bills. I mean, they play like crap and then they look good, and they play like crap and then they look good. I told you yesterday, I'm not afraid if you can get the Bills at home. I didn't think you had a shot last year, and it turned out you didn't. But that was in Buffalo. I'm not afraid of Buffalo coming into Denver.
Nope.
But let's say they go on a slide. I mean, could you imagine what the league office is saying? We're going to have Jackson, Mahomes, and Allen not in the playoffs?
I know, that's pretty wild.
Do you think they're going to be happy about that?
I don't know. I think as long as there's another group of interesting quarterbacks, I think that's all the NFL. I think everybody in life, and the NFL is no different, just thinks about what's next. As long as you have something great next, then what do they care? If the next great quarterbacks or leaders of teams are Bo Nix, Caleb Williams, and Drake May, who cares about Mahomes, Allen, and Lamar Jackson?
Well, it's cool to know that you've got a future, but Bo Nix, Drake May, they're not going to pull eyeballs like Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen do.
We'll see what they do.
They won't.
Why couldn't they?
Hey, don't forget Daniel Jones. I mean, he's in that mix too, right there.
Yep. And they're just too new. The country's not accustomed to it yet. It's It takes time to develop allegiance to guys like this, and it takes big wins and it takes big moments. Like they're on the
big
radar.
Stages.
They're on the radar, but to the country, they don't have any affinity for these kids. They're just kids, right? The other guys.
You let a New England Denver AFC Championship game, and both Drake May and Bo Nix show out. They're your next level of guys on the national radar big time.
Well, I saw what the ratings were for the Broncos and the Chiefs for the late game on CBS. It was like their most watched game, it was the most watched game of the year. It was one of their biggest watched games, just period. And in that showdown, that was a showcase for Bo Nix, wasn't it? Over Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, but it also involved Patrick Mahomes.
I gotcha, but there's stepping stones. Okay, fine. Everybody's there for Mahomes, Bo Nix wins.
My point is not what you're saying is valid, and I think it's good for the NFL to have the next generation. I got you. It's just that the country hasn't developed any. If you're not a Broncos fan, if you're not a Patriots fan, you haven't developed any feelings associated to these guys.
The crazy thing.
Yeah, let's see next week with two of the same. Well, no, you won't. You only get one of the same. Who gets better eyes on, Washington, Denver, or Kansas City, Indiana?
Oh, it won't even be close.
Well, that's a weird one too, because Washington Denver is Sunday Night Football. That inherently just has more eyeballs on it. Period. That likely will get higher ratings and more eyes on it because it's not sharing the time with anything. It's a national game.
That's true.
So I don't know if that's apples to oranges because the Broncos are going to win that one. But that doesn't matter. That's anybody on Sunday Night Football. So it's kind of who knows? It's going to be a fun weekend to root for the Broncos by rooting for the right teams. And that is to root for the Chiefs, which sounds weird, but there you go.
Who's buying a house in Breckenridge?
That is Mark Moser, who has
Mark Moser?
He has a brand new endorsement, and she does an amazing job with your second properties.
Okay.
So when you want to get something up in Summit County, that's where you go, according to Mark Moser.
All right.
So that's what that is right there.
You trying to horn in on that a little bit?
I am not, but
I thought you already had a real estate guy.
Ed Prather's the best, but he works in
your back on Ed right now.
Hell no, Ed works in the Denver Metro. Yeah. She's up in the mountains.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Ed never goes to the mountains, huh?
He really doesn't. He kind of focuses it on this area, but he wouldn't be shy about it. But she's a specialist up in Breckenridge, according to Mark Moser. Raw team.
Team.
I realized something. It's going to be like hey, no duh, DMac. But I realized something being at the Avalanche game yesterday, and it goes back to our poll, by the way. And I want to dig into more, Scott, the game against the Rockets tonight, and Şengün. What kind of dude is he, really? And is hockey skill or luck? All that coming up next here on PhD.
Hey, guys and gals, are you in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle? Well, don't waste your whole weekend driving all over the state looking for a new car. Just go to the best dealership in Colorado with the best inventory, the best prices, the best customer service. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. One-stop shopping. No reason to waste your whole weekend. Guys, go to Phil Long Ford. There's 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. Whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is at Phil Long Ford. They've got the best prices, the best customer service. You're going to walk out a customer for life. That's what happened to me once I bought my first car at Phil Long Ford. It's the only dealership that I ever go to. I know these guys. I love these guys. I trust these guys. And that's why I recommend all my family and friends go to Phil Long Ford. Guys, Phil Long Ford has got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
Jack Drury, now McKinnon. Counterattack. McKinnon leaves it for Marty Natchez. Backdoor feed. McCarr. Wraparound try. He scores! Oh, hail Kale! It's a 6-game point streak for Kale Douglas McCarr. His 4th goal ever versus the New York Rangers. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, this is a tie hockey game.
7 in a row. Only the 4th team in NHL history to have 1 regulation loss through the first 20 games.
And the first one since like 70-something, wasn't it?
Nah, I mean, the 2012-13 Blackhawks did it.
12.
Before that, it was the 79-80 Flyers. And then the, you remember this team, the 27-28 Canadiens. So, yeah.
That's back when they were playing without a hockey mask and just busting people.
Ain't no doubt about that.
Yeah.
Cale Makar leads in points for defensemen. Nathan McKinnon passed Stasny, by the way, for points. Still quite a few behind Joe. But he's now second in the Avs history in terms of scoring. And he got a couple. Cale got a couple. Cale got that wraparound, which I was like, I think that is the coolest type of goal in hockey, when you aggressively start on one side and go to the other. And I was like, there's got to be...
And you see it less and less in the pro game as opposed to like college hockey.
Yeah, man. And like, there's got to be something to it.
It seems really hard to do.
I agree.
Yeah.
I
Seems
agree.
like there's one angle. There's like one tiny little spot you can put that thing. And other than that, how do you pull it off?
You are reading my mind, my friend.
Yeah.
And I was like, are you, because sometimes it bounces off the goalie and whatever. So I asked Cale that. And then I'll play it to you. But I asked him that exact thing. Like, what goes into this?
Hey, on the wraparound, do you look for something specific to bounce the puck off of? What when you do that, what are you looking for to finish on there?
Mostly for the puck to cross the goal line.
It's just pure luck?
No, I mean, it's not luck. I mean, I hope there's a little skill in there. But, no, I just try and get there quick. Obviously, Shesterkin's a really fast goalie, so just try to get around as quick as I could and get a good angle. And I haven't watched it yet. I don't know if it went off something, but, yeah. So.
Is it the idea to bounce it off something, though, or to wrap it? It
really just depends on the situation. Especially a goalie like that, he's going to get there. So you're just trying to get it as tight to the post as you can, and whether it goes off of him or somebody or whatnot. So, yeah.
So it's luck.
Hey, hockey guy. Hey, defensive hockey guy. You heard it from the man itself. Put puck near net, see what happened.
Right.
Put puck near line, see if it crossed line.
There I am, talking to the world's greatest defenseman.
It might bounce off something, it might not. I might get a little bit lucky. Well, I don't want to call it luck. There's a little skill. Okay, yeah, I got to get a little lucky. Put the puck near the net.
Well, it's funny. I played with a great golfer who was a plus golfer one time, and we were on the number 1 handicap hole of this course, and it had this big oak tree right to the left of it. Part of the branches kind of covered the left side of the green, and he pulled a shot, hit the branches, and you can hear it, dang, bong, ding, dang. Drops about 6 inches from the cup for a birdie on the number 1 handicap hole.
Yeah.
And I meant, how lucky are you? And he goes, it's funny. The more I play, the luckier I get.
Yeah, that's true.
I think that's it. And for hockey, I'd even expand it. And this is what, Andy and I have been talking about it for the last handful of years when they kind of go through these dry spells of scoring, which they really haven't done this year. And everybody talks about put the puck on the net, put the puck on the net, put the puck on the net.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what that is, right? It might be a little luck that sometimes it goes in, but when you jam that thing, if that guy skates up just a little bit or, maybe he's not quite all the way over there, I mean, sometimes you get lucky in making a good play.
But I was curious, like when you're doing it, are you looking to bounce it off the goal? Like, is that the best way to...
Looking to get it near line.
And he's just, I just wait for it to go over the goal line. And I'm like, all right. So I don't know if there's another sport kind of like hockey where obviously there's absurd amounts of skill, especially with the skating, but the sport is also equal parts luck.
Yeah.
Just crazy. Like, I don't think basketball's like that. I I really don't think football's like that. I mean, there are lucky bounces. There are lucky things that happen, deflections or whatever. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I don't think it exists to the degree it does in hockey.
Well, I'd argue that basketball involves like the least amount of luck and the purest amount of skill. You know, like there's not a whole lot of variables once that ball gets up in the air. Obviously, you got a defender in front of you and all those sorts of things. But I mean, it takes the skill and the touch to get the ball in the air to go down where it's supposed to. After that, there's not a lot of variables. Hockey's probably got the most variables, and after that, football's got the variables as well.
Let me throw this at you, too, because I've always thought this was lucky, but this is a hell of a skill set. How many times have you seen a guy out in the front or on the wing fire a shot at at the net, and a dude with an inch by half-inch stick deflects it out of the air? You got Major League Baseball players, DMac, that can't bunt the ball anymore in Major League Baseball, and these guys are taking this little 1-inch stick and catching a puck coming at them at 85, 90 mile an hour and deflecting it down or up into a net. I mean, it's a little lucky, I guess,
Scott,
but the skill to touch it.
I will stand by this. Like, people keep telling me, no, there's an art to the deflection. They know where they're putting it. I'm like, I think there's an art to the eye-hand coordination to get the stick on the puck. I agree.
Yeah.
But are you really sitting there telling me you know where that puck's going to bounce, where that thing's going to deflect after it? I'm calling BS on that.
They have no idea where it's going.
No.
They do practice a lot the hand-eye that it takes to just have your blade somewhat near that puck when it's coming. I mean, they practice that all the time. But they don't know. You have no idea where it's about to go. Like Mikko Rantanen last night, if you see the highlights, had this incredible spinorama backhand flip. I mean, it was a thing of beauty, the skating, but he's throwing the puck at the goalie without looking on his backhand. I mean, it looks awesome because it ended up top shelf over the dude's shoulder, but he doesn't know. He has no clue.
But again, isn't it funny? The more they play or the more they practice, the luckier they get.
I agree. And listen, for all the hockey haters, like, you don't know hockey, this, that, the other, that's Cale Makar saying it, okay? That's Cale basically admitting, I'm just trying to get the puck to the crease, right? I'm trying to get it there. Like on a wraparound, I'll try to get the puck as close as I can, and it sort of depends if I'm going to throw it off somebody or not.
Think about this. On a wraparound, what's the chances of a guy ever getting his glove and catching the puck? That doesn't happen. So what's it going to do? It's going to hit a pad. It's going to hit a skate. If it doesn't go in, what's it going to do? It's going to bounce where? Right in front of the goalie, and now you've just given all your other opponent or your other teammates possibly a chance to put a stick on it again.
All I can tell you, moms and dads out there, if you got a fat kid, put him in goal. I mean, just, the odds just go up. That's all. He doesn't have to become an athlete till later on. Just put the fat kid in net.
Just make sure you can do the splits.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, my God.
Can fat kids do the splits?
Hey. Sure. You can teach flex. You can put fat kid in yoga.
Yeah.
Hey, that in right field?
Your kid plays right field and goalie. Your fat kid.
And catcher.
Catcher? I don't know about catcher. I mean, catcher, you gotta kind of move around, catcher, right field. And little kid sports, little kid baseball, right field is the place to go. It actually changes dramatically once you get to a bigger field. Your right fielder tends to be your best athlete because you have to have the biggest arm to go from, the right field.
Larry Walker says hello.
Yeah. I mean, it's different once you get to the big field, but there you go. Also,
there's a reason Bichette played left and Larry Walker played right.
Also, your worst in Major League Baseball, your worst arm, always, your worst outfielder always plays left field in Major League Baseball. Always. That's the spot. You sit like 8 feet from the wall and you just hope the ball lands in your glove. That's it. And then, at Coors Field, of course, it's different because Coors Field. We're going to have John Michael Lyles at 1 o'clock so we can get back to this conversation with him. Just one other quick one on the hockey stuff. Scott Wedgwood got an assist last night.
I saw that.
Scott Wedgwood got an assist.
Love it.
So do you think you do anything special because, got an assist?
Anything special, tradition-wise, when a goalie gets an assist? It's a point. Do anything for him?
No.
Thank you. No big deal.
By the way, Bednar was smiling when he said it, but Betsy is kind of funny with that stuff. Do you do anything special? Nope. See ya.
Sending them up to the ranch, clear out some 3-rail.
Yeah.
Hey, let me ask you guys a question. I don't think it's a no dumb question, but I think it's a very applicable sports question.
Mm-hmm.
You've got, and the three of us have been around a long time, and we've talked a little bit about this, but I don't know if you've seen a city with three teams that play kind of in the fall winter time of the year rolling like you've got with the Avs, Nuggets, and the Broncos.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, and here's another thing I brought up with Andy on this pod last night. All three buildings, when you go to the home games, are on fire. All three of them are just lit. The fans are big in it, right?
Yeah.
They've all got just something really going on. And if you sit there and look at ownership and management, you say, wow, they seem to have something really going on in those groups.
Yes.
Here's the question then. You hire a new guy for the Rockies, and I'm glad they went out of the building. I know people making fun of it, and look what he did in Cleveland. I don't care. He's he's from somewhere else. Let's see if he can change and look something.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the question. Should that guy not be reaching out to the Broncos and the Avs and the Nuggets ownerships and front office and just say, hey, can I buy you a cup of coffee? Can I buy you a lunch? And sit down and just pick brains. Because here's the three things. I'd love Tyler to talk about this. I saw an interview with TJ Ward, and he talked all about it with the Broncos. And he talked about the culture. What he said, the Broncos, I've been in all these different places. I've never seen a culture like this. They have alumni that come back and have pride with the team 10, 15 years later. You saw when the Nuggets won the championship, all these old guys coming back, the David Thompsons and stuff like that were part of, established in this franchise, back in it. They honor Avalanche guys all left and right, and a lot of them stay in town even and live here. They all three have started with culture, and they've built themselves up into great teams. Why wouldn't the Rockies and this new guy want to sit down with ownership / management of all three of those teams and just try to pick their brain?
It's a great question, and I think the PR people of the Rockies are nice people. I don't have anything bad to say about them, but I'll let you know this, Scott. We were told that Dee Podesta was going to join us this week. Okay? Not happening so far, and I'm not trying to shoot it down if it does happen, but I'm just letting you know it's been one of the more frustrating things behind the scenes this whole week. I'm not lying. Like, this would have been a great week to have him on, the number one sports talk station in Colorado. It is, by the way. And sort of just hash it out and let's talk some Rockies. But it's a bye week. Like, we could have done it. But what are we going to do next week? Thanksgiving? We got the Broncos back in the mix and whatever. I mean, we go like 10 days. Scott, you're right. And unfortunately for the Rockies, and if they're listening, I hope they hear this. You got a bunker mentality, my friends, that you need to bust out of. And I'll tell you what Greg Penner did, if you guys don't know. He talked to like 1 million different people. They went to a ton of other stadiums and whatever. Like, who didn't Greg Penner talk to when he got here for the first year? He's talked to all of us at a variety of points. And not only that, but the culture of the Broncos with Greg Penner was for everybody else to do the same thing. So when they make decisions on something, guys, it is with it's not gut. It's not. It's with a lot of research, and if they're making sort of a gut judgment, it's based on 1 million other conversations. Scott, you couldn't hit the nail on the head more. But the Rockies sit over there at 20th and Blake, and they get in their little baseball world, and they're kind of unconscious of the world around them in this community. And I think it's a huge mistake. And yes, look at what the Broncos have done in such a short period of time. Now, the Nuggets and Avalanche have been on a nice roll. I don't know. You would know better than I what conversations they had when both teams were kind of, not great. Because while they were not great, the Broncos were doing unbelievable. But they turned it around too. And yes, you are correct, Scott. If you were to have I saw Kevin Demoff last night. You don't think if you were the Rockies, you'd be smart to have a conversation with Kevin Demoff, who runs the Nuggets, Avs, Arsenal, and the Rams? You don't think he has a little insight on things you can do and things you shouldn't do? Bet you they don't, though. I bet you they don't. even with this new guy in town. And I'm not sure who is there to tell the new guy, except for maybe us here on the radio. You got to get your head out of the Rockies bunker and realize what the hell's going on out there. So I agree with you.
I just think when you've got successful programs, and I know it's been 10 years for the Broncos, but it's been 10 years. I mean, let's be honest, in pro sports and Super Bowls, that's not a huge long time, right? Maybe for the Chiefs or New England, but and the Nuggets and the Avalanche have won a championship within the last 5 years. How would you not want to talk to those organizations? Yeah. And listen, I've had tons of conversations with the Nuggets organization. I've had tons of conversations with when Michael Malone was here, and now I've had a bunch of conversations with David Adelman, with Josh Kroenke, with the new front office. Every one of them lead off with the culture of the team. This is who we want to be now. So if I were to ask you, what are the Rockies' culture? They need an entire culture change.
No doubt.
Well, the real problem is you can try to change a culture. You can bring in a new GM. You can bring in a new president. At the end of the day, there's no getting around ownership in professional sports. There's not. And so why does it not feel like a whole lot has changed with DePodesta early on in terms of like PR and all that? Well, because it is the same. And I'm not saying that he's going to be the same. I'm not saying that DePodesta is going to run the ship the exact same way. But ownership is the single biggest driving force in any professional league. It doesn't matter the sport.
You couldn't be more right, and I was really hoping that would be different, and doesn't feel like it so far. What can I tell you? And so that's why, like, Warren Schaefer, the fact that Warren Schaefer would be even in consideration
he's going to be it.
Well, it's even more ridiculous.
He's going to be the manager.
I think being in consideration is ridiculous. But, hey, whatever. You can't have it all. We got most of it here in Denver. It'd be better if the Rockies were good, too, and they paid attention to things. There are ways to straighten things out. Rocky start. What can I tell you? Pun intended. That being said, on the other end of the other side of the coin, this Avalanche team, guys, like we did that survey yesterday, and most of the fans were like, oh, Avs first, and then Nuggets, and then Broncos. I don't know if a team can beat the Broncos going through Denver, so I think that's the path to the Super Bowl. This Avalanche team, and I'm just struggling, Scott, with like how you're going to beat Oklahoma City right now, but again, that'd be a first world problem in the Western Conference Final. Guys, I have no clue how any team is going to beat this Avalanche team in a 7-game series. No clue.
Well, it's early, but if we go to my formula, let's get 20 games in and let's see who they are, because teams kind of define who they are around game 20.
Yeah.
The Avalanche, and with that formula, the Avalanche formed and told us who they're going to be, right?
Oh, it's unbelievable. Yes.
Yeah, and I'm going to throw this out there, and I say this with kindness. They just tied an NHL record that hasn't been done but 4 times in the history of the NHL of having only one regulation time loss in their first 20 games with 3 other teams, and you got to go back to the 20s for one of those teams. They've told you who they are, and they're doing it with their backup goalie.
Scott on the walk-off moment. It's PhD here on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, here we are, the weekend. You feeling good? You feeling spry? You feeling like I'm going to get after it this weekend? Let's go. Let's go. Or are you feeling like, oh, man, I cannot wait to sink into that couch and not move and do nothing? Not that I don't have those moments too, but maybe it's just low T. Maybe you're feeling sluggish, kind of just like blah. Start losing that testosterone. It happens. It does. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there for you. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take the low T quiz. 10 questions, yes or no, just takes a couple minutes. They'll draw your blood and have results within 30 minutes. A licensed medical provider will review the results. Then you figure out together what to do with it. It's only $99. You get the consult, a T, and a PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. Listen, this is a no-brainer. Most guys just wait. No need to wait. Go to my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic at 720-440-7900. They've got locations in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver. Great location in Castle Rock. Colorado Springs. It's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I'm gone. All right, we get John Michael Lyles coming up at 1 o'clock. That's cool. JML. We'll talk to him about hockey and if luck and luck and the combination thereof and get his take on all of it. I wonder if he'll just say, yeah, I don't know. We don't know where the puck's going. Just throw it. I remember when I worked for the Buffalo Sabres, I worked with an old hockey guy, Jim Lorentz, and he was just like, just shoot the puck at the net. And you just throw it there. You don't know. And so it is funny seeing.
You might get lucky, or better yet, you might set up a play for a put back by one of your teammates.
Yep, it's all that sort of stuff. All right, tonight. Oh, by the way, my wife is dying. Oh, I am about to be a hero on this bad boy. I think I can probably weasel my way for this. Joe Sakic, Peter Forsberg, Claude Lemieux, Legends, the 96 Rewind Reunion at the Paramount Theater, presented by KeyBank on December 10th. Visit coloradoavalanche.com/Paramount. Yeah, my wife was like, oh, we got it. This is the most incredible thing of all time. We got it. By the way, I am thoroughly convinced she doesn't want me anywhere near the house when the Avalanche are playing. She has her own routine. She has her own thing. She's got everything going on. She ran into another Avs friend. She's like ripping off the names of the wives. Like Cale Makar's wife. You guys know Cale Makar's wife's name?
Do not.
No, she does.
Bill?
Yeah. What? No. Anyways, December 10th, coloradoavalanche.com/Paramount. I will be there with my wife, and she won't even realize that I'm there. That's that. Nikola Jokic. What numbers? Oh, my God, Scott. The Nikola Jokic stats. You want to read them? You want me to read them? It's kind of bonkers what's going on here with Nikola.
The one I sent you yesterday, and then you sent again today.
Did I send it to? We do have an annoying habit of doing that in the group. Did I send it to? Oh, I did send it.
No, I'm convinced that nobody actually reads that thread. We all just send things just because that we're supposed to.
I usually do.
Yeah, you're guilty of that too, Tyler. So you're not.
I said I'm convinced that I was not pulling myself out of that.
All right.
Yeah.
Joker number one.
It says no player, as you read this, no player in NBA history has ever played a decade in which he led in 4 out of 5 major statistical categories. The record is 3 by Kareem Abdul-Jabbar back in the 70s.
That is unbelievable. Points, rebounds, assists, and steals. Points, 13,242. Rebounds, 6,030. Assists, 4,326. Steals, 703. And yesterday in a steam room, there was an elderly gentleman that entered and asked Nikola, do you play basketball?
Where was the steam room? Like in the hotel?
Yes, according to Vic. It was in the...
That's a pretty nice little hotel.
Where do you...
a steam room?
Tyler, it's the NBA, bro. Where do you think these people are going?
I've stayed in a lot of nice hotels, buddy. I'm not too many of them have got steam rooms.
Yeah, because you're in the NFL. It's you guys are like cattle.
You think we're staying in different hotels?
I do, actually, yes.
We're staying in the Four Seasons. We're staying in the Ritz. We're staying in the nicest hotel in town.
Let me back up. Do you think you stayed in as nice hotels in general as the NBA?
I do.
Scott, you've stayed in both. You've done it both ways, Scott.
Yeah, but it may have changed. I stayed in a lot more Marriotts when I played and when I did the Broncos than I have lately.
Dude, I'm telling you, it did depend on the coach. I'll give you that. Some coaches were a little bit more snobby about it than others. Mm-hmm. But Mike, dude, I'm telling you, we would stay at the nicest hotel in town everywhere we went.
Well, good for Mike and good for Pat Bowlen. I'm not surprised there's a nice steam room where the Nuggets stay. I'm not surprised there's nice everything where Scott lays his head at night when he's traveling with the team. And there you go. I don't know, Scott, is it what star hotel are you guys staying at in Houston? Give me a star on it.
Well, I'll just put it this way: it's owned by Houston's owner, the Rockets owner, and there's a Rolls-Royce dealership in the lobby, or just off the lobby.
What? Yeah. Wow. Okay.
We get let off kind of in a service entrance, and you walk in, and they got a display car off to the left before you walk into the hotel. it's a Bugatti. If you want to go and look at where Bugatti started.
Hey, is it like? Oh, I don't know if I should say it.
No, don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it.
Okay.
I'm sure it's a great place.
The Oak Express.
And it's near there. Yeah. But you go to the lobby, and you just go. If you just go past the front desk, there's a little hallway, and there's a nice little a restaurant to eat at, and a bunch of convention areas, and a little breakfast place I ate at today. But in between that breakfast place and that little restaurant is the Rolls-Royce dealership.
Okay.
That place is pretty sick. That place is real sick.
It's real sick.
Yeah.
How about the chandelier in the lobby?
Yeah.
Really roughing it. By the way, what does that old guy who doesn't know who Nikola Jokic, what does he do to be staying in that hotel? He must be doing all right.
He owns the Rolls-Royce dealership.
Well, maybe he does. Who knows? I mean, Nikola's just a basketball player. All right, Scott, what should we look for tonight?
I think this is going to be – I don't know. It's interesting because Houston, at times, it seemed like here in Houston's kind of had their way. They're a very good defensive team. Sengun is a little smaller version of Joker. You add Kevin Durant, but you lose Van Vliet for the season. But they've got some good young talent. They got one of the Thompson twins, who I think is just outstanding. I love watching him play, like his brother in Detroit too. I think this is a heavyweight game. This is either a Western Conference Finals game or a semifinals game.
Okay.
Series.
Listen, I know it's one of 82, the whole thing, and we laugh about being a cup game. But when you're playing this year, Oklahoma City, Houston, who else do you want to throw in there? Like the contenders.
Denver.
Lakers. Do these games.
Lakers are trying to announce it. Yeah.
Yeah. Do these games. I know they don't mean necessarily more in the standings, but do they mean more in general for other reasons?
No. Well, listen, Tyler will tell you this. I mean, in football, each game is big, and you don't want to give up too many of them. But when the Patriots, probably in Tyler's ear, when the Patriots came to town, it was a more special game. It's like that in all sports. When you see. Listen, you got a Hall of Famer that you're going to play against today that's still putting up major numbers at 37 or whatever he is. So, it'll be a special game. And like I said, this will be the first round of 3 or 4 rounds. I don't know how many times you got Houston this year, at least 3. First round of that, and then probably maybe a small preview of what you're going to see somewhere. I mean, listen, there's Minnesota's going to have a lot to say about it. The Lakers are going to have a lot to say about it. Denver, Houston, Oklahoma City, obviously. I think San Antonio is going to be noisy by this time this thing is over in the Western Conference. So, yeah, man, it's just kind of getting started.
I look forward to it. The Rockets are rolling. They've won 5 in a row. They're 9-1 in the last 10. They played one less game than the Nuggets, but they're 10-3. They have the same record as the Nuggets do at home and on the road. This is awesome. Fun game tonight, man. Fun game tonight. And what time are we going tonight, Scott? What's the
It's 8:30 here.
Oh my Lord. Why?
Yeah. I have no idea. Well, it's a national game. It'll be on somebody.
Oh, it's an Amazon Prime game, Dan's telling me. All right. Well, we can see it on altitude, so that's all we care about. 7:30 for us. 8:30 for you guys. We'll have pregame starting at 7 o'clock, so it's going to be a good one. Real good one. We'll get to John Michael Lyles. We'll have our NFL weekend preview, all still to come here on PhD.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Pick up your phone. Call Advanced Hair Restoration today at 720-459-HAIR. Call and ask about their Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. That includes mine. and you deserve to be the next one. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, fantastic at what they do. And guys, what I love about Advanced Hair Restoration is they believe in what they do so much. They're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee. Matter of fact, your own natural hair, it starts to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Well, it is Football Friday, and we will get to our NFL weekend preview of Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. But before we get to that, John Michael Lyles joins us. What another incredible win for the Avalanche. John, good afternoon. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, thanks for being on. Can you frame this start of the Avalanche in terms of what they've been, even some of their great teams over the years, and what this start compares to?
Well, I mean, I think first and foremost, when you look at, what they did last night and, first or fourth team, I think, in history through 20 games to only have one regulation loss, I think that frames it pretty well. Just shows where they've kind of been, I guess, shot out of the gates. They're finding different ways to win is kind of my biggest takeaway. 2 games ago against the Islanders, McKinnon doesn't have a point. Your second line gets 2 goals. Your third line gets a goal. You've got contributions up and down the lineup. Obviously, last night, McKinnon, Makar, Necas all have big games. The superstars on the Avs can outplay the superstars on any other team, in my mind. But then when you factor in the depth that the Avs have, the second line has really started to come around. They're clicking now. It'll be interesting to see what happens with Brindley going forward. But Colton is skating as well as we've seen him skate. Nelson looks extremely comfortable and now, really starting to fire the puck. The third line, they've got some great chemistry. Jack Drury, I think that was a question mark going into the season. Is he a fourth line center? Is he a third line center? I think he's done a tremendous job as a third line center. And now Gabe Landeskog, I think, had arguably his best game of the season last night. Olofsson continues to score. And the fourth line has just done a tremendous job. Parker Kelly really kind of taken Bardakov under his wing. And then the D, Makar, he's been nothing short of amazing, but the steadiness of Brent Burns, Josh Manson's had a really good year. Goaltending. Wedgwood last night, I think the Rangers came out of the gates they came out of the gates strong. Obviously got the power play goal early, but Wedgwood he's been making the saves, the big saves when they're needed. And I think that's the biggest thing. He's giving the Avs a chance to win each and every night when he plays. And Mackenzie Blackwood trending back to where he needs to be is a positive, because in the end, it's crazy to say, but I think the Avs can get better with Blackwood getting back to where they believe him or where they believe he can be, and then Logan O'Connor coming back. These guys getting healthy. Val Nichushkin. It's crazy to say, but even with a start where they have one regulation loss in 20 games, I still think the Avs can be better, and we're not even talking about the power play at this point.
Which can always get better also. I said this a while ago. They're doing this, something only 3 other teams have done it, and one of those teams did it in the 20s. So let's, we're talking
Exactly.
We're talking 100 years ago almost.
Yeah, there's 6 teams
and
at the time.
They're basically doing it with their backup goalie.
Yeah,
basically.
Yeah. Now.
Yeah. Well, Scott's
let's be honest. Wedgwood isn't playing like a backup goalie right now, right? And I think.
Agree. Yeah.
When they brought him in, it was for stability. When Georgiev was still the starter, you had Annunen, who was younger, and they felt that he, the Georgiev needed a little bit more stability in the backup position. But what I would say is Wedgwood is the equivalent of the Pavel Francouz of the 1B. And right now, what you're seeing is your 1B has elevated his game to the point of he essentially is a starter. And that's because Blackwood isn't right there, but he said it when he signed his extension. The way that he views himself as a starter, but at the same time, he knows the dynamic of where he and Blackwood fall. He's probably going to get 30 to 35 starts on the season, and there's a reason why he wanted to sign with Colorado. He and his family love the city, they love the organization, they love the team, and he knows the dynamic. And so he is that 1B where you're not looking at, okay, here's your starter and here's your backup. This is a goalie tandem where it doesn't matter who you put out there any given night, they are going to give you a chance to win.
John, I was at a bar last night working the football game, but they got the Avalanche on there as well, and I started paying attention at some point in the second, and I'm like, feels like they've had the puck for like the entire thing, like they're just in control of this, and then I look it up, and I think they outshot them something like 18-4. How does that happen? I mean, what did you see during that period that they're able to just take total control of the game?
Well, listen, New York came out of the gates really well last night. Like I said, they got the power play goal. What I really liked about the Avs last night is they battled back in the first and second period and scored to tie it. So they're not going into an intermission down one at home after having played so well. The second period, they really started to take over. They had extended shifts in the offensive zone. They hemmed New York in on multiple occasions. The New York goal was essentially a quick strike goal where the Avs had it in the offensive zone, and in the end, they had it in there for a longer amount of time. And guys were tired on the back check after being in the offensive zone so much, and New York gets a quick strike goal. But you could just tell that they're rolling right now. And that second period really, to me, you could just see that it's a team that knows that they're playing well, and they know that they had the game in hand, regardless of being down a goal or tied. They're comfortable playing on home ice. They're comfortable playing from behind. They're comfortable with a lead right now. It's a team that's very confident, and it's fun to watch because, I'm up there doing color for home games, and there's times where I almost forget to talk because you're just so into the action and what the Avs are doing with the puck and how dangerous they are at all times. And it's fun to watch. It's fun to see. And it's an amazing atmosphere to be a part of at Ball Arena.
All right, let's talk luck or skill. So after the game, because that wraparound from Kale, that is so. John, how many wraparound goals you got in your career?
If you want to go back to mites, I might have 3, but
okay. All right. To me, the wraparound is such an awesome way to score. It's really, really cool. So I'm figuring there's got to be something to it, right? There's got to be something that you're looking for, because a lot of times with the wraparound, you're actually just bouncing it off the goalie and getting it in. So from one of the best player in the world's perspective, what is he looking at? And I asked Kale that, and he just goes, "I'm just happy if it goes over the the goal line." And I'm like, "All right, well, what the hell is this?" So what mixture of skill and luck goes into a move like that, and frankly, scoring at all?
I'm going to say it's about 90. With Kale, if it was me, it would be 90% luck, 10% skill. But because it's Kale, it's 90% skill and 10% luck. He's first of all, it's a 3-on-4 when the Avs start up the ice. So Devon Toews drives through. You've got McKinnon and Natchez with a drop pass, and Kale comes late. And so that read from not only Kale, but from Natchez, and he makes that little saucer pass kind of through the Rangers defense to Kale streaking down. And I think what Kale's seeing is, okay, what's Shesterkin's angle? What's his look? Shesterkin committed pretty aggressively to Kale. And so once that happens, if there's not a look where Kale says, okay, I'm hammering this shot, then he sells shot and he's going around. The other thing I'll say, and I will break this down before our game, for the Avs game tomorrow on pregame, but Devon Toews was the one that drove the net. So now you have a D-man who's in the crease, and he runs interference on Gavrikov, so that when Kale sells the shot and goes for the wraparound, that D-man in front a lot of times will step over and get his stick in the way. Adam Fox tries to dive in and he misses, but Gavrikov can't get his stick over there because Devon Toews interferes with him perfectly. So Devon Toews doesn't end up with a point on this, but for me, that's, there's so many little things that go into a play like that. Devon Toews knows exactly what he's doing. He doesn't allow Gavrikov to get his stick over there to stop Kale's wraparound. And in the end, Kale sells the shot so well that Shesterkin has to essentially throw everything he can to the far post, and he's not able to get there and cover it in time. And Kale, part of him being able to complete that wraparound, I believe, I really firmly believe is the curve on his stick, because it's so hard as you're falling away to essentially toe over the puck when you're behind the goal line and wrap it around that post. More often than not, you end up hitting the post, or it just goes shooting straight across the goal line. So there's so much skill involved. Yes, there's a small amount of luck, but because it's Cale Makar, it is almost 100% skill and a lot less luck than I think people realize.
See, that was an incredible breakdown. Why didn't Cale just say all that last night in the locker room?
Because because he's a Norris Trophy winner and he's not an analyst.
Yeah, he's not an
right.
analyst.
I know
exactly.
What you're
He's
okay.
He processes it at such a high rate of speed. I'm just, for me, it's just so fun looking at all the dynamics and little things that go into that play being successful.
Yeah.
And that was one of the things, the Taves part stood out to me, because not only is it Cale going around the net, but Devon Taves, who's the other defenseman, is standing in the crease. So you've got, that's when you're playing at a really, really high level as a team. Yeah. Exactly. Because you're not worried about the odd man rush going the other way. One, because your goalie's playing amazing. And two, because you know that you have the ability to score that. You're not worried about it going the other way. Devon Taves in the crease, running interference, and Cale Makar makes that move. I mean, that's you grow up, you're taught 1D up, 1D back. If somebody's jumping, you have to be back covering. Well, guess what? They're shooting that one right down, just given the way they're playing.
Listen, to answer DMac, Johnny, I once took a lesson from a dude. He was in his 70s. He was still a plus on his handicap in golf. He's in the Kansas Golf Hall of Fame. And he goes, well, hit a few shots. And they're out there, and I hit like a handful of shots, 7-iron. I'm 6'10", so my club's a little bigger. He goes, here, let me see your club. He takes my club, hits 7 balls, and you could probably put a blanket on top of the 7 when he landed. Hands me back the club and says, just do it like that.
Yeah, just do it like that. It's just that easy. That's, yeah. I mean, I love golf more than anything, but yeah, it's those guys that say just do it like that drive you nuts more than anyone else.
Is Cale?
That's Makar when DMac asks him, well, how do you use it? Well,
just do it.
Whatever. Here, John, I'll play you the conversation. It's hysterical.
Hey, on the wraparound, do you look for something specific to bounce the puck off of? What when you do that, what are you looking for to finish on there?
Mostly for the puck to cross the goal line is what I'm looking for.
Okay. All right.
I mean, hey,
seems pretty simple.
Listen, it's the best player in the world, and he's probably holding back a little bit, just given he doesn't want to give away trade secrets. But I would say
he's humble
when you're performing. Yeah, he's humble when you're performing at that level. Yeah. It's just such a natural thing. And we talked about it on the post game last night when your team is playing so well, it's like you go on the ice and you're not thinking. You're just playing, and that's the best part. And it doesn't matter if it's basketball, if it's hockey, right? Like when you're playing at your highest level, you just play, and it's the best feeling in the world.
That's awesome.
And as skilled as they are, if you go back down the stat sheet, Makar and Taves both had 3 or 4 hits, and they had 3 or 4 blocks, blocking shots. I mean, they still had all that too. Which, listen, I'm glad we got guys that are offensive minded and can do stuff. But I need a guy back there that can take a puck away or block a shot, and they're doing that also.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
all right.
They're 200-foot players. It is impressive to see on a nightly basis.
All right, you got a couple of your weekends busy. We got at Nashville, at Chicago. So look for the games on Altitude TV. Listen to the games here on Altitude Radio and JML. We really appreciate it.
Are you guys off on Thanksgiving?
Yeah, they are.
We are off on Thanksgiving. They play the night before and the day after, I believe.
So what? Well, since you're in your cabinet, I always watch you with a dummy back in the studio. What wine are we serving for Thanksgiving?
Oh, good question.
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. I gotta think about that. I think it's going to depend on who's involved. If Kiefer's involved, it's going to be boxed wine. If Riker's involved, it's probably going to be
what he brings from his store.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Well, he doesn't have the store anymore, so it's probably the cheapest thing that he can find on the shelf that's not boxed, because he won't go down the boxed wine route.
All right, my man. Well, we'll be watching you over the weekend, and go Avs, go! It's a blast. Thank you, JML.
Thanks, buddy.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, have a good one.
A reminder: a Nuggets Nation, don't miss your chance to lock in a pick'em plan for the 25-26 season. Starting at $100 and choose 4 games at Ball Arena. Save on fees. Get priority access for the 2026 playoffs. Secure your pick'em plan at nuggets.com/pick'em. NFL weekend preview. What games matter to the Broncos? That's next. Let's get to our NFL weekend preview and see what we got cooking here. We start with the Steelers at the Bears.
Yeah, I think we feel good with where we're at, but you also do understand that things can turn. We have a whole season left, basically, with what are we, 7 games left, and so things can still turn fast in those ways. So it's us understanding where we're at, understanding where we can be, and focusing on where we are at this moment.
Home game for the Bears. They are 2.5 points favorites. Rodgers going in this one? Do we know?
I don't think we officially know, but he's been practicing, although only out of shotgun. So clearly that would provide some serious limitations if that is a rule of playing. I do think he's going to play in the game, though. You know what? Steelers are 6-4, Bears are 7-3, so it's actually 2 decent football teams, and Caleb Williams is hot. I think Steelers are going to go in there and get a win, even if Mason Rudolph's QB.
I like the. Oh wow, okay. I'm gonna roll with the Bears on this one. I think they got the mojo going, and I just always figured the Steelers were gonna fall off at some point. So I'll take the Bears. Scott, you like the Steelers or the Bears in Chicago?
It's in Chicago, and what's the status of Aaron Rodgers?
We're up in the air, taking things from the shotgun, not under center. Don't know, not sure. Or it's Mason Rudolph.
Well, I think the Bears, by coaching the hiring the coach they hired and go back to what we talked about earlier, have changed their culture.
They have. Caleb Williams has looked tremendous at times, and he also looked stupid at times, but his growth this year has been really fun to watch. He's good for the NFL.
Let's go to the Patriots taking on the Bungles in Cincinnati.
You guys have built up a rapport throwing with Jamar and T and somewhat to Andre because he's the third guy, but with no Jamar this week, how many reps have you gotten in with some of those other guys, Mitchell and Charlie Jones?
Yeah, well, not a ton, but I think when we have, Tinsley's made some plays, so, you got to feel pretty good about it going in. And it's always cool, honestly, when these types of things can come up for whatever reason, because it's opportunities.
Well, Joe Burrow.
Maybe.
No Jamar Chase.
I don't get it. I don't understand why Joe Burrow would be coming back, but he's been practicing.
Thursday, Zach Taylor would not commit to Joe Burrow or Joe Flacco.
Yeah, why don't you just protect your guy and say, Joe, we love you. We know you want to come back, but we are 3-7. No rush here, pal.
You know what it is? These coaches, man, they're looking to save their jobs. They're always looking to save their jobs. So that's why I always laughed about the tanking thing. I only think tanking sometimes kind of happens in the last game of the season. Other than that, I think if Joe Burrow's good to go, he'll play.
You know what it does happen is when the organization is already predetermined we're going to fire a coach, and so we're just going to take away your options. So we don't care what happens the rest of the season. We know you're going to try to win, so we're going to take away your toys.
Yeah, and in general, that doesn't happen until the last, because you still want to sell tickets. Yeah, you got to sell tickets. You got to make money the best that you can. There's other motivators out there, Scott.
Or you play Tebow in the last couple of games and you win one of them.
Well, that did happen. He was 1-2. It did happen. All right, I'll take the Patriots.
I don't think it happens as much in football. I think there is times. Listen, Kansas City. I wouldn't say it was tanked, but they didn't care. They weren't going to hurt any of their starters.
Well, they tanked, and they tanked too hard. It got kind of out of control, and it got embarrassing for them last year against the Broncos. So you don't want. It can work the opposite. You don't want to lose like that. You don't want to get shut out and shellacked. But whatever. They were not trying to win that game against the Broncos last year, clearly. That clearly was a tank job. For different reasons, by the way. But that's the last game of the season. This ain't even close. I'll be stunned if Burrow doesn't go. I'll take the Patriots, obviously. How could you not at this point? But boy, oh boy, would that be great for the Bengals to do something shocking. Let's go Bengals. Next game, we move on to the Vikings at the Packers.
How close are you to piecing everything together and just saying, like, man, if I would just do this, we would be much better than what we are? I feel like, for me, I kind of make the analogy of just like, a cork about to come off a bottle. Just understanding that it's, 1 to 3 little things that I need to change about my game that is going to make a huge difference in the outcome of every single drive in the game. So, yeah, I feel like it's really close, but it all comes down to the consistency.
I mean, they all still have something to play for in that division, and nobody's really wrapped it up. It's a stretch, obviously, for the Vikings. How do you feel about J.J. McCarthy, who's taken a lot of heat this week?
Well, he's really struggled. He's not looked good. The Vikings will definitely try to lean on their running game this week with Aaron Jones, and I'm sure they're going to try to limit J.J. McCarthy as much as they possibly can because that dude's in his head.
I didn't like McCarthy coming out from Michigan. I still don't like him, and I think the Minnesota made a horrible mistake.
All right, so I guess you're taking the Packers.
I'll take the Packers as well.
Yeah, I guess I'll take the Packers. Yeah, although I don't think the Packers are, they're a funny team to me. Also, they'll play great and then suck, then play great and then suck. So I don't know which Packer team shows up.
All right, we finished with the top 2 games, perhaps for Colorado football fans. The most important being the Colts at the Chiefs.
At this point in the season, how do you feel that you guys can try to turn the corner and be a little more consistent?
Yeah, I think it just comes with the history that we've had and knowing that we have the guys to do it. It's about going out there and proving it now and getting better at practice, getting better in the film room, getting extra time at the facility. But, I mean, talking with the guys throughout the building this week, I think guys are excited for the opportunity to go out there and prove that. But like I said, you got to go out there and do it. You can't just keep talking about it. You got to go out there and do it. And it starts with me and kind of has to feed through the entire team.
You just feel like saying, clear your throat there.
Well, unfortunately. You know what? Obviously,
I want him to say one time, Kermit the Frog.
Kermit the Frog. It is funny when Travis Kelce mocks him.
Patrick Mahomes.
I'm obviously rooting for the Chiefs in this particular circumstance, which is unusual to say, but it would be the best thing for the Broncos if the Colts lost the game. But unfortunately, I think the Chiefs are backed into a corner, and that's probably going to be a scary team. So I got the Chiefs going in there and getting the win. Excuse me. I said that's what I want. I'm sorry.
And it's in Kansas City.
I'm not the smartest tool. I'm not the smartest, sharpest tool in the shed. How else can I say something dumb right now?
Hey, you know what, Tyler? You may not be the sharpest. You may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but you are a tool.
Thank you, Scott. Yeah,
I say let's go Chiefs in this one. And you know what? I do think they pull it off in Kansas City.
I mean, listen, they're too good. They're backed into a corner. They're not going to fold 10.
Their season is over if they don't win this game.
More or less. They probably got one more loss, but more or less.
Yeah, man. I mean, you're dropping a game like this at home. What are they going to lose here and then win 6 in a row? I mean, I doubt it. So let's go Chiefs. And listen, you have to be the most paranoid Broncos fan in the world not to be rooting for this outcome, for the Chiefs to win. Like, have a little faith here, Broncos fans, that your team is going to win a few games here in the end. Final one, Browns at Raiders, and Dion. You know what? I'll get to that question in a second. Browns at Raiders.
Yeah, I'm truly excited for that. Knowing that I have a piece of offense and a say-so, and how things fit my eye and place the players exactly where they need to be. Seeing how they come in and out of routes, seeing the structure of the alignment, seeing they set, just having a feeling. Like I'm more of a feel type of person, so that's how I learn. That's how I do everything. I'm going to just watch it. It's just going to happen. No, like I got to be out there, feel it. I got to move around. It's like so many details that it takes for me, to feel my best and play my best. And I'm doing everything in my power, and the team's doing everything, to help me get prepared.
Browns 9, Raiders 6.
Browns win.
Scott? Congratulations, Shador, on your first start and your first win.
Browns win 24-10.
You think so?
Wow.
It'd be fun.
That would be an amazing game for Shador if that happened.
That'd be great.
I hope he has an amazing game and Stefanski gets fired after the game.
If you let the Browns beat you from a Raiders perspective, you have sunk to such low depths, it's hard to explain.
It's 2-2-8 teams.
Yeah, you're at home. You're playing a 2-8 team who's got a starting quarterback that they didn't want. Not only did they not want him,
Neither team wanted.
You didn't want him. So to lose in a situation like this would be beyond humiliating for the Raiders. So listen, I root for as much misery as possible with the Raiders, but I'm having a hard time seeing how they lose this game. I really am. Is Shedeur going to be that good?
Because they ain't no good.
Well, no, but they're neither team is that good, Scott. They both suck.
I know, but why are you acting like the Raiders are so much better?
Because of two suck. I'm not acting like they're that much better.
They both suck.
But how could you lose if, from a Raiders perspective?
Because you're 2-8 also. You're just as bad as them.
Hey man, if that's the case, then
and it's not a home field advantage like other places. If this were in Oakland, maybe.
Yeah, I was thinking about
this
that.
In Vegas, so they'll have as many Cleveland fans that are saying, "Hey, let's get out of Cleveland for the weekend."
Yeah, let me tell you, at Ball Arena last night, a stunning amount of Rangers fans.
Because all the New Yorkers trying to get out of that crap city. Come on now.
Holy cow, my God, it was unreal. And I'm thinking for that Broncos game in a couple of weeks, boy, I think that's going to be a home game for the Broncos. But you think the Browns fans are going to travel like that to Vegas?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So you guys are just going with mojo and Shedeur and good vibes, and here we go.
I mean, I called it 9-6. It's not like there's too many good vibes going on in this game, D-Mac.
Scott?
I'm going 24-10, and Shedeur throws 2 touchdown passes.
Listen, I am not hating on Shedeur, and I'm rooting for him, but I don't know how you pull this off. Seriously.
Why do you keep talking like it's so insurmountable to beat the 2-8 Raiders?
Because, what was that song a few years ago, Tyler? True color.
I guess. I mean, this is comical to me.
DMac gets to go out and finally gets his Sanders hate on and disguise it as a football pick.
Boy, the Raiders are a hell of a powerhouse all of a sudden. I don't know what world I woke up in, but apparently we got to be afraid of the Raiders.
Hey, unexpectedly, I just found out my CU student, he picked up some work, like a job, which is a good thing. He's not even going. Despite the fact that it's ASU CU and he knows, like, our family, like we're a split family on that one. He tells us today he's not even going to the CU game. He goes to me, Dad, what's the point?
Well, it's probably going to be the lowest attended game in Deion's tenure is at the Buffs.
Yeah, he's like, and I'm like, oh, man, I know you got to get a job and all, but, like, I don't want you to, like, miss a game. He goes, it's not a big deal. And I'm like,
oh, he's not going because he's
well,
working.
but hold on, that's more 90% of kids nowadays than anyway. Come on.
I mean, he's missing it for the right reasons. He's making himself some money, which is a good thing. But there was part of my heart that was breaking a tad. Like, man, that doesn't mean.
Well, listen, after he sells the weed on the corner, can he just walk into the stadium?
I was just gonna ask what dispensary is he working at.
Too funny.
I was literally just gonna ask that.
So I know what gear I'm gonna wear on Saturday when we're going to the game. My wife was like, "Where are our seats?" And I go, "They're in the building."
What gear are you wearing?
Well, he's not even going to be there, so I guess I'll throw on my ASU gear. I'll throw on my ASU hoodie.
There you go, Scott.
I'm the older son. And
True colors. See, he's got one kid at each. There's
Find
zero
that song,
reason
Dan.
to choose ASU other than the fact that he hates Deion.
I don't know.
Was that Cyndi Lauper? Was Cyndi Lauper saying True Colors?
Cyndi Lauper.
Why would you choose ASU over the local team?
Because my older son's going to be there.
Because he doesn't like the Sanders family.
Yeah.
They're fine.
All right.
I didn't even bring up the Shiloh story today.
Oh,
What's
yeah.
He's being sued by a law firm because he's not paying his bills. So
he didn't pay his legal bills for $167,000.
Yeah. Is that involved with the bankruptcy deal?
Mm-hmm. The lawyers that were defending him.
Well, it adds up. If you're bankrupt, how you pay $167,000 in bills?
So you should have known better, you dumb lawyers.
Yeah, kind of.
You're defending a guy in bankruptcy.
Sometimes I do wonder that. Like, as a lawyer, how you taking this case on, expected to get paid $160,000 if the kid's bankrupt?
That is a very fair point. Like,
well, this group in the article I read found cash deposits or withdrawals of like major amounts right before all this stuff started to happen.
are they doing, that Sanders family? How are they doing?
Here we go.
How they
Go
doing?
ahead. Just say what you want to say.
Hit it, Dan.
Yeah.
I don't know. How they doing?
No, you say what you want to say. Don't ask a rhetorical question.
Nah, I don't need to say anything.
Which one are you? A dog or a cat?
True colors.
I tell you that that Jeff Sims looks pretty good these days.
True colors.
Hey, remember when Jordan Tyson played for the Buffs? I think he might be coming back this week for the Sun Devils.
True colors.
Kind of do like Sparky.
True colors.
He's got a trident and all.
True colors.
Go Shockers.
We may be in the hello. Be drinking with some of them Sun Devil families. Hey, at least with the Sun Devil families, we know they're going to stay for the whole game. Just saying.
Are you going to wear a Sun Devil ASU parent hoodie or something?
I got one. I can. I could. I got both of them. I mean, it took me by surprise to find out the CU student wasn't even going to be at the game and didn't really care that much.
Lawyers are all crooks, by the way.
Well, how about your ASU son? Does he care? Is he going?
Oh, does he care? He did a road trip with a bunch of friends to Ames, Iowa, to go watch ASU play Iowa State. Yeah, does he care?
So he'll be at the game. He's going to the game with you.
He's trying to figure out, do I spend the money to see Arizona State, Arizona, and Tempe, or am I going to the Big 12 championship game? Like, how am I going to figure this out? Is he going? Oh, there's a whole plan. There's a whole thing. He's got like 12 friends coming up. He's got like four of his classmates like staying at his apartment in downtown Denver tonight.
Oh, are they going to be able to get up in time?
They'll figure it out. The game's at 6:00. Yeah, they'll be fine. Weather's supposed to be cold, but kind of okay. This season really does suck for the Buffs, man. It's been so disappointing. And you know what? ASU has everything on the line. This is a huge game for them. And CU's coming off another bye week, Tyler.
Can't wait to ruin your season.
Oh, hey.
I'm predicting an
don't
upset,
act like
Tyler.
you'd be happy. Yeah, exactly. Let's go. I'm all in. Buffs are winning this sucker.
I'll wear my CU gear underneath my ASU gear this weekend. I'll have 2 hats. I'll be ready I'll have a backpack so I can change real quick.
Let's do drills that say it won't rain. Which one are you? A dog or a cat?
We'll see. Are they going to put up a fight, Tyler? Are they going to put up a fight?
I don't know. I
don't know?
I mean, I'm not predicting that. Juju looked good last week, more or less. Took a lot of hits, took a lot of sacks. That's got to go away. They got to improve that. But I do think that Juju Lewis gives them a chance to win a game.
But he did not throw a pick, though, did he? I mean,
I thought
he got hit, but he didn't throw a pick.
I thought he threw one.
I don't know. I have no idea.
No, maybe not.
I don't think he did. But we know, Dan, that DMac is, though, cheering for ASU because.
Well.
But I see your true colors.
I mean, I did spend more money at ASU than CU. That is true.
Listen.
But the bill's starting to catch. The bill's starting to catch up. By the way,
you do brag about ASU like it's the Harvard of the West. Like, listen, I know the kids that get into ASU.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
Yeah, we all know the kids at our high schools that got into ASU.
I gotcha. And I always said it's easy to
get. They all come out with something too, by the way.
Well, depends where that disease is going.
Yeah.
And the medication you take for it. All right.
Hey, you've already spent more money at BF Goodrich than you have at CU.
Okay. I don't even know what that means. We got no dumb questions. That's coming up next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present
Dum 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 Dum.
No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, I'm up for you guys. Scott, you got anything stupid going on in your dome these days? Got anything dumb that you've run into, Scott? Anything idiotic that has crossed your path in the past 24 hours?
I got one, Ray.
Yeah.
I watch one right now.
Something about 150 pounds. I heard that.
I always smoke a turkey for Thanksgiving, right, which is coming up in a little less than a week. And I find myself watching more and more cooking turkey secret videos.
Oh, boy.
Oh, I love it, dude. I've been down the rabbit hole. I can't. I honestly. So I love a deep fried turkey and I love a smoked turkey. I love both those. Two different things going on. You ever deep fried and smoked a turkey?
I've done both, but never at the same time.
I've never done it. But I've heard people talk about it.
This guy put a mayonnaise rub on his turkey, and here's what I've decided. Have you ever done the turkey where you cut out the backbone and then smush it flat?
No.
I'm doing that this year, I think.
Okay. I dig it. D-Mac's like, what's cooking?
Yeah, whatever.
What do you do with the turkey?
You're speaking Chinese to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, speaking of Chinese, that's D-Mac at the Chinese restaurant on A Christmas Story. That's D-Mac.
If you don't cook the turkey on Thanksgiving, how do you contribute?
I don't do anything. I don't contribute crap.
What?
On things. I just show up.
Hey, I'm so thankful for all you guys. Let me just sit here and watch football.
You know what's ironic? I do give
Are
the
you
best.
serious?
I give the best speech, though. I do the best toast. Like I kind of just save it all
Oh,
for that.
act like you were in control all day long.
I pretend. No. No. When you give the toast, you are like you go above board praising everybody else at the table. No. There's no like self-congratulatory thing on the toast. It's just about how incredible your wife is, your mother-in-law is, your father-in-law, your parents, everybody like that. Everybody just eats that crap up, So no, I do nothing on Thanksgiving. I never have and I never will. So
I don't know why the warden's taking shots at you right now, Scott.
What's she saying?
She's texting in. The warden's turkey is always better than Scott's. Do you guys make?
Oh my gosh!
Do you make?
All right, now we're going to get the story.
Turkeys?
No. One time. So 1 year, the first year, I decided, you know what? I'm gonna. And speaking of, hey warden, go get some more pellets and get it ready.
Chop, lady.
Chop. The first year, I said, you know what? I'm going to smoke a turkey this year. And she goes, oh, really? Have you ever done that? I go, no, I can't be, You get on the Traeger site, they really show you, oh, are you sure you want to do it? So I said, no, I'll smoke a turkey. She didn't trust me. So what does she do? She cooks a turkey traditionally in the oven. Get out, we got two beautiful turkeys. One was picked dry to the bone.
Oven will do that.
And no, I don't mean the cook dry. I mean one was eaten to the carcass. I mean there was no smoked turkey left.
His turkey
at
won.
the end of the dinner, and the other turkey was still there. And I kept getting, how'd you get it so juicy? Why was it so juicy? How'd you do that? Blah 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 blah.
Dude, that's the beauty of the smokers. You can't mess it up. Like you pull up the app, get the temperature, get the time, and you literally can't mess it up.
The warden does respond. How about F off, Scott? That is, I swear to God. And she was more descriptive than the word F. So there you go, Scott.
Well, I'm working on that. Hey,
okay.
I hear you, honey. I thank you, baby.
Wow,
but
condescending
but
turkey talk.
Hold on, but
okay.
Go get the pellets.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I need some apples and onions too.
Oh, wow.
And make sure I have stick butter, plenty of it.
Okay.
Have you ever owned a smoker?
No. I have no interest in anything like that. Zero.
You don't like good food?
I love good food, but whatever.
Prepared by others.
Prepared by others. Yeah, that's my entire life is good food prepared by others.
Yeah.
My wife admits
that could be your autobiography title.
Prepared by
good
others.
Food prepared by others.
Yeah, man. I mean, like, there's a sweet joint right down the street. Like, what do you think? We're gonna cook better than the people that do it for a living? What are you, nuts? No.
All right, no. And listen, I've also smoked. What I'll usually do for Easter, I'll smoke a spiral cut ham too.
Sounds good.
That's pretty good too.
We usually just buy the honey baked ham.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, listen.
Well, you can get a honey baked ham at the store, and then you re-smoke it.
Ooh.
Okay. All right, no dumb question on.
It doesn't take some of the juiciness out though.
No.
Okay.
No, because you cross cut the tops.
DMac, the men
and
are
then you
talking.
put in a bunch of,
would you relax?
You put in a bunch of apple juice and pineapples and all that stuff around it. Beaming, boom, boom. Put it in the thing. It didn't take long. And I'm telling you what, it is sweet and succulent.
The men sound like Julia Childs right now. Serious.
Well, listen.
Yeah.
The only time I ever get to use a smoker is Thanksgiving. The warden dominates it after that.
Oh, all right. Well, it's probably appropriate. Like, what makes you think you're better once a year?
Oh, by the way, warden, go clean up the smoker.
Have that ready for your man when I come back off the road.
Yeah.
Before what is your travel here? It's like, you go to Memphis on Monday.
Dude, we play a back-to-back tonight and tomorrow, and then fly out Sunday at about noon, go to Memphis, play Memphis on Monday, and then they're off until the Friday after Thanksgiving.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's cool.
But I think that's a back-to-back too, Friday, Saturday.
I'll look it up. So
I think Friday in Denver and Saturday in Phoenix.
Yeah, and it's a cup game against San Antonio. No Wemby. That sucks. Wow, that is your schedule really sucks for the next 4 days. But after that, for Thanksgiving, it's pretty sweet. Actually, you couldn't really have it much better.
And then the suck comes back till about January 10th or 11th.
December.
Look at you. Talk to December 26th on schedule.
It's so you are home for Christmas. Are you guys probably aren't even? You're not even doing that game, I would guess, because it's an ABC game.
It's a national game, but they do play on Christmas.
All right, so you're off on Christmas. That's good. And
me,
yeah, you personally. Nuggets are playing. I mean, that'll be a couple years ago when AG had that dunk over Shamet on Christmas night. Oh my Lord!
Yeah.
Win
the game.
The most drunk crowd of all time at Ball Arena, and an overtime game. That was an awesome game to be at. We'll see what the Minnesota game is on Christmas night. But here's what they do, Tyler and everybody. This is rough. I'll give you this. December 26th, you get on a plane. You go to Orlando, so you're flying across the country. At Orlando, at Miami, at Toronto, at Cleveland, at Brooklyn, at Philadelphia, at Boston, fly back on January 8th. You are out of town.
Play the 10th.
You play the 11th. Oh, 9th.
Oh, that's good.
9th. You fly back on the 8th. You play Atlanta on the 9th, and then Milwaukee at home. And then you go back on the road for 2 games. Like you're only home for a weekend. Oh, my God. That is brutal.
It's a rough stretch.
And it lightens up. Technically, it doesn't really lighten up until January 15th. And then the rest of the schedule, the rest of the year is pretty mellow, in all honesty. You don't have anything close to that the rest of the year. So, yeah, that is a rough stretch. But, they're staying in places with nice steam rooms, Tyler.
They sure are.
Yeah.
Not every place has a steam room, though.
Oh, really? What 5-star?
Did you? We've already had this conversation, and you didn't believe me the first time. Maybe the second or third time, you'll believe us.
There's a 5-star hotel that the NBA is staying at that doesn't have a steam room in the workout area.
99% of the 5-star hotels do not have a steam room.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, how do you survive?
Now they'll have a sauna sometimes.
Well, even that's not totally normal, though.
But it's not guaranteed.
Most of them don't even have either.
We're playing the sad music, Dan.
And sometimes the weight room sucks.
Turn it up, Dan. Let it breathe. I mean, how do you guys get by?
I love D-Mac's knowledge of the hotels, though.
Hey, whatever. I didn't realize the NBA was
Unlike you,
cheaping out.
It kills a lot of people when they're away from your family for 12, 14 days.
Oh, man. Pulling on the heartstrings.
But get those wood chips ready, the warden.
Yeah, but hey.
Snap to it.
Apples, onions, little apple juice maybe.
Does she really have a TV in the fridge?
Stick butters.
Okay, it's PhD.
Does she really have a TV in the fridge?
Oh, yeah, she got a new fridge.
Wow, that's pretty fancy. TV in the fridge?
All right, what do you mean she got a new fridge? What, are you not allowed to use the fridge? You didn't want the fridge?
No
No.
man asked for the new fridge. The man approved the fridge.
The fridge busted down after it already had the motor replaced one time. Then remember I told you the ice maker went out. Then all of a sudden it just stopped. It died. And so we order a fridge, get it in there, and it's got dents all along the one side of it. And they go, "Oh, our bad. Well, why'd you leave it at the factory?" So they're going to bring in the new one to replace the dented one on Saturday.
No.
But,
Just get a discount on the dented one. Keep the dented
but
one.
No, it's prominent.
Okay.
You know, and like I said, yeah, it's got internet and Alexa and a big screen on the outside. It's got a camera you can push.
They tell you when your food is running out.
Yeah, they go, Alexa,
like,
how many
order some
bananas
milk.
do I have left? Yeah. You're down to one banana. Yeah, they'll tell you all that stuff.
I know this is scintillating, but we do have to take a break. But that's awesome that she got a fridge.
Wow. You know what? It is kind of scintillating, but you know what? Go ahead.
What?
You know, I read something today about humility, DMac. I could read it to you a little bit later.
Tell me during the break. It's PhD on 92.5. What's your ideal sports weekend in terms of results? Put in order what you would like to see from everything that's happened in this weekend.
Chiefs win.
Number one, Chiefs win.
Yep.
Oh, out of everything the whole weekend, Chiefs win. Okay.
Buffs win.
Buffs win number two. All right.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Those two. Scott, you want to take a shot at this?
I want the Avs to continue their hot streak. I'd like the Nuggets to sweep a back-to-back. Yeah.
Don't care about the Chiefs.
Yeah, I don't care.
Don't care about the Buffs.
You got a 3.5 point lead. Go do what you got to do. The playoffs are coming.
Let's toss a Shedeur Sanders win in there.
Okay. Would you rather see Shedeur play well and win, or the Chiefs beat the Colts?
Oh, Chiefs beat the Colts.
Scott?
Again, I said I don't care about the Chiefs thing. I hope they do win, but whatever. I think they will. I'd rather see Shedeur. I want to see Shedeur ball out. I want to see the stuttering done by Stefanski.
I mean, I do want the Shedeur story to stay alive because it is fun. And I know people out there complain about us talking about Shedeur Sanders. Whatever. You're interested. That's the reason why you feel opinionated about it. It doesn't stay alive unless Shedeur Sanders at some point plays good football, right? So we need Shedeur Sanders to keep this story alive because it's a fun story.
Yeah, I mean, if Shedeur just stinks and they lose, ain't much fun with that, right?
No. I mean, if Shedeur goes out there and just sucks, all right, well, what now?
That would be the most fun thing. I am curious and interested in this game tonight with the Rockets and the Nuggets for sure. I think this is a little bit of a preview of what, is coming down the pipe and probably, hopefully, the Western Conference semifinals.
Just it's a big cup game, DMac.
It's
there
a
you
cup
go.
game
big
too.
Cup game that happens to be important because
You
we're
realize,
playing Houston.
I don't know if you guys even knew this, but the group that the Nuggets are in is called the NBA Cup Group of Death. Kind of like a soccer reference. It is the hardest. We can make fun of this cup thing.
Which I said when they came out with everything, and everybody went, "Oh, you just don't know." Oh, yeah, you do. Look, it's in the group,
dude. It is by far. It was interesting having Adelman on yesterday too, because he was like, "Hey, it's the cup and whatever." But in all honesty, we haven't played that well since they've done this stupid thing. And now we're in a position to actually do something. So I don't know.
But he did say it's mainly because we're playing Houston.
Well, I mean, it lines up.
It happens to exist at the same time, which is cool.
Your next cup games are Houston and then San Antonio, which, see San Antonio without Wemby. I guess it's not even close.
Wemby's still out.
I think so, Scott. We know anything new about Wemby, where he's at?
I thought that it was just announced last week that there would be 2 weeks and they'll reevaluate. So that's only the time frame I'm going on.
That kind of sucks.
Yeah, it's going to be a forever
awesome
thing with Wemby.
I know it's you know what? I usually feel the same way about that, Scott, with everybody else in the NBA. I don't care. LeBron, I hope you are not playing. Whatever. Whoever the star is, that's cool. I don't feel that way about Wemby. I haven't seen him enough. I still get a little charged about seeing him in person and watching him play basketball.
Well, you'll see him soon enough. You'll be able to get him.
Yeah, I get it. Really? Seriously? You're already bored with Wemby?
No,
he just wants to win.
I got you, but
I want to stack wins. I don't care if the stars come out in the regular season. Give me the 60.
All right. There's only one guy that I feel that way in the NBA, and that's him, Wemby. So to me, that's it though. The rest, I'm with you on the rest of it. Sabonis is out. Did you see that? He's got a little something going on.
Good.
Right. I agree. So good.
Well, how do you agree with that? And then you don't agree with Wemby. You want them all.
I haven't seen Wemby enough. I have. I've seen him twice in person, maybe. It's still really, really cool to me. But amen. That's just me.
He can be out as long as he take your time, big fella. Take your time.
The Avalanche, I'm not that worried about. They go on the road for a couple. CNCU beat Arizona State. In all honesty.
Oh, shut up.
No, it would
Oh,
be.
shut up.
I'm being
Shut
objective.
your face.
I'm being objective.
About what?
It would be cool. It'd be a huge
You
win.
can't call it cool if you're showing up wearing your ASU gear.
Well, I'll have the CU stuff in a clear bag. It'll be close by. I am going just.
Why don't you just do the typical dad thing and put on your Buffs hat, wear the ASU shirt?
There's a very good chance of doing that. Who knows? That's a possibility too.
All right.
But it's better overall to see some excitement out of the Buffs. I mean, before more people decommit.
What would be cool is seeing Juju Lewis look electric. That would be cool,
right?
I mean, that Juju Lewis is like the only thing that could save us now. We need this dude to just put on a show in the last couple games.
That would be cool. Oh, so you would say take away that 5th year of eligibility?
I think they already said they're doing it.
Okay. No matter what.
I don't even think that's in the conversation anymore.
By the way, I was talking to a CU guy, and they were like, they're going to petition that whole thing, so you get 5 years to play.
Well, I think that's going to change. You get 5 to play 5 just no matter what.
Yeah.
And I think that's happening within the next year or two. And
Yeah.
if that does, you probably have to grandfather in the people that have already been playing.
You like that concept?
It's already dangerously close to it. What is
Right.
it? You can play 3 games or 4?
4.
4 games.
Yep.
That's a lot of football, man. I mean, when back in my day when I was growing up, if I played a snap, I lost a red shirt.
Right.
One single snap. You're
Right.
telling me you can give kids 4 games of experience?
4 games.
Yeah.
Seems crazy.
Well, if you're any good, give Juju, he gets 4 games. Okay, good. He still gets his 4 years of eligibility. He's only going to stay, and he's the real deal. He's only going to stay 2 more years anyway.
All right,
you still come out after your third year, right?
Yeah, that's the idea, right? Is that you believe in him that much that you're like, it doesn't really matter about that red shirt anyways because he's going to be gone.
Out of all the games this weekend, then, aside from the game, Scott, you're obviously working. Out of all the games, what to you is like the top most interesting game out of all the games this weekend?
I do have a lot of interest in Shedeur.
I do too. I was going to say Browns Raiders.
I mean, listen, whether it's a car accident or whether it's an electrifying show,
right?
Either way, it's intriguing.
Right.
Yeah, I would say if you're going NFL, I would go that game for me is intriguing because I kind of like Shedeur to really make Stefanski look bad by playing great. I think as far as action and quality of game, I don't know if you can get past what tonight could be. I think it's going to be fabulous. And if you're going to the Avs, dude, we had John Michael Lyles on a while ago, and he said it. You got 2, if not the 2 best players, offense and defense, in all of hockey. You get to watch every single night.
Yeah, I mean like
that's just amazing.
At Nashville, at Chicago isn't the most thrilling things in the world. You hope for good things. You want the team to win, of course, but it's not like those games are something really special. The Shedeur game is kind of special. I think the Juju Lewis game is really interesting. He gets his first clear start.
Yeah, well,
second's a clear start.
Yeah.
First at home.
Yeah.
I hope he has a great game.
I do too.
I hope he's great.
It'd be fun to run ASU season. It would.
Hey, how good is Şengün, Scott? Where should he be in terms of NBA players? Is he a top 10 NBA player?
If he's not, he's close. We already said we already picked the European All-Star team, right? And he was on that team, so that's the top 8 for Europeans in basketball. I don't think he's better than Joker yet. I don't think he's better than Shea yet. I don't think he's better than Giannis yet. I don't think he's better than Wemby yet. I don't think he's better than
Giannis,
Luka yet. There's 5, but I think he's probably 6 as far as European. So now who else slides in there American-wise? He's a shorter version of Joker who flops more.
Gotcha. I was looking at, they were comparing numbers in their 5th year, and Şengün's numbers are slightly better than Jokic's in their 5th year. Now, obviously, there's loads left in the season, but he's sort of trending in that direction. Listen, we're just trending in the big man skill direction. Queen is another good example of it, right? Like he fashions his game after Jokic. I saw a highlight reel of what he's doing, by the way. Really impressive. Where just the ball handling ability, what you do in the lane, the floaters, the hook shots, all that sort of thing. He's got his own Sombor shuffle. Queen does, which is his own version of it. And Şengün has those skills too.
And he's kind of the first young guy that sits there. Well, Şengün did it also. They're basically saying one of their idols is Joker.
Yeah.
Şengün said that also. 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, Vic or somebody in the locker room was asking Joker about that the other day. Like, as it dawned on you, are you aware that these guys are fashioning their games after you? Like, how does that feel? And Joker was like, who cares? But it is true. Like, he's gone that far, to where he's a dramatic influence on other great players. All right, we have Bo Nix with Pat McAfee. That'll feature in Let's Football Go with Dan Buds Quinn Standard coming up next. Hey, all right. It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Seems like an appropriate sound effect. If you're suffering with erectile dysfunction, terrible condition, all sorts of stress, not good. It creates anxiety, undue hardships, just something you don't need. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, their treatments work where the pills or herbals fail. They have success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult with my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and get back in the game and have an outstanding weekend. That initial visit's $99. You get the consult, the T, and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. With an expert staff, like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So why wait? Put this number in your phone, 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Don't forget to wear your black and gold, DMac.
Well, Tyler, wear your black and gold gear on CU game day, and all you'll need to do for a free fountain drink of any size is walk in any Maverick convenience store location. So just take that ASU sweatshirt off and wear it underneath, and you're good. That's it. No catch. Wear CU gear. Walk into a Maverick convenience store and get your free drink.
Do you guys feel like a year ago,
Let's go Buffs,
you didn't know that Maverick existed, and now all of a sudden it's on like every corner in the state?
How about that, huh?
I mean, it's wild how many Mavericks have popped up.
That's awesome, man. There you go. Dan, what is the first story?
Yeah, Bo Nix was on the Pat McAfee show today, guys, and a couple of clips here from Bo. The first one is him talking about just how good the Broncos defense is and winning all these close games.
Well, thank you, but it definitely, one, starts with a defense. In this league, you got to be able to stop people, and it comes down to the end so many times to where we just feel comfortable with our defense that they're going to go out there and get a stop no matter what happens. They rush the passer at a all-time effective way, and they do a great job downfield covering guys and make open field tackles, a lot of erasers on that defense. So we know at all times you're going to have to stop people. And if you can stop people, that's the name of the game. And offensively, we're, at times we've been great this year. At times we've struggled. But I think when it matters most, we know how to go down there and just finish out the game and do what we need to do to.
All right, so let me ask you guys this. With the way the Broncos have been winning these close games this year, can they win that way in the playoffs? Is that a sustainable, successful formula for this team to win in the playoffs?
I think so. I do think that location matters a lot when you're a defensive football team. You go on the road, it's just not as easy to dominate. You don't have the crowd backing you up. You don't have the luxuries of false starts. You don't have all that. So I do think it's sustainable. I think you can win games with it. Honestly, I think in the playoffs, it helps you out even more, especially if you get that home field advantage. I worry more about surviving the next stretch of games without dropping two stupid ones.
Scott?
Got to win the games you got to win. Hopefully you win your home games. Split on the road, you'll be fine. If you're a legit team, you're going to have to maybe win one on the road. That's okay if you have to. If you get the number one seed, then I think you got a great chance to go to the Super Bowl.
Winning close games, leaning on defense. Hey, man, you can win a championship like that. Ain't no doubt about it. So the more that you build it up and the more, gas you put in the tank, probably the faster you can go. Yeah, I think you can win like this too. I think it's going to help mightily, though, if you're playing at home. I think that's going to be a big, big deal. And what is coming down the path for the Broncos in 2026 might even be a little bit more awesome. So it's pretty damn fun. All right, here's the deal here with Maverick on every corner, like Tyler just said. They're giving away a $50 gift card. Text FREE, F-R-E-E. That's text FREE, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. So FREE with your first and last name right now, 303-504-0925 for a $50 gift card. Dan, what's next?
All right, last one here from Bo Nix on the Pat McAfee show from earlier today, guys. What did Bo Nix focus the most on over the offseason? His answer is a little surprising.
I focused this offseason on maximizing, and it sounds crazy, but maximizing how athletic I think I can be and not neglecting that and just being able to run as fast as I possibly can and be able to move as quick as I can. And I mean, the size is always going to, be there. And I feel like, 215 for my frame is plenty. I can get up to, 220 and it's like, I don't feel much of a difference, but I think the strength is there. And I think at this point in your career, with the college strength and conditioning program where you worried about strength, I think now because everybody in the league is athletic. If you can move away from people, if you can run, if you can try to avoid some guys and run for a first down, I think that's where defenses, they can't stand it. So
what do you guys think about Bo saying that was the number one thing he worked on over the offseason was maximizing his athletic ability?
It's curious to me, actually, and it might explain some things. If I could point out the single biggest flaw that I see in Bo's game this year, it's that when he gets to the top of his drop and he sees a pocket in front of him, rather than hopping up in the pocket and keeping his feet spread out and in good position to throw the ball, when he gets to the top of his drop, if he has to climb, that dude freaking sprints. Like he climbs to, like he is sprinting to the top of the pocket. And I'm like, dude, you're getting your feet all out of whack because that's how you're doing it. If you see quarterback like position drills, they'll put these bags and you hop through it laterally, hop through it behind, hop through it going forwards. You're constantly keeping your feet in the same position. That's the goal. So I do wonder if he's been focusing on that so much that it's actually affecting his climb up in the pocket.
I can't add much of that. He's had happy feet. The couple throws he had in the fourth quarter, that 2nd and 8, to really ice the game and get him down deep for that closer field goal. I mean, he stepped up, planted, and made a great throw. And when he does that, his accuracy goes up, his timing goes up, and he's a better quarterback. And again, I'm going to go what I said on Monday: get the plays in quicker, get him up to the line of scrimmage earlier. Let him sit there and be aware. Are we in a cover 2, 3 deep? What's going on? Who's the linebacker? Blah, blah, blah. Where do I need to slap protection or not? And you can't do that if you're getting him out of the huddle at 5 seconds.
I'll tell you this, based on training camp at the beginning of the season, whatever he might have been focusing on in the offseason might not have been the smartest thing to focus on. I don't know. Did he look... It wasn't like a great start to anything. Camp wasn't great. Beginnings of the season weren't great, but they did figure out ways to win. I don't know. Who knows, man? Something was different, though. I don't know what the deal was. I'm glad it certainly clicked in, and they're winning left and right, so there's not much to complain about. But Bo Nix and whatever he was doing in the offseason, I don't know. It didn't seem to work that great. But if he's saying that was important to him, okay, fine. He gets to say it. They've won 8 in a row. Hey, if you're watching us on the Safeway Twitch stream, we appreciate it. You can order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Next up, Dan.
All right, guys, Joe Burrow took 100% of the Bengals' practice reps yesterday for the second consecutive day. According to the team's injury report, Burrow has not played since suffering a turf toe injury in week 2 and underwent successful surgery. Zach Taylor left the door open for a potential return Sunday against the New England Patriots. So what quarterback do you guys think gives the Bengals the best chance to beat the Patriots? Joe Flacco or Joe Burrow? Obviously, Joe Burrow is a better quarterback, but he's been out since week 2. Who gives them a better shot at beating the 9-2 Patriots?
I thought we said no dumb questions on this show. Yeah, of course, Joe Burrow.
Even though he's been out since week 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a lot better than Joe Flacco. Right?
Yes.
Yes.
Next.
I don't know.
Dan's going to be upset.
I think it's Joe Flacco.
Dan, plead your
Dan,
case.
you're a Joe Flacco guy?
My case is that he hasn't played since week 2. That's my case.
All right. How good do you think Joe Flacco actually is, Dan?
I mean, he's had a decent stint there with the Bengals.
He had one good game on national TV. Let's keep it real. He had one good game. Everybody really fell in love with Joe on that game, and after that, it's been kind of a disaster, which is true.
I'll ask you this, Dan. Aaron Gordon misses 4 or 5 games, and Zeke Najee starts. The 6th game, Aaron's healthy. Do you play Aaron or Zeke Najee, and who gives you a better chance to win?
How did Zeke Najee play during that time?
Like a whatever.
How much Joe Burrow making?
Joe Burrow's making like $50-something million a year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can go in that direction too. Who should play? Maybe the guy who's making 50 times.
55.
The guy who's making 55 times more than the other guy.
Let's just check out Joe Flacco's just out of curiosity.
17 years, whatever he is. What's league minimum for that? 1.5 is a guess. Something like that.
Yeah, it's actually a 1 year 4.25.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, keep in mind
that is amazing.
Keep in mind it was what the Browns signed him to.
No, but still, he one way or the other, he's making $4.2 million this year.
Yeah.
That's okay. Good for Joe Flacco. All right, next story, Dan.
All right, last one here, fellas. The San Francisco 49ers say they're unlikely to sign wide receiver Juwan Jennings to a significant contract extension unless they move on from Brandon Ayuk's $30 million annual deal. Jennings did request a trade during the offseason after extension talks failed. So the 49ers could potentially be moving on from both Juwan Jennings and Brandon Ayuk for the upcoming season. Do you guys have any interest in either of those wide receivers potentially coming to the Broncos next year?
I don't know if they would have the ability to get out of Brandon Ayuk. I mean, they just gave him a contract, right? Wasn't that just last year?
I thought it was.
Yeah, I mean,
I thought so too.
Financially, they're probably stuck with Ayuk. Sure. I mean, I entertain that conversation if it pops up.
Anything to make your team better.
How did
sure.
Ayuk go from unstoppable, watch out, to like, do we really want him?
Well, he hasn't played. Basically, since he signed the contract, he really hasn't played.
I don't know. Who are the you got to keep them receivers for the Broncos for next year? Cortland
and Marvin.
Mims.
That's it.
Not Troy Franklin?
I mean, you probably will. Don't get me wrong.
But a must keep? Troy Franklin a must keep? I don't know. We'll see.
No, I mean, if you could improve, I'm happy to improve.
Pat Bryant a must keep? I don't know. Little Jordan Humphrey, is he going to be some sort of weird security blanket next year? I don't know. I think it's just Mims and Cortland. If you can make yourself better after that, go for it. I mean, ideally you keep Franklin and, Pat Bryant. Use draft picks on them, but I don't think they're untouchable.
Oh, of course you could. You could always replace any of those guys.
Right? Like, you got to be – what do you do at running back?
That's the key.
What do you do at running back?
Try to bring JK back on the cheap, take advantage of his injury issues.
Yeah, but he's just going to get hurt again.
I know. That's why I say bring him back on the cheap.
All right.
I'm not willing to invest a ton of money into him, even though I love him. And then you probably draft another guy.
Okay. That sounds good. That sounds good. And frankly, if the Broncos finish where we're hoping to finish, drafting a guy I'll keep it super optimistic, 32. They're really good running backs available at like 32. At least there have been. So yeah, I'm a fan of that. That sounds good. Because any running back you're going to get in free agency or off the turnip truck, they're always going to have something. There's going to be something wrong with them, and there was something wrong with J.K. Unfortunately, it's just.
Where do you rank how Harvey's done this year as a rookie?
In comparison to what? Relative to what?
I think you have to put it relative to where he was drafted. If I put it relative to where he's drafted, it's been disappointing. If I'm putting it relative to a normal rookie season, I would say he's on track.
He's not like Henderson with the Patriots. I don't think he's as good as Judkins is. He's not certainly as good as Genty. I mean, who's he better than? Give me that one. Like who is RJ Harvey better than that stands out to you? Can you name somebody? I bet you can't. So, yeah, Ty, I think you're right about that.
I mean, you moved up in the second round to take a guy that most people didn't think was going to go till the fourth.
Well, you did some weird stuff. You moved down and then you moved up. You did all sorts of weird gymnastics to get RJ Harvey. And you really could have just taken Henderson or Judkins in the first round and been done with it. And nobody would have thought, we would have all said, that's great. Good job.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing to
or Marion Hampton. I mean,
sure. You know why I don't bring him up? And I should, though. You're right. They were never interested, from what I understand about Hampton, for whatever reason. And I don't know why they were so turned off by him. But you're right about him, too. There would have been so many just way more boring, smarter, easier things to do than roll the dice with an undersized guy like RJ Harvey. And by the way, it's turned out exactly the way we thought. There have been a couple of big runs because the NFL only has moments, small moments, where you get that kind of space compared to college. At the end of the day, like what J.K. Dobbins has done so great, and Tyler, you could speak on it, is, running in tight spaces. And that's not what R.J. Harvey does the best, but Dobbins does it phenomenally.
No, I mean, listen, I don't want to knock R.J. Harvey too much because he has been a weapon in the passing game. He's been a legitimate weapon. He's been an option that has helped this football team out a lot in the passing game. But in the running game, it's just been okay.
Just okay. And why would it ever be any different? So, and unfortunately, and I wish I couldn't say this because this Dobbins guy is so cool. But, guys, come on, man. You really think he's going to get through a season uninjured after everything he's been through? I mean, it's just inevitable that it's going to happen, which sucks.
Well, how many running backs that are high-volume running backs, and I wouldn't even call Bronco running backs high volume, but how many of them play all 17 games?
It seems like none of them.
I do want Dobbins back, though, even with the injuries.
I'd be fine, but I like a draft. All right, would you rather, give you a would you rather, first round, wherever the Broncos finish, would you rather have an inside linebacker, which will be a need, or running back? First round.
I don't think we have a problem at inside linebacker.
You sure?
Do we?
Okay.
You don't like Alex Singleton and Drake Greenlaw?
I do like Alex Singleton. I'm a little nervous for Alex Singleton and what's going to be happening in the future. I do like him, though, a lot.
I thought they said they got it.
I sure hope that's the case. That'd be great.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm going on the optimistic side, but yeah, I like our linebackers.
All right, so and Stranad you like too as a backup?
Stranad's a phenomenal backup linebacker.
Okay. And Drew Sanders is a what?
I don't know.
If he ever plays.
No one knows.
I have no idea.
Nobody knows.
You know what he is? He's J.K. Dobbins without statistics.
All right, we appreciate you guys watching us as well as listening. The Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to wilhitewins.com. Injury lawyers go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. Hey, a reminder, Nate and Andy are at Fiddlesticks at Jewel and Kipling. So check them out today for a live broadcast, and you can enter to win Bud Light Tailgate VIP passes and a pair of tickets to the Broncos game against the Packers. Wow, fantastic prize. Great Bud Light specials all day. That's starting in 20 minutes at Fiddlesticks in Lakewood at Jewel and Kipling. It's PhD here on 92.5. Those people need help?
I guess so.
Okay. Well, those people might have it figured out. Again, at Fiddlesticks, out there in Lakewood, Nate and Andy are getting going here in about 15 minutes. You can win Bud Light VIP passes, a pair of tickets to the Broncos game against the Packers. Great Bud Light specials all day on a Bud Light Football Friday. So go see the fellas today, starting in, they'll be out there from 3 to 6. Then it's Berto. Then, a little bit later of a pregame, 7 o'clock, 7:30 tip with Kaz and Scott on the call right here on Altitude. And look forward to that game tonight. We actually have a couple of, I got a winner for the gift card to Maverick. That is Mike Fahrenkoff. Congratulations, Mike. Got $50 to Maverick. So there you go. Couple questions for you.
That's a good
gift. Yeah. You go far with $50 there at Maverick. Scott, I got a couple questions for you. What was Dan? The Duron Holmes question. Yeah, we had this out there. Why is Duron Holmes in Grand Rapids and Zeke Najee's in the starting lineup?
Because Duron Holmes can't play yet.
Okay, he ain't there. So Zeke is better in helping them win than Duron Holmes.
Right now, probably, yeah. Duron's not used to the physicality of an NBA game yet. Zeke, and like David said, Zeke had played last year against Zion and actually played pretty good defensively, so you knew he could physically stand up to it. And I'm not sure Duron's ready for the physicality of the game. And he's so young that you don't want him just to sit on the bench for 13 games and get garbage time. You want him to be playing right now. And you've got Ryan Bowen as a head coach who had a nice career in the NBA and understands what it takes. So it's really a good opportunity for him to learn NBA style basketball and get to play every night.
How's Ryan doing? Have you talked to him at all? How's he doing there in Grand Rapids?
No, I talked to somebody who's down from Grand Rapids on this trip, and I asked him how he's doing. He said he's loving it. He's looked at it as a great opportunity, and he was a second row bench coach for a while, and he said if you want to make this a profession, there's only a handful of jobs, and Dagnall took a G League head coaching job into winning an NBA championship. So, this is a great opportunity to see what it takes to kind of, get your practices, get everything ready, be involved in the travel, and and show guys that you're ready for that next step. And so it's a great opportunity. And I haven't seen since then, but they started off 4-1, so they're playing well.
Well, I'm just saying because, boy, Ryan's been here on the NBA level as a player and then as an assistant coach for a long time. And, family and friends and the whole thing. And, that's got to be kind of a deep breath, right, to tell your family, all right, I'm going to do this. This is important. I don't know. I would guess he would – I don't think he'd move your family out to Grand Rapids either, right? That's got to be kind of a –
I believe he's a little bit like you in that I think his kids are all in college right now.
Oh, okay. All right.
So, and – his wife is kind of going back and forth. She has a pretty good job here in Denver, but it allows her a chance to go back and forth in between. So,
okay. All right, another question for you here from Susie. How do Scott and Marlo make the broadcast seem so seamless? Oh, that's a very nice question. I realized the other night that they never talk over each other. Do you push a green light or something that tells the other guy it's your turn to talk? This is a funny question because we saw in Winning Time about the Lakers. Apparently, Chick Hearn was the biggest jerk in the world. And in the TV show, it showed Chick Hearn when he wanted the other guy to shut up, he would hold his fist up like that, which was kind of the most insulting thing in the world.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, but that's, again.
I'd slap that fist out of my face.
They made in that TV show, Chick Hearn look like a jerk. And Jerry West looked like a real raging jerk. So, Scott, what do you and Marlo do? You guys have been teammates for a long time.
I'll be honest with you. Marlo's the easiest and greatest guy I've worked with. I probably walk on him way too much, and I kick myself every time I do it. But you listen, we've been doing it on altitude together for 20 years, so you kind of know the guy's flows. And then if you do kind of walk on them, you at least try to make it a conversation. Well, sorry, Chris, but and then you're talking to him instead of, just talking at him. But listen, I walk on him probably way more than I should, and it grinds me every time I do.
What about Cos?
He's great. Marlowe's great. Cos, it's such a different thing for radio than it is TV doing analyst work. Play-by-plays, and it's a little more intense than radio for play-by-play in the sense that with TV you got pictures that if there's some silence, guess what? The picture's still there. In radio, if there's silence, people are wondering, what the heck's going on. So you've got, as an analyst, you've got to pick and choose and find, when's a good time to step out. Can I get in after a basket once in a while, but I got to be done before the ball gets to half court if I can, to give him time to set up the half court offense, because there's no pictures in radio. So I got to consciously shut up when I do radio.
Tyler,
more often?
What about working with Nate and Andy, as you've worked with both of them as play-by-play guys, and you've been the analyst?
Well, one's a pro, and one won't shut up. Andy, that was an experience. It was actually amazing. I mean, I just got to go up to Evergreen. I got to watch a cool football game. It was a great environment. The stadium's beautiful, and I didn't have to work. I mean, it was actually great. I mean, I just sat there and I watched the game and I let Andy talk.
Was Andy doing play-by-play by color?
Oh, my gosh. It was play-by-play plus color plus repeating himself 3 times. He was a riot. He was aware of it, and he just couldn't stop himself. But to be fair, I totally sympathize with it. He'd been doing color all season long, and then he got thrust into doing play-by-play, and that takes you a minute to get back into it.
That's pretty funny.
Well, I told somebody this story the other day. I was talking, gosh, who was I talking to? I was talking to Joel, who does the New Orleans television, who's a pro's pro and has been doing it for a million years. I said I got to do a play-by-play game, 4 games actually. I did play-by-play for the Broncos one preseason. Dave slid over to do Channel 9 color, and so the program director at the time said, "Well, hey, we'll just slide you over." And they put, I think Stink came in and might have done a game with me, and Les Shapiro, the late great Les Shapiro, came in and did a game or two. And I told him, I said, I have so much respect for play-by-play because it's so different. Color, I react, and I've learned to react. Play-by-play, it's the first game I'd ever done play-by-play in my life. And Tyler, you'll appreciate this. It's preseason game numero uno.
Right. Good luck with that roster.
It's like 98 or 99, somewhere in there. And by the time the fourth quarter came around, I'm going hoarse. Because, every 2-yard run, I think it's like something, and you just, and by the fourth quarter, man, I got my voice was going like this. I was
too much,
dead on horse, and I finally realized. I think I got better by the end of the fourth game, but I was, dude, it was a Super Bowl. I'm doing a preseason game number 1 like it's Super Bowl.
Yeah,
and I was hoarse.
I see that in the NFL preseason games. Everybody is trying a little extra hard because
because everybody's also trying to get a gig
because it is their Super Bowl,
right?
Yeah, so it's the level of excitement sometimes is out of context with the game itself, which always makes the local yokel broadcast oftentimes done by really great guys. I mean, Steve Levy doing play-by-play is, he's great. Although I always liked Ron. Ron Zappolo, I thought did an awesome job on those preseason games for a long time.
I've done play-by-play now. Now, sit there and make me think about it, how long I've done this. So I've done play-by-play in the NFL. I'll be a preseason. I did play-by-play for a Major League Lacrosse All-Star game where one of the Gates brothers played.
Okay.
I've done play-by-play for Nuggets regular season.
That's awesome, man. That's great. On the text line from Josh,
And I suck at it, to be honest with you, but it's okay.
Can the players hear Kaz? I love him, but he gets so hyped for good plays sometimes. I wonder if the players or opponents hear him. There was a pretty funny moment in your broadcast the other day. You and Chris were up in the rafters, and you were kind of close to Kaz, and you were laughing, the two of you on the broadcast, because you were pointing out how Kaz likes to wave goodbye to the fans on road games when the Nuggets are winning.
Well, listen, because I've sat there with him, right? And I've also heard him on our highlights. Bye, Jazz fans. See you on the way out. You know, he used to do that. So he actually wasn't doing it. We got this little stick camera in front of us, and it's in Minnesota, who's a big rival, and you know, you're going to win the game. I actually crunch up a piece of paper, and he's across a little bit of an aisle, and it was perfect throw. Man, his one bounce hits him in the shoulder. He looks at me, and I start waving to the crowd. And all of a sudden, he starts laughing, so he stands up. He didn't even know we're on camera, so now I got the camera, and all of a sudden he goes into, and you can see, we got, like you said, you can see it. He's like, wait, bye-bye, everybody. Thanks for coming. Take that L on the way out. But to answer that question, no, because radio anymore is up in the rafters. But he's been challenged by fans before. There was a guy in Utah came up and wanted to fight him.
I don't know if people really appreciate that. I think most of the time, Kaz, when he's broadcasting, is actually in the stands.
Yeah, I mean, he's
right
up there a little bit.
It's kind of cool.
I saw a game, I think it was in Kansas City, and I think the Broncos are going to win. And again, it's the same thing. Radio, we're right there in the crowd, and they're just sitting right in front of us, and some dude throws something up at Dave, and Dave now, Dave used to have a little fire in his belly when it came to stuff like that. And I want to say, so he dropped something back down on him, and they're like looking at each other, and I want to say he may have walked out there for just a second and say, now what? But yeah, when you're doing radio in particular, you're usually vulnerable to the fans.
All right, one final note. Nate and Andy joining us from Fiddlesticks here in a second. Quarterfinals state high school football, and all the big guns are going. So there haven't been any major upsets yet. And you got
Valor Legend tonight.
You got Saturday.
Saturday,
1:00 at Echo Park. All the games, by the way, are on the weekend. Nothing's like tonight. So for whatever reason, the quarterfinals are all over the weekends.
Saturday?
Yeah, I think it's maybe even Sunday too. But for sure Saturday everybody's playing. What would you say about state? You've done some of these high school games. I mean, Creek is the kind of the king of the mountain, I know, and then you got Ralston Valley.
Creek's a freak show, but I tell you what, all these teams have got. I got a chance to call quite a few games this year, and they've all got something. I mean, Mount Vista's got a stupid good quarterback. That's a really good team. Legends obviously got a quarterback that came in from Georgia, was highly recruited. Valor's doing great. Titus Heward's leading the helm over there. I had a guy come out to me at the gym the other day, and he's like, hey, my son, he's an edge rusher over at Legend, and we got these big old tackles over at Valor. What should you do? And I'm like, well, hold on a second. Like my buddy Mike is the coach over there. I can't be helping you out too much here.
Yeah,
I got to choose my guy Mike. But no, high school playoffs are fun, man, and there's some good matchups this year. Even though Creek is there, that's like a league of their
So
own.
they're one, and they
how many of those quarterbacks that you just mentioned you think are D1?
I think the Ralston Valley kid. I think Mountain Vista. I mean, Titus is just a sophomore, so he's got ways to go, but he'll be a D1 guy for sure. Probably 3. I don't know the Vodeka at Creek. He's probably D1 also, I guess. I don't know as much about his story, but
Nate, you want to chime in on this in terms of the high school kids?
I know the Legend quarterback is a stud. He's going to Boston College. Heward, he got off. I was confused by this, and I asked Sanford about this. Titus Heward, who was the sophomore quarterback who replaced Dawson Olk over at Valor this year as the full-time starter, and then Olk moved over to tight end. But Heward was offered by Colorado State, and I had to stop and go, well, who the hell offered him in Colorado State? They
I
don't have a
know,
coach. Right? I was a little confused by that, but either way, he had his offer out. The quality of quarterback play right now in the state of Colorado is really, really high. We've watched some good ones so far this year. It's been a great season. Like, you're right about it, Tyler. The Creek is such a monster, and their defense is just vicious. And their run game is absolutely clicking the way that it is. So I don't know if anybody has beaten Creek. Sorry, Mike. But there's some really good teams this year.
Well, you guys are doing the 4A and 5A, aren't you, on Altitude TV?
Yeah, I think Vic and I are doing it. Yeah.
Andy and I are doing the 3A game
Gotcha.
at 10 a.m. on Saturday, December 6th, everybody. Get up early and watch some 3A football with Nate and Andy that day.
And I know Rachel V. Hill's on the sidelines for some of those games, so that's cool. It's good. You guys, the TV broadcast was great at the beginning of the season.
Oh, it's fun.
Man. We I've been paying attention to 3A football now. I know Windsor is a powerhouse, but look out for Pomona. We got some good stuff coming.
Wait, Pomona is 3A?
I didn't know that either. And then I was looking at the Chassa bracket the other day, and I was like, huh. Okay.
They weren't always.
Yeah, I thought they were a little bigger, but all right, cool.
Yeah, for now, 3A.
All right, so you got you and Vic and Nate and Andy and Rachel.
It'll be fun. Vic,
Vic
really and I
cool.
have done this a handful of years now, and it's up in Fort Collins, and it's a beautiful stadium. It's a fun environment. It's it's great. The TV broadcast is fantastic. I'm telling you,
they do a great job. It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Guys, Fiddlesticks, huh? Talk to us about Fiddlesticks. Yeah,
Fiddlesticks. We're here at Kipling and Jewel today on a Bud Light Football Friday. So come out here and have an ice cold Bud Light and get ready for the weekend that is going to be. We have got obviously a massive Nuggets game coming up tonight, guys. I mean this is as big of a West Group C showdown as I can remember in my lifetime tonight in the Emirates NBA Cup. This one's massive tonight between Denver and Houston. I can't wait to watch this thing. So I'm locked in on that. Plus, you got college buckets on television right now. Davidson and Boston College going down to the wire in the second half in the Shriners Children's Charleston Classic.
Oh, man.
So get out here to Fiddlesticks and have an ice cold Bud Light, watch some college buckets, and get ready for your weekend.
What game this weekend is the best story? Not the best game, but the best story.
Well, obviously, SC Oregon is massive, but we were talking about this yesterday, guys. At noon tomorrow, in, of all places, Washington Grizzly Stadium in Missoula, Montana. Number 3, Montana State. Number 2, Montana. It's the brawl of the wild. Throw out the records when these two teams get together. Both 7-0 in the Big Sky. I swear to God, I want to watch this game. Tickets on the secondary market are going for over $250 for nosebleeds for Montana and Montana State tomorrow. So weirdly, I know it sounds bizarre, but I'm kind of locked in on this game.
Well, will they trade bear skins or other sort of for tickets?
I'm glad you asked that. So the winner of this game, we were talking about this yesterday, wins the Great Divide Trophy. Okay, the Great Divide Trophy, because the two schools are on the opposite ends of the Continental Divide in the state of Montana. DMac, the Great Divide Trophy weighs 306 pounds. 306.
That is fantastic.
That's like a Tyler Polumbus and a half right now.
Who gets to lift that? The team.
I know, right?
Collectively, I suppose.
Yeah, seriously, you're gonna have to get together.
So I was
work as teammates.
I was thinking Browns and Raiders with Shadur, but you're saying Montana State.
Montana State locked in.
Right.
That's my game of the weekend coming up right here. No, you know what? The NFL slate, the Sunday nighter is, that's the one that's staring you in the face, Bucks Rams, and you would say, okay, that's probably on paper the best game that we're looking at coming into this weekend. Colts Chiefs, massive implications in the AFC playoff race. Again, I've been saying it all week, DMac. Like the savvy Broncos fan has to root for the Chiefs
Yes, agreed.
to win that game and
Agreed.
hand another loss to Indianapolis in the AFC playoff picture. So I definitely got that game circled. The potential that I haven't been staring at Twitter all day. Like the potential that Burrow could play against New England.
There's no reason for him not to.
No reason not to. That's okay. So again, all right, Broncos fans, go be a big Joe Burrow fan.
Yep.
In Cincinnati on Sunday because you need New England to lose another game. So that game is absolutely massive. So there's some critical games. One other note, by the way, and granted, I didn't watch this game live because I was at the Avalanche game last night. But do we need to start worrying about the Houston Texans getting C.J. Stroud back with that defense playing at the level that it is? Like that's a scary one-off matchup in the AFC playoffs now if they can get in.
It would be, because theoretically, well, how's it go, Nate? Because do you reseed in the NFL or not? Meaning, if the Broncos were the 1 seed, okay, amazing, right? Like
Yes.
2 would play 7, say. Well, no, 2 would win, theoretically. I don't know. Do you think that's even a possibility? I mean, I guess if you fall down, if you lose the number 1 seed, that could be your first-round matchup. Even if you win the AFC West, could be Houston.
Could be a first-round matchup, or Houston, who is,
Would you rather
get C.J. Stroud
would you
back
rather
next
play
week?
the Bills at home or the Texans at home?
God, Buffalo that team is just schizophrenic right now, isn't it? Like,
yes,
they beat Kansas City and then turn around and poop the bed against Miami, come back, win an absolute shootout. Josh Allen 6 touchdowns against Tampa, and then last night he gets sacked 8 times in that game. Like that, and hey, we saw it a couple of weeks ago. That Houston defense is 100% legit. That I am ready to tell you right now. I know the East Coast media can't stop tripping all over themselves to praise Philadelphia, and I think that defense is really good. Don't get me wrong. The 2 best defenses in the NFL are the Denver Broncos and the Houston Texans right now.
All right, how about this one? Try this one on for size. Who has a better game as a quarterback? Juju Lewis, CUASU, or Shadur Sanders for the Browns against the Raiders?
I'll take Juju to have a better game.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
My faith in Shadur is very low.
Okay.
I just, like watching some of the film breakdown on him, like it feels to me like the issues that are plaguing him, like seriously, DMac, like Shadur made Bo Nix look like a footwork maestro with his performance last Sunday. You don't just get to fix all of that in 1 week. There is not 1 week of late-season NFL football practice where you get to step onto the field and then repair all of those issues. Like, this is going to have to be Stefanski's going to have to help him find a run game and just get the ball out of his hands very quickly. But I think Shadur – and I know that Raiders defense isn't great, but Max Crosby is one of the great pass rushers of his generation. I think he could be in for a tough one.
Yeah, and I think context is important here. Like, Gabriel's not being benched because of poor play, even though it hasn't been great. He's injured, and everything I'm reading, Nate, if Gabriel clears the concussion protocol, and he was back practicing, by the way, he'll just be reinserted as the starting quarterback there. So hey man, enjoy it while you can, I guess, right?
And he's the dude's just got to play. Like he's got to hopefully be able to take advantage of this situation. It is just, man, it is insane. What a good college quarterback that we watched up there at CU. And then once we have seen Shadur have to operate outside of the Deion Sanders ecosystem, like how rough it has gotten for him. Like, awful draft. Like, I don't know if a human being has ever had a worse draft process. Maybe Laramie Tunsil in the gas mask bong, but I don't know many guys that have had a worse go-around in the NFL draft than Shadur did. Then, he gives like the weird, like, I can play better than any current or than some current starters in the NFL quote. Then he gives the silent interview, and things are awkward as hell as Dylan Gabriel is out there playing. Like, this whole thing has just been uncomfortable to watch from a distance of what has been happening with Shadur Sanders. And, like, there is no piece of evidence that I have seen so far of Shadur NFL quarterback that would lead me to think like, oh man, this guy's going to step out onto the field and just click immediately for this terrible football team.
I agree with you, and the fact is, okay, you could say the draft process went poorly, which clearly it did.
Yes.
Okay, but he's been with the team the whole year, and that's not going great, obviously, right?
No, it's his coach never wanted him.
And still doesn't want him, it seems.
Right.
So he hasn't. He's had months to sort of, hey, the draft, okay, he's really great, we love him. You're not getting any vibes like that after he's been there for a long time.
No, like Stefanski, all season long, he is used talking about Shedeur Sanders. It's almost as though it's like Harry Potter. It's like he who shall not be named. Oh, I'll only talk about this in the context of what Dylan Gabriel is doing or what my other quarterbacks are doing right now. He almost never gives a quote about Shedeur. Like, it bleeds off of him through his press conferences and through his answers that he has no belief whatsoever in Shedeur Sanders. So, like, where is the hope that Shedeur is going to be able to step out onto the field and really succeed right here? I don't know, DMac. I was trying to think about this earlier today, and what's the best comp that I could come up with for Shedeur? And is it Johnny Manziel? Who is it? Where it's like celebrity status has so outpaced what he is as a football player right now.
Would you say Tebow is a better NFL quarterback than Shedeur Sanders?
As of right now, yes, because the guy won a playoff game.
Correct.
Like as of right now, yes, based purely only on accomplishment.
Are we?
If you're asking me who I'd rather watch throw the football, Shedeur Sanders or Tim Tebow, I'll take Shedeur.
Oh gosh, I'm blanking. Peyton Manning draft class, second pick.
Ryan Leaf.
Are we getting into Ryan Leaf territory?
Ooh, yeah. Well, Ryan Leaf was the number 2 pick, and people were debating if he should go number 1 over Peyton Manning.
But you're talking about the degree of celebrity,
right,
compared to the level of ability.
Yeah. That is kind of the. Mm-hmm.
You're not
where you're living right now.
You're not gonna find a 5th round pick with a degree of celebrity of note. You're just not gonna find it. So
no, not really.
But it's hard. You can't. Here's what's interesting. You can't call a 5th round pick that doesn't make it a bust. Can't do it. Not a bust. No. 5th rounder.
Now, were people mocking him as a first-round pick? Did we think he was going to be a first-round pick? Were we looking at him being like, oh, man, which team in the top 10 is going to get better with Shedeur Sanders once he gets there?
Did you not think he was going to go in the first round?
I thought at worst a second-round pick. I was like, what? Once we were approaching the draft and the way the noise was getting loud and his immaturity was being basically weaponized against him, and his interviews were getting weaponized against him, I was like, oh, okay, this probably drops him out of the first, but in the at the minimum, he's a day 2 pick. I thought he'd be a second-round pick. I thought some team, and then it's, you're watching the Tyler Shucks of the world getting snatched up before Shedeur Sanders, just going, what the hell is going on?
Well, here's the team that, I thought maybe he just wanted to go to the Raiders and had it in his back pocket so the rest of them can pound sand. I thought that was the kind of arrogance. So to me,
remember he turned down the Eagles, he turned down the Ravens. It was like, no, I got to go somewhere where I can play.
So I just thought, it's the Raiders. He's being a little cocky here, but could the Raiders really think that much of Geno Smith? Really? And I guess
I believe Pete Carroll does think that much of Geno Smith.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I think he does. And I always, Andy always crushes me for this. I really like Geno Smith.
Oh,
I think he's a good NFL quarterback. I really do. That guy impressed the hell out of me up in Seattle. I think he's a super accurate thrower of the football. I think he knows his offense inside and out. There's no planet on which I'm arguing Geno Smith is, an elite NFL quarterback. But I think Geno Smith is, when surrounded by the right situation, like he was up in Seattle once he escaped from the Jets. I was like, no, Geno Smith can play. He's one of the most accurate quarterbacks in the world, even today.
All right, I got to give you one out the door because you're the only person on this entire station I can have this conversation with.
All right.
And it can only be for 30 seconds.
Okay.
Welcome Wellington Herrera to the Rockies' 40-man roster. A strikeout machine in the minors. Are you psyched about Wellington Herrera being the first huge move by Paul DePodesta?
These are the caliber of moves that are coming to your offseason, Rockies fans. The Wellington Herrera type of
I don't think
moves.
it's Wellington, dude. It's W.
No, it's Wellington. There's no G.
There's no G. That's right.
I saw it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. No G.
No G.
He is not a beef Wellington.
There's no G's, but there is an L.
No G's. No G's.
Yeah.
Nothing but G's right here at Fiddlesticks Bar and Grill, Jewel and Kipling. The great Darren McKee. Everybody listen to him every day, noon to 3 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is Nate Kreckman. We are out here at Fiddlesticks. It's a Ska Friday. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Oh, it is all happening. It's NBA Cup Friday. It is the Avalanche win 6-3 last night Friday. What else is happening today, Mark Springer? There's other things on a Friday.
Chris Dempsey, next segment.
Chris Dempsey coming up here in just a moment. Here's the thing I got to ask Demps about first off. Has he ever seen a lineup as gigantic as the one that Houston will put on the floor tonight against the Nuggets? Like physically large. That's what we got to talk about next. The matchup tonight between Denver and Houston in Group C. Group C, Spring
The
Western
group of
Conference.
death.
Huge one tonight. Everybody in Group C is knotted at 1-1, although the Nuggets got that point differential lead. We'll talk to Chris Dempsey coming up here on the other side on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Bud Light Football Friday, Ska Friday, live at Fiddlesticks at Kipling and Jewel. By the way, they've got the NFL games right here, plus $12 Bud Light pitchers during NFL Sundays. So come out, watch the Broncos when they're playing, and come watch NFL Sundays right here at Fiddlesticks at Kipling and Jewel. Bud Light Football Friday. But let's talk some buckets. Not buckets of beer. We're talking about buckets of the hardwood variety. Joining us right now ahead of Denver and Houston tonight at 7:30 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's our pal Chris Dempsey of Altitude. What up, Demps? How you doing, man?
I'm doing fantastic. Nate, how are you?
I'm doing well. Demps, is this game tonight the biggest game in the history of West Group C?
Yeah, it's got to be, right? It's got to be. I don't know, but it's a really big game, though. I mean, if you strip away the cup stuff, which I think most people do, but I don't. I really like the cup stuff. But
I do too.
This is an interesting game. You know, the Houston Rockets are obviously much improved. I mean, look, you know, this was a team that was the number, it's like top 5 defensive team last year. They just didn't offensively have everything they needed, and Kevin Durant just fixed all that. So this will be a fun early season test for the Nuggets defensively. Especially in light of a couple of games, I think that they wish defensively they played a little bit better.
You know, I'm looking at this Rockets team here, Demps. Since the Fred Van Vliet injury, Ime Udoka has moved Amen Thompson over to the point at 6'7". Kevin Durant is the 2. And Durant is, while listed, what do they list him at, like 6'10"? He's like 7'2". He's massive, and he lies about his height. Jabari Smith is 6'11". Şengün is 6'11". Steven Adams at the 5 is 7 feet tall. I know he's a little banged up going tonight, but, like, this lineup that the Rockets run out there, like, the Nuggets are not as big as they were, having flipped MPJ for Cam Johnson, but that's still a big NBA team. Demps, this might be the biggest starting 5 I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, it's a lot of size. There's no doubt about it. And look, it's definitely obviously by design. I mean, they even went out and got Clint Capella as well to add to all of this. That's what they want to play. They want to be kind of the bullies on the block, and they want to play physically. They want to have the ability to shrink the lane, close down that paint, but still be able to get out to 3-point shooting. Ime Udoka is a defensive coach, and to put kind of the Monstars out there has been really working for them, and then on top of that, they've been able to have enough offensive skill so that they're just not trying to play 100 to 98 games all the time. They could play as well, but you're right. I mean, it begins with just all the height and size that they put on the court, and it really is reflecting in the rebounding. This is like one of the best rebounding teams in the NBA. 50 rebounds per game, 50 of them. For the Nuggets, to get Aaron Gordon back is going to be great because they're going to need him to match that physicality, especially on the glass.
Yeah, no, they have to have size to be able to match these guys. Kaz has the call tonight. Nuggets in Houston at 7:30. That's an Amazon game for television, but we got the game tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. But yeah, just a massive, massive lineup there out of the Houston Rockets. Demps, in terms of like measuring sticks, the Nuggets have not had, at least in terms of opponents, a terribly hard schedule. Minnesota's the best team that they've played so far this season. And, you got them once without Ant. You got the second time you caught them. They were on the second night of a back-to-back. Like, this is a game where both teams kind of go in fresh and locked in with a lot to play for in a huge West Group C matchup here tonight. Is this, in your mind, the biggest measuring stick game that Denver has played so far this year? And how heavily should we weight the result of this game when evaluating the Nuggets?
I think that both teams would really love to win this game because they're against really good teams. I think for the Nuggets, if they lose this game, I still think that their eyes are on Oklahoma City more than anybody else. And that's, for them, the measuring stick game. This will be fun because Houston's actually really good. and this will be a good test just to understand a little bit more about your strengths and weaknesses. You're playing this game on the road. You're playing, they have star players. They have really good role players. You mentioned Amin Thompson really taking over and running with some of the ball handling responsibilities at the point guard. Reed Shepard has come in as a sophomore, as a second-year player, and shot the ball well for them as well. And then you have Şengün, who's a lot of people just basically just call Baby Jokic, and so it's a really good. You want to play well against good competition, and for that fact alone, this is going to be a really good game for the Nuggets. As far as who they measure up against, I think it's just the Oklahoma City Thunder. I really do.
Yeah.
I think the Minnesota Timberwolves game for them was also a little bit bigger, but because Houston is good, this is going to be a very big game. But I think for Houston, this is most certainly a measuring stick game. And they just took care. They just took care of the Cleveland Cavaliers in their last game, so that was obviously a big win for them. If they can take down the Cavaliers and the Nuggets in the same week, wow, that they would be making a statement to the rest of the NBA that this start for them is really real.
Talking to Chris Dempsey here on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Demps, there are some great quotes from Nikola Jokic and David Adelman. Bennett Durando had him in the Post today about Zen Jokic, about how Nikola is doing everything that he can to not be in conflict with the officials. And 14 games in, no technical fouls. All right, we know this about Nikola Jokic. He is outstanding despite having already been the best player in the entire NBA, that Nikola Jokic is always looking to add things in his game. How big a value do you get with Jokic not spending as much of his mental energy whipping his head around and yelling at the refs?
I always think that's good, man. The way it works in this league, it's in basketball in general. There are obviously parameters to the rules, to fouls, all this kind of stuff, but so much of it is subjective. That you're going to get a handful of calls that you really hate in a game, and if you are just constantly just after the official, at some point it starts to take away from your focus on the task at hand, which is the actual other team that you're playing against. Now, with Nikola, that's a little less present because he's just such a great player. He can multitask, right? He can go after the official and still give you a triple-double that results in a victory. But I do think, from the standpoint of leading by example, there are other players on the team that, it would get distracting. If they think he's getting traction with that, then they'll do that too. But on the flip side, they're not able to refocus on the task at hand the way he's being able to do that. So I think as an item of leadership, it's great. I think as an item for his own peace of mind, it's probably is good. You're just not constantly aggravated, even though you are kind of aggravated at some of the calls. You just take them and you move on to the next thing. So and Nate, I guess I believe. Honestly, we've seen great improvement, from him in this area over the years. I just don't even think this is a this year or last year thing. If you go back 5 years in his career, when it really was, he was going after refs all the time.
Yeah.
Then that, to me, was really the inflection point. These last couple of seasons, I think he's been really just fine at it. I don't know that it's actually a big story, but if he feels like he's making extra adjustments in that area, then great. But I think the more that you can just play and not worry about the referees for every player on the court, including the coach, I think the better.
And like magic, Chris, Andy Lindahl has finally arrived.
He's appeared.
Try to get your kid out of school one day, even when you call in ahead of time, and I'll give you the story there. Hey, I'm gonna venture into a little bit of a dangerous topic with both of you, but I'm fascinated by it. Hastings and I did a podcast last night. He wasn't so sure this was going to be the game, even though I think he likes this concept better than the two of you. Is tonight, because all the hype you talked to Nate about a little bit earlier, is tonight the night where we do another test run with Jonas and Nikola on the floor together, or is it just too much speed and three-ball shooting that they just can't cover enough space to do that?
Oh, well, maybe. I mean, there's a lot of big players that the Rockets can roll out onto the court. If Steven Adams plays, then I think there's a bigger chance of that. If Steven Adams does not play in this game tonight, then there's probably almost a zero chance of that. I just think that what we've seen so far this season is they really haven't experimented with it in a way that says, hey, we are going to put this lineup on the court no matter what the other team's lineup is. They've kind of put that lineup on the court in response to size on the other team. And if that's the way that's going to be this whole season, then it's probably just going to be one of those things where it's, you just pop it in here and there if the other team is playing really tall players as well. But if that's not going to be the case, then they're not going to do it. I think, honestly, they should do it. I think they should just use it as an actual real weapon. And because I think they were hitting on some things in the preseason. I think there's some things that you can do with that lineup in terms of spacing. Like Nikola, yeah, does he like to be in the paint? I mean, he does, but they usually use him at the elbow for the most part. And both of those guys are interchangeable that way. So you can have a player at the elbow or at the three-point line if it's Nikola Jokic and have one on the opposite block. Or you can have them screen for each other and work some action that way. I do think there's a lot of creative things that they can do with those two guys. But I think right now it appears to me that they're only on the court in response to size for the other team. The personnel for Houston will dictate what the Nuggets do in terms of putting that back on the court.
So I think offensively that lineup is butt, and I don't want to see it. But I tell you where there is value in using that lineup tonight is in a single stop situation. Guys, I'm looking at Steven Adams per 36 minutes right now. These are his per 36 numbers, 8.4 offensive rebounds per 36. He's the best offensive rebounder in the game today. So when it comes time to you need one stop and you need to not allow a second chance opportunity, that's when I want to see that lineup tonight on the floor. That's where I think it could be really effective. Steven Adams at the age of 32 is as rough and tumble, and I mean, Dempsey's probably the strongest guy in the NBA today, right?
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And he's been a great offensive rebounder for really the entirety of his career. I mean, he's just he's the kind of guy that you must take account of on the offensive glass, and which is why it's all the more important to have an Aaron Gordon out there, because it's not just Nikola Jokic. Yeah, should he box him out? He sure should. But then if you have these pick and roll situations, you're putting if Adams is the screener and Jokic is at the level of the screen and now he's rolling to the rim and then the shot goes up, who else is going to box him out? And this is a particular challenge, man. It's him, it's Şengün, it's Amin Thompson as a tall, obviously very athletic, like an uber athletic player, grabbing a bunch of rebounds. Kevin Durant has rebounded well at many points in his career as well. And so this is just an entire team that you have to get boxed out, and you got to put bodies on guys. You can't just jump at the ball and expect that you're just going to out athlete them. You got to put bodies on guys, get into them, and then get up to the ball. And so it's a big deal because the Nuggets, especially on their defensive glass, I mean, that is a weapon for them, in terms of getting themselves into transition and now putting the other team in a predicament where they got to cross match or they got to get organized quickly, and then you can quickly create a mismatch and then get straight to the rim or create a quick open shot. But you cannot do that if you're not grabbing those defensive boards, and so that is going to be, to me, the biggest key in terms of the Nuggets being able to get their personality on the court here today.
Chris, I don't ask this facetiously because I think there is a rest versus trying to play, but and I know Nate called it the most important game in Group C history, which there's no doubt it is.
It's huge.
How bad, though, do you think the Nuggets want to win this? How bad do you think the Nuggets really want to go to Vegas and play that extra game?
I think they're indifferent. I think they just want to win games. I think the era of, with Michael Malone being gone, the era of we just hate this stuff, we don't care about this, I think that is over.
Okay.
And while I think that David Adelman isn't like gung-ho, let's win the NBA Cup.
To that point, Dems, like David Adelman is he's not too cool for anything right now. He's a first-year NBA coach, and he wants his players to have an intensity about them and a seriousness about them, and they're off to a great start. You don't go taking your foot off the gas now.
Yeah, correct. And look, if that ends up with you in Las Vegas playing for the NBA Cup, then great, whatever. You know, I mean, he just wants to win all the games, get better, make all the adjustments that get this team into a space where they are very, very up there. He likes to say this way. He's like, they're a problem. So if they're a problem for everybody else, then that's what he wants. And if it takes winning cup games to do it, that's great. My personal opinion is I don't know, man. I like the concept. I don't, there's no equating this obviously to an NBA title, but it's fun to win something else. If you can just win all the things, why wouldn't you just win all the things? And for the Nuggets, they're just so good. You win this game tonight. I don't see how you're not. Obviously, you're probably going to advance out of this group and then start playing some real teams going forward in this Cup tournament. But I think the most important thing for them is just to make sure that they are shoring up all the little areas that are ailing them, including these clutch games, which they have lost in every single one of the games that they have been within 5 points in the last 5 minutes of the game.
Guys, we have yet to have an NBA Cup champion and the NBA champion in the same season. The Denver Nuggets can be the first.
Are we on year 2 or year 3?
Year 3.
Okay.
Year 3.
You know what? And actually, it's funny because I actually think that would be – I think that's actually kind of important for the NBA. Like, they want this to be a bigger deal, right?
Yes.
I think the minute you get a Cup champion being the NBA champion, like that is going to be a kind of a little bit of a watershed moment for them in this whole Cup deal.
I absolutely agree with that. He's Chris Dempsey, everybody. Altitude Television. You watch Demps on Altitude. He's back at it tomorrow night as the Avs will take on the Nuggets will take on the Sacramento Kings. I was at the Avs game last night. I got hockey on the mind. The Nuggets take on the Sacramento Kings.
Did you get your bloodlust?
Tomorrow night. I did. Oh, man, we're going to dive into that.
Chris, do you ever get bloodlust at a hockey game? I don't know how many you've gone to because I do understand when you do the jobs that we do, you don't always seek to go to more sports, but –
yeah. I watch them on TV, but man. Like, I think it's fun to see a good fight, but I'm more in it for the hockey, man. The players are so skilled that let's just do that, and so I don't really.
Listen, Chris, stop all this crap. I promise you, if we went hockey rules, Minnesota, Denver, and all of a sudden Valanciunas is squaring up Rudy Gobert, Chris Dempsey, hockey goon, would show up somewhere.
We've all got it in us somewhere, Demps.
Andy, I wouldn't hate it.
Yeah, that's what I thought, my man. By the way, before we let you go, how good are you at some pool? We're at Fiddlesticks. If we were out here, would you Paul Newman me? Would you hustle me out of a few bucks at a table, or what would you do?
I probably would. I'm pretty good.
Oh, look at
skills.
Chris.
He's got skills. Look out,
well, now
everybody.
you know what that means. Now we got to find out.
All right, Demps, man, we appreciate it, buddy. Thank you.
All right, guys. See ya.
All right, Chris Dempsey stopping by the program here on a Bud Light Football Friday. We're live at Fiddlesticks. They got NFL games all day on Sundays. Great prices on pitchers and buckets of Bud Light out here at Fiddlesticks. Plus, it's your neighborhood bar and grill. All the food is made in-house right here at Fiddlesticks. I am told the Nashville hot chicken is Lakewood's best.
So you're going to give
by
that a
here
go?
To Fiddlesticks. I had a very large lunch. But I'm right in the neighborhood. I'll be back to
or
Fiddlesticks.
Or are you scared?
There is a star on it, which would
what does that indicate? That it's good or that it's hot?
I think it means it's intimidating. I think is what that means.
Do we have like a map key for the menu?
I don't have a bloodlust yet for the Nashville hot chicken.
Maybe we ought to split a little.
The Avalanche did win last night. They did defeat the New York Rangers, and I was there for it. Andy, I gotta tell you tales of my night out at Ball Arena last night with the Avalanche getting the victory. And you asked the question, did I find my hockey bloodlust? The answer is yes. I absolutely did last night. We'll talk about that coming up next on a Bud Light Football Friday. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 live at Fiddlesticks at Kipling and Jewell on a Bud Light Football Friday.
Natchez for Lekanen. Returns it for Natchez. Far side circle. Turns back high in the zone. McCarr drive. Off the post. Rebound. Score! The post taketh away. The post giveth. And the Mac attack is back to score again, Jack. Nathan MacKinnon is the man who cannot be stopped. 2 goals and an assist for Nathan Raymond. He puts the Avalanche back in front with 9:12 to go in the third period.
2 goals and an assist last night for MacKinnon. He passed Peter Stastny to move into number 2 in franchise history in career points last night for the Quebec, Colorado franchise. Also tied Stastny for the second most assists in franchise history. Obviously still chasing Joe Sakic in both of those metrics. Cale Makar, 2 goals and an assist last night as well. One of the empty net variety. And the Avalanche really played a back-and-forth affair last night with the New York Rangers, but pulled away late and won that game 6-3. Scott Wedgwood had some unbelievable saves. Igor Shesterkin had some unbelievable saves last night. Really quality goaltending matchup between Wedgwood and Shesterkin. But the Avalanche get the victory last night, 6-3. Andy, I was there. I was there to see the Avalanche's 7th consecutive victory.
So when did the bloodlust kick in? What happened?
First.
Fill me in.
Was it first or second period? I think it was late first. Cale Makar got leg whipped.
Oh, yeah, they didn't like that.
Yeah, no,
You tend not to. I think Landy in particular didn't like
that.
that.
It was late first. You know who else didn't like it? I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. No, I had bloodlust. I think I yelled something to the effect of, "You leave our sweet, beautiful boy alone right now."
Did you Patrick White?
Oh, I was
you
fired
won't
up.
finish the game in New York.
There was a kid last night that was sitting directly behind the penalty box. Did this make it on television? This kid, one of the Rangers went into the box in the second period, and this kid got his face right in the crack in the boards in the glass. He was right behind the penalty box, and this kid just gave it to this Rangers player. The kid was probably 12. I mean, he lit him up. And the Rangers player, it was on the Jumbotron, turned around, saw the kid, made a face, and then he scooched down so he'd be further away from the kid.
So
that kid was my hero last night.
I was doing the podcast when Scotty with that happened. I didn't see the kid.
Yeah.
They showed the player, and I did see him look and start to move, and then they went back to action.
Whatever this kid
something.
said, it was the magic
but yeah,
words.
I did notice it. He took a look at somebody. I was like, I wonder who he was looking at. I had no idea it was a kid.
He was living rent-free in that dude's dome. It was incredible.
Now, let me ask you,
Good
what the kid
moment.
looked like. Do you remember what he looked like?
I don't know. He looked like a kid in an Avalanche. A white kid in an Avalanche sweatshirt.
Red hair, reddish hair?
I don't
We got a kid that goes to the Mammoth game that does the same thing.
Okay.
And I mean...
This kid was great.
Now, most of the opposing lacrosse players find the kid to be funny.
Okay.
I think one guy once tapped the glass.
Okay.
I wonder if he's a plant. Now I'm wondering.
Do you like the Avalanche are paying
Yeah,
this kid?
they're like, hey, hassle the guy in the penalty box. Because again, what you're describing.
Whatever the kid's doing, he's good at his job.
Yeah.
It was
So
it was
anyway.
awesome. It was a fantastic moment in the game last night. That was awesome. Obviously, Cale Makar's wraparound goal last night was absolutely sick.
Well, and Connor said the post giveth, post taketh away,
Yeah.
or in reverse, whatever. But Cale had that one breakaway. They sprung Cale into the zone, and that was when the post took it away,
Yeah,
right?
yep.
I could not believe he didn't plant that one home.
The other thing last night is Scott Wedgwood is so good.
He really is.
That robbery that he had on Miller on the break last night, I mean, there was a perfect pass by Trocheck, just saucered it over, and boom, Wedgwood just got him kick saving a beauty. That thing was freaking awesome. But let me tell you, Andy, this is my big takeaway from being in the building watching that game last night. The guy that blew my mind, I couldn't take my eyes off of him. Number 88, Marty Natchez.
Oh, he's...
Holy crap, that dude is as skilled and as nimble a skater as I can ever remember coming through and playing for this franchise.
He's a DeLorean.
He is unbelievable. Seriously, I'm not trying to be weird about it. I was mesmerized watching him. He had just he had a spinorama that he threw last night, like in traffic, that clearly he just like thought it up on the fly. That is a hockey player. Television does not do him justice. He is so skilled, so graceful, and so quick on his feet. His hands are unbelievable. I love that dude, man.
All right, 303-504-0925. I don't know if it's too soon to ask the question because I know everybody's still up in their feels. Although the one team that's got to hate this the most is Carolina. Is it possible, when we look back at everything, everybody ended up – I can't say both teams won the trade because I'm not real sure Carolina did. But Dallas and Colorado –
the Hurricanes are also, right now, by record, the best team in the East.
Okay, so maybe –
They can't complain about anything.
It feels like this may work out for all involved.
Right.
Because Mikko's found another level to his game that, listen, I don't think any of us
He already had a pretty
shocked.
high level.
He did, but
Yeah.
again, you're taking a back seat to Nathan McKinnon
Sure.
when you're here.
Sure.
You just are.
Yeah.
He's the creator. I feel like, again, we may look back ultimately and just it all worked out fine for everybody involved.
Yeah, I think when you're trading,
the top end of
$10+ million a year talents around in the NHL, it worked out pretty damn good for all involved, especially if the Avalanche got to beat Dallas.
They do.
That's the thing they got to do. That's what they have to do. But I know that right now this is as good an Avalanche team as I've ever seen. This team has no weaknesses. McKinnon's the betting favorite to win the Hart. Kale's the runaway favorite to win the Norris right now. He's like minus 450 to win that thing. Hell, even Wedgwood is like in the Vezina conversation right now with the way that he is playing. This Avalanche team, I know playoff series are always goofy and matchups are everything and goaltending is everything. I just, right now, this is a hockey team with no weakness.
Yeah.
And they can win a lot of different kinds of games right now, which is not something I know that I think you could have said about last year's team.
I had to get on Hastings last night because I call him sometimes against the grain Hastings. He just wants to go against the grain. He's giving my guy Kale some problems. I was like, listen, dude, what more you want out of the guy? What exactly are you? What is he not stepping up to?
Yeah, what is he not doing?
I don't know. Maybe one of these crosstalk
2 goals
days,
and an assist last night.
One of these crosstalk days, we're just gonna have to dig on in and get after him a little bit.
He is incomplete. When he is on the ice, he commands the game.
Yeah,
like McKinnon is the one that McKinnon just scares the bejesus out of the opponent. Like you see. As soon as the puck is in his hand, it's just like all eyes instantly go to him because he's going to create and he's going to make a good scoring opportunity for his team. Makar is just the guy that never does anything wrong. He does everything right out on the ice and always makes just the right read and the right pass. He is so friggin' good at hockey.
Well, and he's in a lot of ways he's the X factor.
Yep.
What did Gabe say after the Cup? How do you do this? Well, you got to go find a Cale Makar.
Yeah, go find one of him.
If you don't find a Cale Makar,
yeah, that's as good as it gets.
Yeah, and you know what? Who's the young kid? Is that young kid? Is he the Islanders defenseman that they were trying to compare to Cale? And I saw a podcast today. One of the national guys was saying, hey, you need to pump the brakes on this. Stop thinking anybody's going to be like Cale. So
I mean, we're in that same market right now where it's, hey, Derek Queen is the next Jokic, and Alperen Şengün is the next Jokic, and
No, they're not.
Yang Hansen is the Chinese Jokic. There's only one Jokic.
They all may be really good.
Yeah, there's good
But
players.
again, you're not going to have.
And there's guys that, you may model your game in that fashion, but there's a reason that guy's number one.
Between Pat Surtain, Nikola Jokic, and pick your – it's hard between McKinnon and Makar. Really, they are both right there. Dude, this may be the golden era of Denver sports. Tell me a better time.
I don't remember a better year we've ever had.
Where you've got all these guys at once.
Yeah.
At the top of their game.
All three of these teams. All three of these teams are contenders right now.
I was telling Scotty last night, one of the things we got into on the podcast, go watch it on the YouTube channel if you want to watch the replay. But, Nate, I'm telling you, I don't know that it's amazing because when you think about it, the Broncos are here in the 70s. Nuggets weren't really the Nuggets to late 70s, 80s? I don't even know. But for how young, if you will, the sports scene is, and again, I grew up here, the dusty old cow town that nobody thought could support baseball, much less all four sports. The young history of the chef's kiss of players that have rolled through at this town, at the professional level, the Todd Heltons, the Larry Walkers, Waz, Forsberg, Sakic,
I mean, we
Jokic,
have
English,
2 MVPs,
Elway, Manning,
and a Defensive Player of the Year, and a Norris Trophy winner in this town all at the same time.
It's unreal.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Doing all right here if you're doing, if you're into sports.
We're live at Fiddlesticks at Kipling and Jewel on a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember, please, to enjoy responsibly. We're getting you set for the football weekend that will be. I got a Shadur Sanders question when we come back for you.
A little scared about it.
He will make his first start on Sunday against the Raiders. Let's dive into that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Got Dan Hyde coming up at 4:45. 2 Nugget stats you need to know and 1 you don't. I got a little sneak preview on the stat you don't need to know earlier today. I kind of want to know this stat that you don't need to know. That is how I will preview. It has to do with the top-end speed of a 7-foot-tall man from Sombor, Serbia. So we will bring all of that to you today, coming up at 4:45 this afternoon. Obviously, Nuggets and the Houston Rockets tonight at 7:30. Berto will have your pregame at 7 o'clock. Amazon Prime affair, but get your hometown call right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. By net rating, by the way, these two teams, number 2 and 3 in the NBA, both of them trailing Oklahoma City. But big-time measuring stick game tonight and a pivotal NBA Cup game tonight between Denver and Houston. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. We're at Fiddlesticks today. Fiddlesticks at Kipling and Jewel.
Oh, and this is legit. The hot chicken is legit.
Yeah, the Nashville hot chicken sandwich. You know, it was promoted to me as the best in Lakewood, and I can't make a counter argument. That thing is delightful. So get down here, get a Nashville hot chicken and an ice-cold Bud Light on a Bud Light Football Friday. All right, Andy, Sunday, 2 o'clock, locally, CBS, Tom McCarthy, Ross Tucker, Tiffany Blackman have the call as Shedeur Sanders and the Cleveland Browns will go to Las Vegas to take on the Raiders at Allegiant Stadium. Last week, as we know, Shedeur got in after Dylan Gabriel was concussed. 4 of 16. Subpar, 47 yards, had an interception, was sacked twice. One of them was a strip sack. It did not go good for Shedeur Sanders in game number 1. Talked about this before with DMac, and look, he's a CU guy. Last year was one of the most exciting years of Colorado football since the turn of the century.
Since the McCartney era.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah, since the Barnett era.
We had a Heisman Trophy winner.
Yeah.
You know, and Shedeur was one of the leading passers in the nation. There was a lot of fun stuff happening last year with Colorado football. But again, most notably, Travis Hunter winning the Heisman Trophy and doing things the likes of which we have never seen before. I want you to answer this question for me because there is such an outsized amount of attention on Shedeur Sanders right now. And tell me if I'm missing something. And this isn't a do you care situation. Like, I care about every NFL game. But, like, what is so compelling about Shedeur Sanders that it is this big of a story beyond just, hey, you know, he played at CU, so we all like him in these parts?
I would say, and I learned this, look, man, I learned this covering the games and being there. He's got a Tim Tebow-like following, and for some that may, what, are you kidding, Colorado's not that popular? Fair enough. I would say to you, though, what I've learned being around the prime experience these last 3 years, Coach Sanders and his family they're royalty in the South.
Yep.
They're royalty specifically in the Black South. I mean, the numbers for CU football, and Coach Barnett's told me this a number of times, our numbers for that program in the South among black households since he took over have shot like up 500%. Nobody cared about Colorado in that area of the country for sure. CU, they didn't know where it was. Now there's great interest because of his presence. So I think, you know, for us it was a fun deal. And like you said, you know, the Heisman Trophy comes through. And it was a good few years of football. You come back to relevance. All those little things we talked about, right? One good year of football. Fair enough. But there was attention on the program again.
Yeah.
College game days showing up, big noon kickoff, all that stuff. They're back on national TV. But Sanders is a member for many of a royal family from that area. And therefore, just like Tim Tebow, and I'm just going to connect everybody to whatever they got. For the devout conservative Christians that loved Tim Tebow that you and I heard from quite often saying, how dare you try to suggest he can't play football.
Blasphemy.
He has that sort of loyalty and following because of the family down there from the area that he's from. And so that's why there's the interest. That's why you will see Brown fans and the watch waving and all that. I mean, we've already got it, you know.
So
he's a massive D-bag, and we hate him all. I know there's enough people that feel that way. But that's the reaction that they're going to garner, and it's a national thing. It's
Yeah.
not just a local thing. It's not because he's from CU. I'm not suggesting that at all. He comes from a legendary family, and that's why there's national interest. And just like the one texter, and a couple texts have already come in, especially if you're a CSU fan or whatever, I get it. You don't care about the guy. You don't want to hear about him anymore. Hell, I see Boise State still tweeting out bitterness that, Travis took the Heisman Trophy from their guy, from the running back, from Genty. But look, for me, you asked me the question in the Twitter thread earlier today.
Yeah.
I need you to tell me why I should care. I cannot.
Not why I should care, why he's compelling. I do care, but I want to know why I need to care more than I care about any other game on a Sunday. Is it just because he went to Colorado?
If you're from here, sure.
Yeah.
Or, look, hate watch, love watch, whatever you want to do.
It's really the only reason I'm talking about it here, because we're doing Denver radio and because we cover the Buffs. But, Andy, here's what's so disappointing about it. Deion Sanders is, for many, for a generation, the picture of sports cool, right? Played 2 sports. I mean, the flash, the ability, the punt returns, the kick returns, the pick sixes, the high steps. Deion Sanders is one of the coolest athletes of our lifetime. And
he was a Nike commercial.
And Shedeur was able to ride that wave to a massive celebrity status.
Sure.
But also that celebrity status has so outpaced his on-field achievements. At the end of the day, or at the end of the 2 years, he was a 13-12 college quarterback.
Right.
13-12 at the Division I level.
Played in only one bowl game.
Right. And they got destroyed. He starred in his dad's reality shows, and I do understand, this is the attention economy now, and the Sanders family was able to haul that in very successfully, but also, since he has been out of Deion's ecosystem, he has flopped so badly. This year's been uncomfortable to watch with him. I mean, from the draft day's disasters to the comments that he has made, how bad he's been with the media, the weird silent press conference or conversation with the media that one day where he's mouthing the words, and you're just you're scratching your head going, what the hell is this guy doing? What is he thinking right now? And what I wonder about it is there any potential for success for this guy when he is not just drafting behind his father's momentum?
I would hope so, because, again, look, I first and foremost, I like the kid. He was always very polite around me. Mm-hmm. He never made my job hard. He never made my life hard. And believe me, there was a number of times after games I'd have to go, hey, man, can we get you? He just got done doing TV. He never said no.
Yeah.
I watched him interact with some of the fans. There were a couple times I ran into him in the parking garage because we parked. So yes, I have an off-the-field perception that I like him.
Of a good kid.
And I'm putting it out there.
Yeah.
Now, some of the things I hear out of Cleveland, he's not always acting that way, and so I get that. And it sounds like, again, to your point, he's maybe not handled everything, it sounds like, the way he should have there.
Yeah.
I know there's been some frustration by the coaching staff with
Andy,
him. That's a real thing.
During the pre-draft process.
Yeah.
It's not hard to sniff out why he fell to the 5th round.
But listen, some of the information I got, and one of the guys that was bad-mouthing him was Brian Daboll because they had a bad exchange with each other during a workout. And I don't know, that was just one person that told me that. I don't know how much truth there was to it. One day we'll try to find out from, Leggy and some of my other guys that really know. But he wasn't coming to Denver, so I haven't pursued it too much.
Yeah.
And we found out Daboll's a hothead. Daboll went and ripped down a tent to let his,
But there was countless comments. I mean, you can cherry pick one story that sounds suspect, but there were 32 teams just watched him tumble down the draft
board. I have told you
board.
that he's going to have to learn how to run an offense. I've not said that on the show. I've not sit there and tried to hide his flaws. He's got flaws.
Oh, yeah.
But he's also a guy, like many, again, whether it's been Tim Tebow or Johnny Manziel or Baker Mayfield or pick your quarterback. There's some people with Wyoming. You watched the guy do things that seem magical at times. Listen, How many times? There were a couple times I watched drives from the 2-yard line where he had no offensive line help in the second half.
Yeah.
And they weren't able to get anything done where he turned it on against CSU. He turned it on against, what was it,
Baylor.
Stanford, Baylor. One of those. He's been able to go and he's pulled off game-winning drives.
Yeah.
He's at times looked like a guy that you think with some proper coaching. Now, again, he's got to be willing to take it. I'm not sure he has been.
Right.
You got to take the coaching. You're going to have to do things differently. Like you said, it's not your dad's world anymore. You got to go to meetings. You got to get your reps in. You got to do the extra work. What is the story that we heard, and they just told it on the broadcast this last week about Jaleel McLaughlin? What was he doing? He shows up early. He goes through the practice routine. He did things on his own to try to get better. Shador's got to find some kind of outlet like that if he's going to get better. But for me, and just again, my interactions with the kid, yes, I'm rooting for him to figure it out and look better than he has. Now, am I hopeful of it? Not really.
Yeah.
I don't think he's done enough, and I don't really think the coaching staff wants him there. Will he get another shot? We'll see. I don't know. But I also know this. You and I'm not naive. You and I know this. We've referred to this. He's, like I just said, he's got a Tim Tebow-like following. And I've told people over and over and over, it is the people that show up, and I think the Browns are worried about this too, and we saw it a number of times here. The fans that show up that are going to not be, there's no way you're convincing them otherwise that he's not going to be a good quarterback like Tim Tebow was.
And it has to be somebody else's
And they start booing
fault.
the starter, and they
Right.
start booing every little bad
Yeah.
play. And then you have a toxic environment in your stadium.
Yeah.
If his following becomes like that, then no team's going to want to deal with it
No.
because Tim Tebow is a proof nobody want to deal with it here.
Stefanski has never demonstrated any outward enthusiasm towards
You
that.
and I know that. I don't know how he got saddled with it, but especially as it goes along.
Yeah.
And he's stone-faced when he answers things in a press conference. He wanted nothing to do with this, and he still wants nothing to do with it. You know as bad as Brian Daboll, he wants Dylan Gabriel healthy so he can shove him back in there, get through this year, and I'm sure for his liking, never talk about Shador again.
He requires a 1 week improvement, the likes of which I don't think he's capable of making.
I agree.
I think this thing's going to be ugly on
Well, he's
Sunday.
had no reps, and again, he needs.
And oh, by the way, that whole story, he didn't take any reps with the ones. No backup does, guys.
No, you're right.
None of them do.
He needs a coach that decides to give a Bo Nix from Sean Payton time investment to fix him.
Yeah.
And it ain't happening
And
in
it's-
Cleveland, and I don't know who the coach is.
And very few football players get what Bo Nix is getting right here in
And
Denver.
Bo Nix is a first-rounder.
Yeah.
Shador is not.
Yeah, exactly.
Shador just isn't.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're live at Fiddlesticks at Kipling and Jewel. We're getting you set for the Nuggets and the Rockets coming up here tonight. Let's take a look at the AFC playoff picture a little bit here when we come back, because last night's result, did it impact your view of not just the one contender in that game, but maybe the two contenders in that game? We'll talk about that next. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We play ska music on a Bud Light Football Friday because it's always been Ska Friday. We're live at Fiddlesticks on a Bud Light Football Friday. Kipling and Jewel here in Lakewood. Great specials on Bud Light, especially during the games on Sundays. They got Bud Light pitchers for $12, Bud Light buckets, mix and match for $18 right here at Fiddlesticks in Lakewood on a Bud Light Football Friday.
If you like a neighborhood bar, that's what this place is. Like,
I feel like everybody knows our name here.
Well, no, it does. It's funny because you and I know so many people that live over here, and they all, I don't know about you, I had at least 10 people text, hey, I went there. Hey, we partied there in college. Hey, I hang out there all the time.
Great bar. So stop by Fiddlesticks here today. I've got breaking Broncos news.
Yeah,
right
how about
now
it?
Here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. According to the Twitter account of one Ian Rappaport, the Broncos and kicker Will Lutz have agreed to terms on a 3-year contract extension through 2028. Coming off AFC Special Teams Player of the Week honors after going 5 for 5 with the game winner against the Chiefs, Lutz leads the NFL with 4 game-winning kicks this year for the 9-2 Broncos. That is the tweet of Ian Rappaport. Congratulations, Will Lutz, newly paid Broncos kicker. Andy, it's great. Sean Payton said, Brandon McManus, you're fine, but I got something better. And then he brought in Will Lutz, and Will Lutz has mostly been cash money since he has been here with the Denver Broncos. This is a guy that you give a contract extension to. He's as dependable a kicker as there is in the entire NFL. Great move. Great move.
Yeah, because this is not something I wouldn't have to worry about.
No.
I remember they were worried about it before they acquired him.
Yeah.
Who was it that was trying to win the job? Do you remember that? Like, traded for Lutz late in the season, right? Did they trade or did he get released and he just immediately flew here?
No, it was
Sean's first year,
yeah,
right?
he got ousted in New Orleans and then he arrived here and then they quickly moved on from him. That's kind of the way that it all went down, if I recall. Brandon McManus, remember, he was the players union rep.
That's right. So they released him in the offseason.
Yeah. And then Will Lutz was here and he was able to win that job.
But there was somebody in camp before the Saints released him.
Who did Will Lutz win a kicking
it
competition against in 2023?
Yeah, I'm not even sure. I think as soon as Lutz became available, they got rid of the guy. I can't remember. He's some young kid.
Okay.
There you go.
If anybody's got it.
Who was it?
Remember
Who
a
was
Broncos
Sean's original kicker
that didn't make the team.
If you don't remember, we're hopeless because you love the kicker, long snapper, and the holder.
I do. I very much do. Let's see how quickly I can discover this. Let's see. I literally I've managed to pull up preseason stats from the 2023 preseason. Was there a competition that he had to win?
No, it wasn't that he won it. He literally got released by the Saints late because they had some young kicker.
Okay.
And when he got released, and he immediately just showed up here, and that was that. But I thought the early part of Sean's first camp was some young guy.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good to me. Will Lutz. He got paid. Well done, Will Lutz.
All
right, Andy.
Connor Barth. No. Connor Barth. Remember Connor Barth? He was old. That's a good poll, Matt. But he was the old Tampa kicker that showed up here under Foxy, I want to say, or Kubiak. Connor Barth definitely was in
2014.
Yeah, there you go. That
5
was like
games
10 years ago.
Did Connor Barth play here? We did remember some Rockies first basemen since Todd Helton the other day. Remember some Broncos kickers that weren't Brandon McManus, basically, or Matt Prater since Elam. There you go. That's the topic for you. Last night, Andy, the Texans beat the Bills 23-19. They sacked Josh Allen 8 times. Will Anderson has a massive game. Allen couldn't find anybody open in that game, man. Buffalo and Joe Brady got criminally away from their run game last night after a really good start for James Cook. All right. Davis Mills and the mighty Texans. About to get C.J. Stroud back and healthy. I said this to DMac earlier. Houston and Denver, that's the 2 best defenses in the NFL. Get out of here with Seattle and Philly. Houston and Denver are the 2 best defenses in the NFL right now. Many of the metrics, by the way, supported, including EPA per play, EPA per drive. These 2 groups are the best we've seen. And we've seen them go head-to-head. and C.J. Stroud got hurt in that game, and so, we'll never know what could have happened with Davis Mills coming in as an injury replacement. But, Andy, are the Houston Texans a scary team in the AFC right now?
Man, I don't know. By the way, congratulations, text line, as I buy myself some time to answer this question. Brett Maher was the kicker. Brett Maher. How do you not remember that? You're the kicker guy. He was very inconsistent.
Did he ever kick in a game?
In a preseason game, that was it.
Okay.
Some other guy named Elliott Fry as well. All right. See, it's hard for me to say yes after what we witnessed against the Broncos. And I don't think you'd have to go there.
I thought that defense impressed the hell out of me against the Broncos.
It did. But, again, the Broncos then would go back and be even worse against the Raiders 4 days later. And so we're a little of the chicken or the egg thing going on with that. Is the offense or is that defense really good? Here's the thing, because I don't think you'd be in their house again.
Houston would have to come here.
Who's the quarterback? Because Davis Mills is the one leading them to all this thing.
C.J. Stroud's back this week.
Okay, are you going to – look, do you have
No, you play C.J. Stroud.
Do you have the stones to Scott Wedgwood this situation?
No, you don't. You don't. It's Davis Mills has been fine, but – and you know what I'm basing this off of? The first quarter when Houston moved the ball pretty successfully against Denver, and then when Davis Mills was on the field after Stroud went out, they couldn't move the ball at all.
Fair enough.
They basically had one good drive.
But he'd had no practice at that point either. Going back to the Shedeur conversation, Davis Mills is not getting a lot of reps because he won the first round or number one guy.
No, Davis Mills is a nice NFL backup.
I'm with you.
C.J. Stroud is one of the better intermediate and deep ball throwers in the entire NFL. That guy's a really good NFL quarterback.
I get it, but you're winning. You were 3-4 at that time.
Play the better quarterback.
I don't know, Nate. What round are you facing them in?
Any round. Again, just like this is the matchup.
Would you not take them over Buffalo? Would you not take them over Baltimore? Would you not take them over some of the scary, quote-unquote, boogeyman, as you called them a little bit earlier in the week?
This is what's so wild about it. It's like, Josh Allen put up 6 touchdowns last week against Tampa Bay. This guy, he was phenomenal in that game against Kansas City. Last night, and granted, Houston's secondary is so freaking good. He couldn't find anybody open. The pass rush was getting home. That last interception that he threw with his tight end wide open and just didn't see him. He was so bothered by that stage of the game. That's obviously like Denver would have to be able to do that. And I think the Denver defense can do that. But that's what just impressed me so much about what Houston did last night. I think the Texans are a scary team. In a one game, you got to go beat these guys' situation with that kind of pass rush, with that kind of coverage. I think Houston's a scary team in the AFC right now.
All right, I'm looking at the seedings right now, and Buffalo 7-4. Man, they got Jacksonville creeping up on them. They got the Texans. Remember, that's what's kind of crazy about that. Who leads that division? It's the Colts. So the Texans got to battle for a wild card.
Yep, they would probably be a wild card team unless Indy really stumbles down the stretch.
Well, did we get an update today, by the way, from Indy? Did you see Daniel Jones had a little bit of calf thing going on?
Thing, and he popped on the injury report
yesterday, and then I saw something from Rappaport saying it sounds like they're just being cautious, but, are you really being cautious, or are you just trying to sell us that there's something not really wrong? See, this is all the more reason why I don't know.
By the way,
why
he's
Joe
off
Burrow's
the injury
playing.
report this week.
Okay.
Yeah. He
well,
popped.
It's something to watch.
Popped with a calf, and now he's fine.
Yeah.
It's week 12. Everybody's calf hurts.
No, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So Jacksonville needs to keep winning. God, I understand where you're coming from. Boy,
that defense,
I feel
man.
really hypocritical talking about, I'm not worried about their offense with that defense.
I know,
but,
right?
I mean, look where I live, where we live.
Exactly. That's just it. Like in the Broncos are what are they? 7-2 in one-score games right now?
Yeah.
7-2 in one-score games. Like Denver has finished games. They get all the credit in the world for the games that they have finished, but really, like in so many ways, and I felt this going into the Houston game. Broncos and Texans they're the Spider-Man meme pointing at each other right now.
They really are.
I think these teams are very similar.
Especially when Stroud is in and playing like a little more like C.J. Stroud.
Exactly. Now the Broncos are going to get Surtain back, and it's the biggest story around this team is the fact that they're going to get Patrick Surtain back in there.
All right, you know what? Speaking of the Texans, Dameon Pierce released by the team, veteran running back.
Okay.
Is that someone the Broncos should look at?
Yeah, look at everybody.
Would you like a veteran option with what they got going on right now? Because what is Dameon Pierce? He's a bigger guy, right? Like, again, I feel like, and we've dealt with this a couple years, I felt like they were kind of dealing with this last year. You had Javonte, but then everybody else is sort of the same guy. And I'm not sure. I know R.J. Harvey's a better version, I would say, of Jaleel McLaughlin when he gets his A game going.
Yeah.
And again, I don't like the Bidet thing is so interesting to me. Bidet, like Sean loves Bidet. Clearly, he sees something in Tyler Bidet.
I do as well. It's less toilet paper you have to use.
You know, you hope the guy never leaves just so those jokes don't go with him. Other than a couple of plays, I know Bidet is probably the best blocker of the three right now, judging by when he gets in the game for pass blocking. You got too many of the same guy. Now, I don't know. I mean, again, is Pierce going to bring anything new?
I got a list of free agent running backs in front of me right now.
Give it to me. What are you choosing from?
Let's see.
Isn't Deuce
this was
Deuce
updated
Vaughn still in the practice squad?
As of yesterday, Dameon Pierce, Gus Edwards, Zach Moss, Jamal Williams, Royce Freeman.
Royce Freeman. Wow.
Let's see. Ezekiel Elliott, if you wanted to.
No.
Come on, bring in Zeke. That'd be fun.
Well, he can block. How big you think Zeke is right now? How big? Seriously? Oh, you think he's probably...
I bet he weighs more than you right now.
Yeah. Well, I'm positive
I
that.
know, yeah.
Hey, baby, 219 today. He should have. Didn't he weigh more than me when he was playing?
Yeah.
Whew. All I'm saying is he may look like that fullback the Chargers. You remember the Chargers took the offensive line and made him fullback? That might be Zeke.
Cordero Patterson? How old is he now? I bet he's old. Old, yeah. You know what, though? That's one of those dudes. That guy will get you 4.3 yards a carry until he's 90. He's one of those dudes. Mike Boone, the Booner.
The Booner. Go pick up the Booner.
Yeah,
that was one of my whoobies once upon a time.
It was.
Who was that under? Was that a Fangio deal?
Probably.
Jeez, how did this turn into name some Bronco
Remember
backs?
some guys.
They're all Broncos that are on the dang waiver wire.
Remember
Royce Freeman and Mike Boone.
Yeah, you know what all this tells you? It just tells you the training camp is too long.
Yeah.
It's just too long.
Is Galfani Muhammad on there?
You know what that tells me? That this is the Rockies' fault for not giving us anything else to talk about in the summer.
That we know. Now, listen, Mike Boone was fun for a minute, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Sure.
Well, I mean, he was fun in some not fun years.
New England at Cincinnati. Indies at Kansas City. Jets in Baltimore. Jacksonville and Arizona. Those are the big games in the AFC here this week in terms of the playoff picture. But, yeah, the Bills took another loss. Here's the thing on the Bills, okay? I have watched them in this NFL season. I have watched them beat Kansas City and do so rather impressively. I have watched them beat Tampa Bay and do so rather impressively. I watched an insane opener against Baltimore where they somehow pulled that game out. They destroyed Carolina, and the Panthers are, in the NFC playoff picture. The Bills are one of those teams of just, they got weaknesses, but also they can win any game that they go out on that field. As long as they've got that offensive line and they got that quarterback and they got that running back, they can win any game that they go and play.
All right, here's what's setting up interestingly in the AFC. It feels like if you have a good offense, Cincinnati, you have no defense.
Or the other way.
Yep, and I'm not saying the Bills don't have any defense, but they do not have the defense they've had in the past.
I think New England is the closest thing to a balanced team right now in the AFC.
I would agree.
And I don't I think Drake May's phenomenal, but their skill position players don't scare you. And their defense is just fine. That's what it is. Vrabel's got that defense playing fine. Which if you got that level of quarterback play, you're dangerous.
See, I don't like the Bills or Baltimore matchup, but if they're coming here, that changes how I feel.
Of course.
Every time we've talked about it, I've just kind of assumed that you would have to go there.
I don't think that's the case.
No, not. I don't know what the Bills are doing.
Next two games, you're setting yourself up rather well. Yeah, this is a weird schizophrenic team.
What about
right
the
now
Chargers? What are we doing with the Chargers? Are they just charging?
I just think without their tackles, Herbert's out there running for his life right now, and he's only going to be able to stay upright and stay healthy for so long with as much as he is getting chased down out there. you're asking a lot of that guy to elevate that football team, and they might make the playoffs. I don't think the Chargers are dangerous, though. God, Joe Alt is, I think he was the highest graded offensive lineman in football, too. And you lose him. So they got a Charger. That's the only thing they know how to do. Yeah, I don't worry about that team too much.
I need
really
a 30 for 30 on that. I don't know how interesting it would be.
It would be interesting to me.
Because I'd love to know what do you do that you can't keep people healthy ever?
What is in the water with that franchise? It's been that way our entire lives.
Like, do you have some rogue trainer nobody knows about that's just tweaking things?
Dan Hyde coming up here in just a moment. 2 Nugget stats you need to know and one you don't.
No, I feel like you're misselling the bit.
What do you mean?
You already said that apparently there's 3 we need to know.
The stat you don't need to know
is the one you want to know.
I very much want to know. Yes, I very much want to know it. Because I got a little sneak preview of it earlier, and I find this fascinating. So we'll talk to Dan Hyde coming up in a minute. Kreckman and Lindahl at Fiddlesticks in Lakewood. Kipling and Jewel on a Bud Light Football Friday. Get down here. Have a nice cold Bud Light. Get yourself ready for the football weekend that will be. Get a good seat at the bar. Watch Hawaii UNLV tonight right here at Fiddlesticks. Keep it here. Bud Light Football Friday, but let's talk some hoops. West Group C tonight, Denver and Houston. This is the Nuggets' toughest game of the year, without a doubt. This is the Nuggets' toughest game of the year, going up against a gigantic Houston Rockets team. Huge game coming up here tonight against a huge team. Joining us right now to help preview this matchup, give you 2 Nugget stats you need to know and 1 you don't. It is our friend, professional NBA statistician, Dan Hyatt, stops by the program. Dan, how you doing, man?
I'm good. I wish I was actually stopping by because that place looks pretty good. Hey, quick question. So you're talking about the Houston Rockets lineup and how big it is. If the Houston Rockets lineup, the starting 5 was a water bottle, would it be like whatever tank Andy's drinking out of? I'm home and I get to watch on Twitch. This thing's like one of the biggest big gulp water bottles I've ever seen.
It's essentially like you could use that to hydrate a Little League baseball team. You could, like, as the coach, you could haul that thing out to practice. That's Andy's individual drinking vessel.
Listen, if you were a true P1, we've made fun of this for a couple weeks. I'm very disappointed in how you've outed yourself for not being in on what's going on with the jug. You can hang it off a fence. I mean, look at that, Dan. I'll show you on the thing. There it is. You can put it up and hang it on the fence because, again, it is designed, as Nate said, to hydrate one Little League football team or some guy on the fat guy shots who wants to make sure he doesn't get kidney stones.
Also, Andy's right arm, you should see how jacked his right arm has gotten from drinking this thing
I'm like
day.
those guys that arm wrestle. I've got one little tiny arm and one Popeye arm.
Bowling arm is what you got. Yeah. All right, let's dive into it. Here we go. Denver and Houston, Amazon Prime tonight. This one's going to be fun. 2 Nugget stats we need to know. Let's start with this one because we were talking the other day about Steve Kerr's comments about the usage of NBA players and the amount of distance they are covering out on the court. What do you got for us?
Well, this has been interesting because you've got a matchup tonight of the Nuggets and the Rockets, the 2 most efficient offenses in the NBA. But Denver's 14th in pace, and the Rockets are almost dead last. It's been kind of interesting to see that the 4 teams who are the most efficient on offense, Nuggets, Rockets, Knicks, Timberwolves, they're all below league average in pace. And it's been kind of interesting to see the shift that we're now starting to see, especially in light of Kerr's comments, which was that the mileage these guys are running in games is more than you've ever had, plus you've got compacted schedule with the Cup, and you've got the idea that every coach believes in transition being the best way to go score. But the Nuggets are running the 3rd fewest miles on average per game. Their pace is down. Their fast break, which led the league last year, is outside of the top 10. CB's absence makes that a big difference, but not much. When he was there, they still were kind of on the outside of the top 10. And you've got Houston, which is one of the most efficient offenses going in really their history for right now. They are slow as hell. They're not getting down the court very fast. They've built this huge lineup to get offensive rebounds, and you got the mid-range with some threes, but they're not pushing the pace, and they've been healthier. No one's been healthier than the Nuggets. 9 man games missed due to injury is the fewest in the league, whereas Indiana's at 99. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, and that's one of those things of like, and I've been talking about this on the show, Dan, and just warning Nuggets fans, like, this is going to start to catch up to them eventually because it's plaguing the entire league. And then there's the issue of the schedule. I chuckled the other night, I think it was during the Pelicans game, when they put the upcoming schedule on TV, and Marlo and Hastings are going through it, and they're talking about it on the graphic. And Marlo just goes, Scott, who the hell came up with this thing? Like, taking a look at the schedule, it's at Houston, home tomorrow night on a second night of a back-to-back against the Kings. Back out to Memphis on Monday. All right, you get a few days off before you're back home to play San Antonio on Friday, but then you're back out on the road the following Saturday at Phoenix, home against Dallas, at Indiana. You actually get a little bit of a road trip that go around coming up the week after Thanksgiving. But, Dan, what's going on with the schedule?
The quirkiest stat that you need to know, which kind of talks about why Kerr is the one who's out there complaining about this, the Warriors have had 5 back-to-backs. Houston has had none. Their first one's coming up in a week or so, and it's a back-to-back in the same venue. When you look at the Nuggets schedule, you just listed home, road, right? It alternates for a while. But even when you hit the road trip, that means a flight after every game. You've got a flight right now after 11 consecutive games. So the question is going to be, can David Adelman be creative enough to find these guys rest? I wish, if I was in charge, I would bag tonight. I would say, forget the group of death. It's going to be a slow-paced game anyway. Sit everyone. Let Houston win. Win the game tomorrow you're supposed to. Because the teams that are playing extra cup games the last couple of years, right? Indiana, Milwaukee, OKC, they're banged up. And I can't do a lot of correlation with exactly if that's the reason, but those are 3 to 4 extra games there. Oh, and the Lakers, so the other one. They've got guys missing games, and LeBron's only now coming back. I would say the Nuggets bag this one, forget about the tournament, use that rest in an early game you can afford to lose so you can go win the games you're supposed to. The only other good news here is that you've got, Sacramento's got no Sabonis. Memphis has no Morant. San Antonio is missing Wemby and Castle. These guys are all going down. Adelman's got to find a way to keep his stars healthy.
Adam Silver is listening to this Kroenke-owned radio station right now, and he is arranging to put out a hit on Dan Hyatt right now.
I see that. Yeah,
he's had enough of this. There's a lot of people that wouldn't mind getting a piece of me right now. Oh, yeah. All right, Dan, got 11 straight games with a flight. He says bag the Houston game. I can't go with you, man. No, not when there's a cup on the line. No, not when the group of death is on the line.
The
right
what?
Now.
The what spring?
The what spring?
Let him know.
Got to win the group of death. Have to. All right, that's 2 Nugget stats you need to know.
With 2 of the slowest teams right now going tonight to win that cup of death.
going head-to-head in the group of death. It's the group of slow death tonight. All right, Dan, 2 Nugget stats we need to know. Now I need a Nugget stat that I don't need to know.
But he's dying to know this.
I want to know this one.
Well, it does speak to slow death, and I'll tell you how I got to where I got to because it never actually makes sense. But if Jokic were to run his average speed that he gets tracked during an NBA game, he would outrun the lava flow that would happen if the volcano that's now inactive in Colorado were to explode, right? And I'm concerned about stuff like this. Dot Cerro is a volcano. It's inactive because there's no magma underneath the ground. But if it were, if there were, and it were to explode lava because of the slope of the crater that exists where it's like where the Colorado River meets the Eagle River, Jokic at 3.8 miles per hour, which is what he averages, which is almost the slowest in the league, he would outrun that lava pretty sure of that.
So what's the average speed at which lava spews out of Dot Cerro should it erupt?
This slope in particular would make it about 2 to 3 miles per hour.
2 to 3 miles per hour.
Durant would have a harder time getting away from it because he's actually, him and Harden are the 2 regulars slower than Jokic.
No kidding. Harden and Durant are the 2 regular NBA players moving at a slower average speed than Nikola Jokic.
Well, would they get Scooby-Doo legs if magma really was coming?
Here's the other thing. Tonight's game, you watched the Cup game when it was in Denver and the court was like kind of a darker red, like that maroonish red. Tonight is bright red. Emotions are going to be high tonight. Neuroscientists tell you red. You see red, right? That's the thing. In the 1960s, I had to go back and figure out if that was a human emotion or it was just, bulls, like cartoon Looney Tune bulls, right? No, everybody has your array of motions when your brain is stimulated in a certain way by a color, but red goes both ways because we as humans are confused with it, right? Like love and hate. Your face gets red. It blushes. You get red in your face when you're angry. We don't know how to deal with the color red. So tonight, if you're exposed to red for a long period of time, like, I don't know, a 2-hour, 20-minute basketball game, you're going to get more emotional. So I hope fans understand it's going to happen.
All right. Well, Nikola Jokic has yet to incur a technical foul for arguing with the officials so far this year. He is fouled out, and he has 2 flagrants on the year, but he has no technicals because he's trying to be chill bro Zen Jokic now. But you're saying if there was a night where he could potentially see red, this is the night simply because of the red court.
KD will make 13 mid-range jumpers at some point. Jokic will get hammered on the other end and be sick of it, and he'll just start picking people up and throwing. Tonight's night he loses it. He's been so sublime and like trying to find this inner peace. Tonight he snaps. That red court, he will see red.
All right, everybody. There it is. Nikola Jokic can outrun lava from .0. When was the last time .0 actually erupted, by the way? Do we know, Dan? Do you have that
they've
one?
got an album out, don't you?
4,000 years ago, which actually makes it still on the threat list because that's not enough time. You've got to be like 10,000 years for it to be off the threat list.
Okay, so 4,000 years since an eruption, but a lot of sweet saxophone. All right, everybody. He is Dan Hyatt. Dan, excellent work as always, man. We appreciate it. Enjoy this Cup game tonight, and I hope the Nuggets try really hard just to spite you.
Yeah, I believe that. And let me tell you, the segment is just a whole lot of stats you really don't need to know. Just a lot.
Thanks, Dan. That's Dan Hyatt, everybody, with us. Getting you set for the Nuggets and the Houston Rockets coming up tonight at 7:30. The gigantic Houston Rockets. One more note on Steven Adams. We were talking about him before with Dempsey. Leads the NBA in offensive rebounding. He's one of the great rebounders in the game today. 3 things on Steven Adams. Number 1, Andy, he's probably the strongest guy in the NBA. Number 2, many have said the nicest guy in the NBA. And number 3, did you know he was the youngest of his father's 18 children?
That I feel like you've told me before.
Yep.
Because 18 is a lot.
Yeah. And
that's a lot.
And a lot of his siblings are either Olympians or they're in the New Zealand basketball league. He has a sister who is a para athlete, in the Olympics and the Paralympics. It's a pretty impressive family. His dad played in the New Zealand basketball league.
And had many a lady friend.
And apparently he got around the island, so to speak.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's a friendly guy himself.
Yes.
He's popular everywhere he goes.
That's Andy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman. We are live at Fiddlesticks at Kipling and Jewel. And we got NBA coming up tonight. We got the NFL weekend. We have got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL with Mark Springer back at Lone Tree. We'll have that for you next, including a Bronco, a clutch Bronco, that is, getting a big old contract extension. You want to hear about that next. That's right. Bud Light Football Friday live at Fiddlesticks at Kipling and Jewel. Bud Light is the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos, and we begin the high five today with Broncos news. Big Broncos news, Mark Springer.
Very big Broncos news. The kicker for the Broncos is Will Lutz, and he has agreed to terms on a 3-year contract extension through 2028.
Huge congratulations going out to Will Lutz. At the age of 31, gets 3 more years on that deal. A guy that I know is incessant about taking care of his body and lasting as long as he possibly can in the NFL. Will Lutz he has been absolutely marvelous so far this season. 17 of 20 kicking field goals so far this year. Really he had a weird miss. Wasn't it in the Indianapolis game? He had a weird miss. Maybe it was the Charger game. One of the 2 losses.
It was the Colts game.
Pick your loss.
It was the Colts game.
It was the Colts game. It was like a 42-yarder, right?
It was a doinker, yeah.
Yeah. It was the one weird miss that he has had all year. Outside of that, the guy is making his kicks left and right. So, mostly right because he kicks right-footed. So a huge congratulations to Will Lutz getting a 3-year contract extension. One of Sean Payton's guys, and it has worked out fantastically. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right. The big game, certainly in the morning on Sunday, is the 5-5 Chiefs hosting the 8-2 Colts. So Daniel Jones did pop up on the Colts injury report this week with a calf injury, but he is off the injury report today. He is going to play. Isaiah Pacheco, Chiefs running back, had returned to practice this week, but he is out. He will not return for the Chiefs quite yet. Xavier Worthy is questionable. Hey, Travis Kelce talked to the media today, and he was asked what is his timeline for when he will talk with the Chiefs about whether or not he will play next season.
I think, seeing my brother go through it and seeing, just how the league works. The season kind of restarts in April, and I want to give the Chiefs a good opportunity to, whether I come back or not, and vice versa, like whether they want me back or not. It's one of those things where I'd like to make that decision before they got to get draft picks and the free agency opens, so that it gives them an opportunity to go out there and fill the roster appropriately. So all that will be at the end of the season, and I won't be thinking about it until then.
You know what's weird about Travis Kelce, Spring, is that this sounds weird to say, but I think that aging out of his prime has actually been really good for him. He's not seeing as many double teams so far this season, and I think it's kind of worked for him. He's not the dangerous player that he once was, but I think he's aging gracefully sort of as an NFL talent. And, I mean, he's largely been healthy so far this season. He could suffer a catastrophic injury before the year is all said and done. But I genuinely think this guy's got more good football in him coming up here so far this season. As for Indianapolis, Daniel Jones is off the injury report, like Spring said right there, with that calf injury. This game is massive. Indianapolis needs to have this one if they want to stay on pace with Denver and New England for the number 1 seed in Kansas City. If the Chiefs lose this game, are they going to go to the playoffs? I don't know.
I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah,
Are you going to be sad if they don't?
That's well, no. I'm the one that's been telling you all along they're a fraud. So.
Yeah, but you didn't think they'd miss the playoffs.
No, I really didn't. I thought this team still had 10 wins in them. Right now, look at the schedule. They got to go on the road to Dallas on Thanksgiving. We know the Cowboys can score points at the very least, so
that'll be a fun game.
It should be. I hope it will
What's
be.
the night game?
It's
Ravens-Bengals.
What is it? It's Ravens-Bengals.
Yeah, that's
Burrow
right.
thing, yeah.
One of you was saying Burrow needs to play, so you were saying.
Yeah.
So that we all have a reason to tune in Thursday
and
night.
entertain us on Thursday night. Absolutely. All right, let's do this, Spring. Keep going.
High five.
By the way, if you're driving around town on Sunday, Colts Chiefs will be on this very radio station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Also Sunday
that's
morning.
how you slip in the promo there, pal.
Hey, I do God's work is what I do. The Bengals 3-7 host the Patriots, who are 9-2, just like Denver, on Sunday. For the Patriots, running back Ramondre Stevenson looks like he is going to return from a toe injury that he sustained in Week 12. So sorry, Andy, that Travion Henderson full workload you got, it's not a full workload anymore. Ramondre's back. Sorry to fat guy tutties.
Hey,
we'll see.
You just need the guy to get the rock in the red zone. That's
why.
all.
Why would you go away from your young back that you drafted to be the future? He's finally got his lather up. He's got a good feel. He's coming off a phenomenal couple of weeks. Finally, I think you're just wishing for things. Do we play? Why do you care?
No,
why are you in my business?
Come on, man. Your fantasy team is the thing of lore.
Listen, Joe Burrow's back. It's all good now.
Andy, you know what your fantasy team is? It's the fan favorite.
I don't know that it is. We get texts and people want to quit hearing about it, but
It's you know what your fantasy team is? It's Earl Boykins. We get excited every time the 5-5 guy comes in.
It's lost some of its luster now that I've won 2, and I didn't even know I'd won 1. I thought literally last weekend was my first win.
It's Gavin Brindley. We're excited every time you do something.
You're going to upset people. You're going to upset people.
And your quarterback, Andy.
It's Jeremy Lin.
Joe Burrow is questionable to play in this game.
I don't know why he's playing other than, listen, in Broncos country, we'll take the help if Burrow can stare down and find there's no way. They got no D. They've got no defense. No defense. Ain't it in Foxborough?
It is at home against New England.
I don't care. You're not winning. You're not winning. I want to watch Joe Burrow actually play meaningful football in his career. Yeah, this isn't it. Heel to toe.
You get mad at a football player that wants to come back and ply his
because
craft.
your O-line stinks and so does your D. Let him kill Joe Flacco. Let Joe Flacco go home and get wheeled around by his kids.
I think you're on crack. Go get him, Joe Burrow. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, also Sunday morning, you have a couple of division leaders going head-to-head, the Bears and the Steelers in Chicago. For the
Those
Bears.
are 2 division leaders in the year of our Lord, 2025. Those are real division leaders.
For the Bears, they will be without their top 3 linebackers, Tremaine Edmonds, TJ Edwards, and Noah Sewell, brother of Panay. All 3 are out. Will Aaron Rodgers play against...
I thought Rigatoni was the brother of Panay.
I'm not going to reach over and play Jason Kelce.
You want to keep going?
Aaron Rodgers was limited in practice once again, second straight day, limited with that fractured left wrist. He is questionable to play. Here's Mike Tomlin on Aaron today.
I thought I saw a solid effort, but it's Friday, and so we still got some time. He was listed as a partial participant and given a questionable designation, and we'll see where the weekend leads us.
What do you do between now and then to make that determination?
I won't do anything. I'm not a medical expert or Aaron. We'll see.
Well, I like that answer.
And Aaron doesn't believe in medical experts.
No, vermicelli?
Isn't that the stuff? That's the stuff in rice pilaf, right? Vermicelli?
Is that what it is?
It is, yes. Mm-hmm.
The hell is that?
Rice pilaf?
I thought that was rice. Is vermicelli a pasta?
It is. It's that
There's
little
pasta and rice pilaf?
That cylindrical little brown thing in the rice pilaf is the vermicelli. Yes.
That is a pasta?
It is. It is. It's a part of the dish.
Don't they have peas with it too?
Every single time that I cook a box of rice-a-roni, rice pilaf, it always tells you, because you're supposed to put like the pat of butter in the pan, and you flip it around until the vermicelli turns golden brown.
I had no idea. I didn't know what it was. I thought it was like the seed of the damn rice or something. Burnt peas.
Yep, vermicelli.
Not eating a lot of it, though. Anyway.
It's a pasta.
I don't know why Aaron Rodgers would play, but I do know why. I should let him. Just end this thing.
Yeah, Tomlin's lying about that. One thing on the Bears, so their defense, like capital S, sucks. But they are plus 16 in turnover margin. They have 22 takeaways because they have the most insane turnover luck in the league.
Because, again, and I'm not sure this qualifies yet. Again, you pointed out the luck, but seriously, you either have a good defense or a good offense in the league this year. Nobody has both.
Yep, it's true.
And if you have a great defense, I mean, look, the Broncos and
The Rams might have both. I think I would tell you the Rams are good on in both of those spots. The Seahawks can be good in both of those spots.
As long
Obviously,
as they're not playing the Rams.
So yeah, as long as Darnold's not turning it over 4 times. But I would argue the Rams are the closest thing to a complete team in the NFL this year.
All right.
That's about as good as it gets.
What
though.
if Baltimore gets everybody healthy?
Then their secondary still stinks, but they do have guys up front. Baltimore could be one of those teams too. And Baltimore is one of those teams, like, and historically, if you look at their season, like, you can always, like, put, like, a pin right in the middle of the year, and it's like, Baltimore's defense, crap, and then second half of the year, Baltimore's defense, good. And that's, like, a trend that's lasted, like, basically the entire Lamar Jackson era. It's really weird.
I don't know, man. It's a different – this is why I don't count the Broncos at a darn thing.
Nope.
Because they have an elite defense. We said it a couple weeks ago. It still holds.
Yep.
Maybe the best unit in the NFL.
You know who reported
of all the units
that you shouldn't count him out of a darn thing? A darn Schefter. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. And finally, hey, another injury update on an 11 a.m. game. The Lions, 6-4, hosting the 2-9 Giants. Looks like Jameis Winston is going to get his second straight start. Jackson Dart still out. For the Lions, tight end Sam Laporta had back surgery, and according to Dan Campbell, there is a very slim chance that he will play again this season.
Yeah, back surgery is not one of those things you just bounce back from.
All right, here's what I'm curious about, because you're right. I don't think we see the guy again. You don't want to take a risk. He's a good young player.
By the way,
blah,
speaking
blah.
of that, I could make an argument right now the Lions' defense is better than their offense.
It could be.
Yeah.
Yeah,
their pass
with
rush is
Laporte
legit.
out. The Lions, the Bills, and the Ravens are all teams where I'm wondering, and the Niners too, frankly.
Sure.
Because I just got this email from The Athletic that the Niners and Brandon Ayuk, after he signed a contract, got hurt. Boy, that has a little Russell Wilson vibes, dude. He's barely going to play for them under that new contract, and they're going to get rid of him, according to The Athletic anyway. Did they all – it just feels like you guys messed around with football karma, and you're going to let these windows close. Now, I guess the Niners are fortunate enough to get – really, the Niners should have beat the Chiefs in both their Super Bowls, if you think about it. Go back and look at it. They had leads. They had control of the game. They had it where they wanted it. They couldn't convert to first downs. They let the Chiefs have their big play, and boom, the Chiefs get 2 against the Niners that they shouldn't have. I just feel like you've got 4 teams right there that have screwed around. And now, look, Jared Goff, maybe everything will be fine. At times, I know the Detroit offense has looked really good. But man, I just feel like, you let the Eagles and Chiefs do things you shouldn't have, and I don't know if it's going to work out. I keep waiting for Buffalo to wake up, as we talked about during the show. Last night's games got me wondering if they really will. And Baltimore, dude, look, let's say Baltimore does get healthy and does the thing you talk about where the second half of the season all the numbers change.
Yeah.
Lamar Jackson still has not had great playoff luck. He's still got a lot to prove when he gets to the playoffs. At least Josh Allen could say he's made it to AFC championships.
Lamar's been in an AFC championship. Yeah, didn't go good, but
against the Chiefs,
he did
at
make
home.
One. Yeah, Detroit I wonder about. I can't go with you on Baltimore and Buffalo simply because Lamar's 28 and Josh Allen's 29. So as long as you have a Hall of Fame quarterback, you're in it every single year.
Are you not the slightest? See, to me, the injuries are starting to happen year after year for Lamar.
He was healthy completely last year. He won an MVP. He was unbelievable. Really, I mean, if you look back at Lamar Jackson, he's
the nagging little things.
Basically had like one banged up season so far in the NFL.
Well, now this one,
74 and 27 as a starter.
What year did he have the trots? When was that?
Spring, what year?
Was that 22?
That was like
the Lamar
4
Jackson
years ago.
3-4 years ago? 6-7 years
gave
ago?
Us the famous. It couldn't have been that long. No, don't be doing none of this.
Was
Baker? I know you
was
did
Baker
there.
the Browns
Did you do that
quarterback
on
in that
purpose?
game? Baker was the Browns quarterback in that game, I think.
I think you might be right.
It wasn't Brandon Allen?
Yeah, that could have been it, too.
Could have been it, too.
All I know is only one of them had the Browns, and that's why he had to trot down to the locker room.
Diarrhea.
Yeah.
It's a number 2
And I don't believe Tyler Bidet was waiting back in that locker room.
He was, no.
I don't think he
I
was.
don't think he was a guy. I think he was still in the Denver squad.
Not the Denver squad.
By the way, I almost wanted to bust out and make Dan join us because in the background we had Friends in Low Places playing. One of the karaoke songs. Had that thing got into the chorus.
Would you have
sung?
Would you have taken off your headset and gotten into it?
Would you have sung?
No.
That's one where I'm almost positive. No matter the whole bar could be singing. Nothing but good vibes are flowing like Bud Light.
Yeah, going full
and Nate
Garth.
Kreckman would just be staring like C.J. Stroud in the corner of that locker room last night as everybody had the feel-goods as they beat the Bills.
I would be scanning Pro Football Reference for one extra statistic.
Do you know any of the words to Friends in Low Places? Even if you hate the song,
I know the
chorus. Don't
yes, I know the chorus. Yes, I've got friends in low places
where you've had to stare at them.
Where the
whiskey drowns and the beer chases my blues away. And I'll be okay.
Okay.
I'm not big on social graces. I guess I'll head on down to the Oasis because I got friends in low places.
Down to the horse races?
Well,
that's where Nikola
if
Jokic
is singing, does he do a part of it?
That's where he sings that song.
Is that one of those songs where no matter if you love it or hate it, you know the words?
But I don't know the words.
I feel like you know more than
I knew I've got friends in low places. After that, it's all mush.
How many Bud Lights for you to join in?
To sing the one line. Not enough Bud Light in Lakewood, let me tell you. Although they do have a lot of Bud Light right here at Fiddlesticks at Kipling and Jewel. So get down here to Fiddlesticks and get yourself a nice cold Bud Light. It is a Bud Light Football Friday. We'll take a break. When we come back, the other day we talked about who has been the Broncos' best defensive player of the year. Let's have a lot of fun. Let's talk about
I don't feel like this is fun.
Who has been
Your idea of fun is not mine.
Their best offensive.
Why don't we try to make you sing Friends in Low Places instead?
I will dissect Bo Nix's EPA per play while you sing Garth Brooks.
No. and we'll have no listeners left to the show between the two.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. Make sure you get signed up to bid at roller.bid/altitude because then you can win tickets from us right here at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Our next giveaway, catered suite tickets for the Avalanche and the Montreal Canadiens on November 29th. You want to win tickets? Sit in the suite? Well, then, get to roller.bid/altitude and sign up to be able to bid at Roller Auction. They got the big December 2025 government fleet vehicles and equipment auction opening next week. So if you are in the market for a used car, they have a fantastic selection of used SUVs, trucks, sedans, and so much more. Go to roller.bid/altitude and check it out. Plus, there's always fun auctions that you can bid on at Roller Auction. Right now, there's a former Urban Air Adventure Park from Fort Collins that is auctioning off their assets. Guys, I'm looking at a nacho cheese dispenser, a real-life nacho cheese dispenser, $5. $5. So sign up to bid right now at roller.bid/altitude and get golden molten lava nacho cheese right in your kitchen. Again, you can get this thing for $5. Go to Roller Auction's website and check it out. Bud Light Football Friday, Fiddlesticks, Kipling and Jewel, Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl. Bud Light pitchers are $12 on an NFL Sunday. This is a perfect place to come watch the games. Plus, we cannot recommend highly enough the Nashville hot chicken sandwich here at Fiddlesticks.
Perfect amount of spice. There was no grease. It was excellent. Very tasty.
It wasn't all wet.
Yeah.
You don't need your sandwich all wet.
Nah, I don't want you serving me something soggy on the plate.
No.
Man. It was excellent. A little bit of coleslaw.
Perfectly done.
It was as promised on the menu.
Yes.
$10 burger I see on the big screen over there. And TVs everywhere. And I guess what bummed me out was they've got a pool table in the middle. Apparently they got rid of one of them, but this place, we used to come play pool here all the time.
Used to be multiple pool tables?
Were you ever a pool guy? Like a pool table guy?
I think
you said you didn't have a pool hall in Wakanda.
The best I ever was at pool was my freshman year of college because there was a pool table on our floor at Blaisdell Hall at the University of Illinois, and I should have been doing my homework far more often than I was playing pool.
Yeah, I can't say the Metro had any of that going on, but I had a few friends of mine. I'd go up there, and they had a pool table in the, the student area, whatever it was.
It was always
student
nice.
Lounge. Yeah, it was fun. You never became bring your own stick guy, though?
I never owned a pool. I've never had my own cue.
Were you ever intimidated by bring your own stick guy? Sometimes I didn't know whether to take bring your own stick guy seriously or not as he's screwing it together.
Have you ever owned your own bowling ball?
No.
No? Okay. You always use a lane ball?
Yeah, yeah. Try not to think about everyone else.
What else has been in there?
You, but
yes. Yeah. Hope that it's nicely sanitized. Andy, the Broncos' offensive MVP is really easy. It's been Bowles.
I wondered, you told me yesterday, or whenever we talked about this, you had a guy right away.
Garrett Bowles.
And I figured that had to be him.
It's Garrett
Go ahead
Bowles.
And state the case.
Garrett Bowles has not allowed a sack against an individual pass rusher so far this season. His pass block win rate is number 7 in the NFL. Do you remember a play this year where you were like, God, what are you doing, Garrett Bowles?
Not really.
He's been called for, I think he has 1 or 2 holding penalties, if that. He's been fantastic. This guy really is, and his first 3 years in the league, we killed him, and he deserved it.
Yeah.
He was terrible.
It was the only proper take.
Yeah, and guess what? He figured it out. It clicked for him. I think he got some good coaching. I think that absolutely helped. It was Munchak was here, and that kind of helped to repair him a little bit, but also like an individual athlete, coaching will only take you so far. You have to do the work yourself. And Bowles put in the work. He's been paid. I think he is the most reliable player on this offense, and to me, he's a shoo-in All-Pro.
Yeah, it's interesting because Riley Moss needs to follow his career arc in a way and lose the reputation. I do think, and we're seeing it with Riley Moss right now, and there's no doubt Garrett Bowles is this way in the early going of his career. He's got a reputation, and the officials feed off it every week. They allow you no margin for error, and Garrett was the same way. And Riley's got to find a way to lose that reputation.
And Bowles
Not quite
did.
sure how he's going to do it, but he's got to do it. But yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a way. And you know what's funny is,
well, the other thing about that reputation is there weren't that many ticky-tack holding calls on Garrett Bowles.
Oh no, he was flat wrestling guys to the ground,
dudes, just because he was getting torched out there.
He's another guy that's benefited from Sean Payton's get the ball the hell out of your hand and don't make the offensive line's job very hard. But again, I'm not just saying he's a product of the system, but
Bo Nix, by the way, has been pressured on 26% of his dropbacks this year.
Not coming from Garrett's side.
Only Mahomes and Rodgers have seen less pressure than Bo Nix so far this season. 109 total pressures. For guys that have played at least 11 games, that's the lowest in the NFL.
I got to be honest with you. I was trying to think of a counter to this argument because I just knew that's what you were going to make, and I've had it 24 hours, 48 hours, whenever we talked about it, think about it. And I don't know if I can come up with one. There's not been a receiver that's been consistently the dude. See, again, if Dobbins doesn't get hurt, I'd have been making the case for Dobbins.
I would say Sutton would probably be my number 2 on the list. I would say right now, like Cortland Sutton in terms of game in, game out consistency, big-time third down catches, making the plays when they need to get made. I would probably circle Cortland Sutton as the second best player on this offense.
Is there any case to be made for Franklin? Coming off a bad week to try to throw that name out there.
Yeah,
he had some drops.
There's
man.
drops. There's inconsistency. There's also big time plays, but he's very much a second year wide receiver. That's what he is right now. And so he's been up and down. Obviously, Mims has been banged up. You could have made a hell of a case for J.K. Dobbins before the injury. He's been marvelous. He had a great season.
I would have made that case, frankly.
Right, but he's done for the year.
Been.
Yeah, and I can't give it to Bo Nix. I can't give it to the guy that's 27th in the NFL in completion rate right now. I can't. I think that Bo Nix has been elevated by everyone around him versus him being the, what did John Elway say, the raiser of all boats? I don't think that's the player he's been this year.
It's been Occam's razor.
He's at times, Andy, like at times. We joke about it. Well, like, what has he got? 10 good quarters? It's kind of what it is.
Yeah.
I
mean, he had a great game against Dallas, but we're finding out so does everybody else.
Sure.
Although the Raiders found a way.
Yeah.
What was going on with the Bronco Raider game? I dead serious. It throws me off all the time.
Patrick Graham had a marvelous defensive game plan to zone up.
And it was a 4-day deal.
He zoned up Bo Nix. He kept Bo inside the pocket. Bo had happy feet. Bo was trying to escape. Max Crosby, I think, always bothers Bo Nix. I think Max Crosby always bothers the Broncos. And that's what I would circle right there. I thought the Vegas defense and Patrick Graham did better than Spags in Kansas City did against Bo Nix. I thought Spagnuolo he got too blitz happy and he got too man happy. Again, like the numbers on the season are Bo is getting killed by zone defenses, and if you man him up, he's more likely to be able to hurt you because then the risk of what he can do to you with his legs is there because DBs are turning their back to him, and he just becomes a more dangerous player. Yeah, quite frankly, I thought Spagnuolo was reckless with some of his pressures in that game. I thought the Raider defense played with fantastic discipline in that game. Their lane discipline was as good as Denver has seen so far this year.
All right, so, again, I unfortunately have nothing to counter your Garrett Bowles argument with not trying to change the discussion away from the offensive MVP. Although, how about this? Did the man that just got the new contract today, should he be the guy? Will Lutz has made a ton of clutch
Oh,
kicks.
he's a special teams player of the year for sure.
He's
without
been
a
your
doubt.
offense some weeks.
Yeah, special teams player of the year so far. And this is in a year in which Mims has been great. Mims has really been great as a return man. Again, he's been a little bit banged up. But you saw in the Kansas City game the way that he can flip a field with what he can do in the return game. Absolutely magnificent.
All right. So are you worried about the Raider game at all coming up here in a couple of weeks? Are you worried that you'll have a full week?
Okay, no, because they're only getting more banged up. They have no home field advantage. No, I'm really not worried about that game. That's also a team where just the vibes are terrible. They really are. I think if the Raiders were going to get one against Denver, it had to be the first time around. It was going to have to be the first time around. I don't think that they can recreate that game plan 2 times in a row because they're just not good enough. I'm a lot more worried about what the Chiefs will have the second time around against the Broncos. I'm a lot more worried about Harbaugh and the Chargers the second time around against the Broncos, and I'm a lot more worried about that Packer game. I can't figure out a way to get worked up over that Raider game. I don't know. I look at the Manders game and I'm like, could they replicate what the Giants did against the Broncos? I don't know.
All right, give me the game. Do the Broncos have an opponent on the schedule that could be the second Cowboy game, that could be a get-right for the offense? Because, again, my disappointment with the Cowboy game is that it didn't launch any momentum for to keep things going.
You call it get-right, and then they were terrible against Houston. They were terrible against the Raiders, and they were better against the Chiefs. They only had 3 3-and-outs in that game.
They did do a good job there, but they also kicked 5 field goals.
The Manders are a mess, but Dan Quinn's a hell of a coach.
See, that's it.
Yeah. Those last 4 games are an interesting litmus test for this team. Yeah. Number one seed's going to be tough to hang on to. It's the defense is going to have to white knuckle this thing to the end, and hopefully they can. And the Broncos get the.
Is there a game that worries you about them getting tripped up? Then you mentioned Kansas City, but to me, I got to be honest with you, I'm not going to be shocked if they lose that game because that's kind of what the Chiefs and Broncos do. They split at home.
I don't worry about the next two. I don't worry about the Manders and the Raiders.
Packers.
After that, this is my call right now is the Broncos go 2-2 over the last four between Green Bay, Jacksonville, Kansas City, and the Chargers.
You're more worried about one of the
and three of those four are at home.
Yeah, the Charger game. I'm hoping the Charger game means nothing.
Right.
You just rest guys unless you got the number one seed, but then I'd rest them anyway.
It's going to be tough with what New England's upcoming schedule is.
Yeah, I know.
They got that working in their favor. Much easier schedule than everybody else. Garrett Bowles.
We live in a different world. Wow, 3 of the last 4 at home. I had not processed that.
Mm-hmm.
So you got 2 games coming off the bye.
Yep. On the road.
Interesting.
But then 3 of the last 4. You got the Packers and the Jags at home. You got the Thursday nighter at Kansas City, at Arrowhead, and then you finish up at home against the Chargers on – well, we don't actually know officially.
Yeah, they haven't named a date
because it could be a Saturday game that week, right? That's always fun. I like a nice Saturday Bronco game. Kreckman and Lindahl, Fiddlesticks, Kipling and Jewel. Come down, get a Bud Light because it is a Bud Light Football Friday. Andy, we got the weekend preview. Plus, I have a audio of a 911 call that I think if this happened to any of us, it would terrify the hell out of us. That's coming up next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Bud Light Football Friday at Fiddlesticks here in Lakewood. Kipling and Jewel. Stop by and get a cold beer here tonight. There is Nuggets in Houston this evening. 7:30 on Amazon, so you can watch the game right here. Also, you can watch some UNLV Hawaii tonight if you want to. If you're looking for Friday night college football. College football on the Front Range. Andy will be live in Boulder tomorrow as the Buffs try to snap their 3-game skid.
How many people join me?
Against Arizona State. I will say, 6 o'clock kickoff?
6 o'clock kickoff.
Thanksgiving
and again,
break?
Thanksgiving break is starting. A lot of people are getting out of here.
Yeah.
It's not like you can not like they could plan for the old 10 a game or the noon game and go catch the night flight if that's what you got to do. I bet you this is the lowest attended game in the prime era.
I got you 38,000 at kickoff.
And they all live in Boulder.
Yeah. 38,000 at kickoff. The season ticket holders will come out.
Well, the students,
they'll support the program.
The students usually do if they're staying there. I don't know how many are. What is let me go look.
CSU on the road at Boise. God, I wish that game would matter, but it doesn't. And Air Force is at home against a very good New Mexico team. Very good by New Mexico standards, which is next to nothing. So good on Jason Eck and the job that he is doing in Albuquerque so far this season. Andy, before we get out of here, before we hit the weekend preview, I have the story of a 911 call. Okay, this is from Bryson City, North Carolina. Bryson City, North Carolina. So get Bryson City, North Carolina in your head before you hear this. The Associated Press reporting on this story. A motorist in western North Carolina has escaped serious injury when a terrifying thing happened to them. Let's get the story. Spring?
Take a look at this windshield and try to guess what happened. I'm not sure that you will have the right answer. That giant hole that you see was actually made by a cat when a bald eagle dropped it. You heard that right. A woman was driving her car in Swain County when this all happened. And here's part of the call she made to 911.
You may not believe me, but I just had a bald eagle drop a cat through my windshield. It absolutely shattered my windshield.
I do believe you, honestly.
Okay, I had a witness. He's like, that is the craziest thing I've ever seen. I'm like, really?
Oh, crazy indeed. Well, the woman was not injured, but the cat did not survive this ordeal.
You think? Was that necessary to put in at the end of the story?
So here's what's funny about this, Andy, is I listened to the entire 911 call. It is funny because these two are just the most genteel Southern gals you've ever heard. I do believe you, sweetheart, and God bless you for being okay. But apparently, the dispatcher did ask the caller if the cat was still alive. The caller said it wasn't, but noted that the cat was on the side of the road and not in the car. But apparently the dispatcher claimed, I have to ask to make sure. Because I guess they got to send out animal control then?
Well, yeah, there's...
If the cat's still alive?
Listen, there's all sorts of cleanup, and not everybody does the same job.
Bald eagle drops cat through windshield. That would scare the bejesus out of you.
Yeah. Hey, who's throwing cats, first off?
Apparently bald eagles
So it must have been during the day. Did she see the cat? See, that's what I'd like to know. Did she see the cat ahead of time?
Spotted?
Did she see the cat ahead of time in the air?
Right.
To know that's what happened?
Here's the other question is, was the bald eagle just I've had enough of this cat. I'm done with this cat.
Maybe the cat's a little heavier than they thought.
That's also...
Maybe the cat was dead when the eagle took it up, and literally dead weight. I don't know. Maybe it was fighting. Who knows? I just want to know how you're so sure it was a bald eagle that shook the cat.
It is possible. Yeah, what if the cat's squirming, struggling, wriggled out from the bald eagle? But again, you're not going to survive that fall.
No.
You're done for.
Especially when you hit a windshield. Yeah, that would be terrible.
We were Abby and I were hiking on Table Mountain in Golden one time, North Table Mountain, and there's snakes all over the place up there. We looked up and there was a hawk overhead. It wasn't a bald eagle. It was just your standard hawk. But the damn thing had a snake in his claws and was just circling, and every other bird on the mountain was just following him. Just like, when are you going to drop that thing? I need in on this meal. And I was so terrified the entire time. I'm like, that damn thing's going to drop that snake on us. And it's going to be the worst thing that has ever happened to me in my life. Yeah, it was horrible.
My bald eagle experience would have been, I was riding my bike one day, and there's a park by my house, and the bald eagle had perched atop the tree and was staring straight down at the nest of some smaller birds. And every lap around, I'm like, did he go get his meal yet? Did he go get his meal yet? Because the birds obviously were causing quite the kerfuffle trying to get the eagle to take off, and eventually got what it came for.
I saw,
nature.
Like a week ago, I saw a bald eagle flying over C-470 on the way to work.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. I just looked up and I was like, damn, look at that. That's a big bird. And then you're like, hey, white head, brown body. That's kind of cool. All right. And then I started singing Lee Greenwood right there as I drove to work.
Go, America, leap, yeah. You seen that one with the animation?
And a proudly stand up.
You got out of your car and saluted the eagle. Fireworks came off.
And with that, it is time for your weekend preview, Mark Springer.
Everybody's watching sports on the weekend. Everybody wants to watch the games. Everybody's eating guacamole.
Yeah.
Chips and guac are good when watching sports. You want to go watch the game?
Oh, you better believe I want to go watch the game, and we have a jam-packed weekend of games. By the way, tomorrow, USC-Oregon, listen to that game.